Let's get right to it. Yo, this is Set with Seven. My bad, guys. But yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one. And all right, we're gonna go ahead and recap the week, but also we do need to get in for two. Well, one, the progression of phase one of the Gaza peace plan, and then two, Israel's strike on Lebanon. So we'll get to those later on. But first, let's go ahead and recap what happened this week.
In Malaysia, are you open to talks in terms of?
Yeah, sure. He's a friend of mine. We have a great relationship. He just said that 2 days ago, as you know. We have a great relationship. No, we were not happy with him buying oil from Russia because that lets Russia continue on with this ridiculous war where they've lost 1.5 million people. By the way, Russia's lost 1.5 million people, soldiers mostly. This is a war that should have never started, but it's a war that Russia should have won in the first week, and they're going into the fourth year. And I want to see it stop. So I was not happy that India was buying oil. And he assured me today that they will not be buying oil from Russia.
And it's not just that India backed out. India backed out of their buying Russian oil. China backed out of buying Russian rare earth minerals. So they have two major buyers that backed out. I mean, the last straw would probably be Iran. And I don't see them doing that anytime soon. But also Belarus is also starting to, pull away from Russia as well.
Yeah. That's a big stop. Now I got to get China to do the same thing. That is relatively easy compared to what we just did over the last week in the Middle East. Middle East was 3,000 years, and we got it done. This is 3 years, and I think we'll get it done. I think that President Putin, I think he wants to get it done. We'll see. There's a great animosity between him and Zelensky. You probably have noticed, right? And I think it's hurting the process. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you. Curious, why did you authorize the CIA to go into Venezuela? And is there more information you can share about these strikes on the alleged?
Well, I can't do that, but I authorized for two reasons, really. Number one, they have emptied their prisons into the United States of America. They came in through the...
they push criminals in here. They push drugs in here. And I mean, let's be honest. The reason why we also put the CIA over there is to track their boats when they leave the ports. I mean, that's why our military is bombing them with confirmation. And here's the thing is, they can't really give you the information of confirmation because it's coming from the CIA. And that's just my wild speculation on it. But hearing that the CIA is operating in Venezuela and we're just blowing up boats there, and it seems like we're doing it willy-nilly with no information given. I mean, who else can give information and it's not being released to the public? Like, who else can do that but the CIA?
They came in through the border. They came in because we had an open border policy. And as soon as I heard that, I said, a lot of these countries, they're not the only country, but they're the worst abuser. And they've entered they've allowed thousands and thousands of prisoners, mental institution, people from mental institutions, insane asylums, emptied out into the United States. We're bringing them back. But that's a really bad, and they did it at a level that probably not, many countries have done it, but not like Venezuela. They were down and dirty. And the other thing are drugs. We have a lot of drugs coming in from Venezuela. And a lot of the Venezuelan drugs come in through the sea, so you get to see that. But we're going to stop them by land also.
Does the CIA have authority to take out Maduro?
Oh, I don't want to answer a question like that. That's a ridiculous question for me to be given.
I mean, come on.
Not really a ridiculous question, but wouldn't it be a ridiculous question for me to answer? But I think Venezuela is feeling heat, but I think a lot of other countries are feeling heat too. We're not going to let this country, our country, be ruined because other people want to drop, as you say, their worst. They have given us their worst. They've loaded up our country with prisoners, with mentally ill people that are seriously ill, criminally ill, and we're not going to take it. And so, I mean, it's just one of those things. And I can tell you, we've taken care of the sea. There's nobody, and we're watching. We're watching. And if we see it, we'll save it. Yeah, please.
On the ships, though, sir, there are Republicans and Democrats up on the Hill concerned that in the briefings they've gotten about those attacks, they're not necessarily getting information about who was on them and what exactly was on those ships. Can you ensure that?
But they are given information that they were loaded up with drugs, and that's the thing that matters.
And who do you think that's giving them that information? Like, let's use common sense here. If the CIA our Central Intelligence Agency is in Venezuela, and it's been released that they're operating in Venezuela. How do you think we know that these boats are carrying drugs and narco guys? Like, how do you think we know? And then why do you think that the public is not privy to the information? Like, who else can operate like that? Who else can tell you I can either confirm nor deny?
They're loaded up with drugs. They're fair game. And every one of those ships they're not ships, they're boats, they're speedboats. They're extremely fast, record-setting type speedboats. They cost a lot of money, and they have a lot of money because they're drug sellers. But they know one thing, and they all have the same thing in common. There's drug dust. They call it drug dust. They call it fentanyl dust all over the boat after those bombs go off. And you can take along.
Attack them, though, that they're a
We know before. We know when they go out. We know we have much information about each boat that goes out. Deep, strong information. Yeah, please.
Sir, you're going to have Vladimir Zelensky here this week. What is your message at this stage of the war for him? And shy of tomahawks.
To who is that?
For Zelensky.
Yeah.
And shy of tomahawks for Ukraine. Are you considering other options, and will you speak with Vladimir Putin about
No, we're looking at other options. We are.
Well, Trump is considering, or actually, I believe he's confirming to start sending Tomahawk missiles for Ukraine to fight Russia. The problem is, like I said, my problem is, well, look, right now it's been a drone warfare. They've been going drone for drone. Now, if it escalates missile for missile, who do you think got more missiles? I mean, of course, we can send them Tomahawks all day, but I mean, let's be real. Russia got hypersonic missiles. Of course, they got intercontinental ballistic missiles. Like, why do we want to play the missile game with them when, Ukraine can barely play the drone game with them?
President Zelensky's coming in. I'm not a fan of the war. I'm not a fan of the way it started. It should have never happened. It wouldn't have started if I were president. The election was rigged. And because of that, we lost a lot of lives have been lost because of that war. Not American lives, but if I can save a lot of lives, that's why I'm in it. I want to save lives. I've had 8 wars. The Prime Minister of Pakistan got up the other day, said so beautifully, says, you saved millions of lives. He told that to a group of people right in this office. He said, the president saved millions of lives. And I think what he's referring to is the fact that that would have been with India, a nuclear war. That was getting very close. 7 planes, they don't talk about it, but 7 aircraft were shot down. In fact, we have the new ambassador to India right here. They're well represented. You better represent us, not them, okay? But Sergio's going to do a great job. He's going to do a great job. But no, we'll be talking about the war with him, and we'll be talking about. I mean, they want to go offensive. I'll make a determination on that, but they would like to go offensive. You know that, and we'll have to make a determination.
Can I follow up the question? Given you have the FBI director and attorney general here today, Jim Jordan has asked Jack Smith to appear in front of the House Judiciary.
You mean deranged, Jack? He's a deranged individual, yeah.
He's asked him to.
Well, they should. I'm surprised it takes so long. We're talking about violent crime. What about the crime against a political opponent? That's what we have to talk about,
Jordan would
too.
like to understand the full extent to which the Biden-Harris Justice Department weaponized federal law enforcement. What do you think the committee will find out, Mr. Smith?
I think it was the worst weaponization of a political opponent in the history of the world, let alone this country. And I hope that everybody's, they're involved in it. I'm not. I'm the one that had to suffer through it. And
Yeah, he's next. I can confirm that boy's next because Comey, John Bolton, they all got indicted. Each and every one of them got indicted. Now, John Bolton, he's cooked. He is cooked. It's over for him. But Comey, he has somewhat of a fighting chance.
ultimately win. But what they did was criminal.
Man, I feel bad for Bolton because he's cooked. I mean, maybe if he was the defense secretary, Secretary of Defense, then yeah, he could have gotten away with it. But National Security Advisor, no, can't do it. Shout out Chase. He's like, look like Easter with those ties Trump and Cash have. Yeah, low key is that they do got the. I didn't even notice Cash's tie actually. He just got the bright yellow, and he got kind of like the dark purplish, like bright purple in a way. Huh. Interesting color these guys got on right now. Did they plan this?
Deranged Jack Smith, in my opinion,
is it anywhere close to Easter?
And I noticed his interviewer was, I think that was Weissman. And I hope they're going to look into Weissman too. Weissman's a bad guy, and he had somebody in Lisa who was his puppet, worked in the office really as the top person. And I think that she should be looked at very strongly. There was tremendous criminal activity having to do. If we don't have fair elections in this country, we're not going to have a country. And I've said it from the beginning, fair elections and borders. And we need also fair press, because if you don't have fair press, it's very tough. And we've got the strongest border of anybody. Nobody has a border. We have a border where the numbers just came out again. You saw 0 people came in illegally. Now, we do take people into our country legally, but 0 people. But, you know, you're talking about a different subject. You're talking about political crime. They have committed massive political crime. I hope they're looking at Shifty Schiff. I hope they're looking at all these people. And I'm allowed to find out. I'm allowed to, you know, I'm, in theory, the chief law enforcement officer. But I have a very good, talented group. This is about...
Oh, God, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
That's something else. But I hope they're looking at political crime, because there's never been so much political crime against a political opponent as what I had to go through. They raided my house in Florida. It was an illegal raid. I have a lawsuit that was doing very well. And when I became president, I said, I'm sort of suing myself. I don't know. How do you settle the lawsuit? I'll say, give me X dollars, right? And I don't know what to do with the lawsuit. It's a great lawsuit. And now I won. It sort of looks bad. I'm suing myself, right? So I don't know. But that was a lawsuit that was very strong, very powerful. They raided illegally my house in Florida, Mar-a-Lago. They went through the drawers of my young son. They went through all of the cabinets and drawers of the First Lady. She walked in, she said, wow, what happened? Because she's very meticulous, and this wasn't so meticulous. As she looked into the drawers and she saw everything a mess. What they did against a person that just got out of office. And then you look at these corrupt people. You look at Hunter.
Oh, no, they tore his house apart. I mean, they completely did his house dirty trying to find whatever they were trying to find. But yeah, they turned his house upside down over that.
Biden, you look at the signature.
And I mean, as an ex-president, to do that to an ex-president is wild, though. It's like, dang, I mean, you turned his house upside down. You guys didn't really find anything. I mean, he's still here with no charges. So what was the point of turning my man's house upside down if y'all wasn't going to find anything? Or y'all wasn't like for sure, at least.
As an example, the Auto Pen. I just signed so many different things. An admiral, a 4-star general. I'm signing them left and right, the commissions. And by the way, I want to compliment.
He's like, oh, yeah, did you go to No Kings? No, Sid. No, I was in sick. But I did go out to CVS, and the No Kings rally was causing a lot of traffic in downtown. I live close to the downtown area. So, yeah, people were telling me there's like 10,000 people up there protesting. I was like, 10,000 people. So, yeah, people definitely did came out.
John Thune, and also Mike, our great speaker. But John Thune, all of a sudden, I'm getting these things by the hundreds. I was getting one every 2 weeks. It would have been 4 years before you got them in more.
And I mean, no charges that stuck.
You would have had some that didn't even get in, all because of Democrat obstruction. So John Thune did a great job. I must have signed 200 into the administration. We're just about caught up. It's amazing. And so compliments to John. He had to do some things that were very tough to do that he didn't want to do, but he was forced to do it by the Democrats. And as far as the shutdown's concerned, this is a Democrat Schumer shutdown. And he's trying to do it to get relevance back into the party because he's a loser. I've known him all his life. He's always been sort of a loser, but an intelligent one. But I think he's losing IQ points with time. I think that happens. I hope it hasn't happened with me. I know if it did, you guys will let me know about it very quickly.
Question on violent crime, sir. Here in D.C., a judge has given the 2 teenagers that beat up ex-Doge staffer Big Balls probation.
It's incredible.
And no jail time. Is this justice?
Damn, no jail time?
Is doing a fantastic job.
Wow.
And she is beside herself because you have these radical left judges that they beat the hell out of this guy. And it was many people against this one guy who was really trying.
So if you don't know, that guy Big Balls from Doge, well, he was trying to stop a robbery, and the guys end up, turning on him and end up whooping his ass. And, as he was trying to defend the old lady, And yeah, that's what pretty much happened. And those same guys, I guess, got released for whatever reason I cannot understand. Well, I'm pretty sure the judge was being lenient on them.
Trying to protect his girlfriend. He didn't want to hooded over the door but they really beat him up badly. That just happened, right? Wow, that's terrible.
Tough.
I think the judge.
Yeah, they say he was trying to protect somebody, and then the people would just try to turn on him. And then, I mean, he tried to protect his girlfriend because now they're trying to go in his car. Yeah, DC's wild place. It was a wild place. It was a wild place.
Should be ashamed of himself. That's a big problem. You know, they can do their job, and then they go into a court, and the people are protected by these, I don't know.
Shout out Sid. He say no charges that's up because he won the election. Nah, presidential immunity for the documents. He had presidential immunity for that. If he didn't, he'd be where he should be, behind bars. Let me know if you ever want to discuss his indictments. I mean, yeah, sure, we can always discuss that. But the problem is, like, he had presidential immunity for those documents. I mean, that's just pretty much it. That's why there was like a no-brainer on the case. It was like, whoa, he has presidential immunity. Why are we even going after him? And they try to pretend like he didn't. But a lot of people don't know that, so everybody just kind of went along with it. Like, think about how easy he beat the case. It was just, presidential immunity. He had presidential immunity under that time. I mean, Biden was protected under that. Bill Clinton was protected under that. I mean, there's other cases of presidents having classified documents, and they were all protected under presidential immunity.
Where they come from. Where did these people come from? Where did the judges come from? I want to compliment on behalf of Pam and Todd and all of us because, Cash, I think that Janine has done a fantastic job. And the case I heard was like flawless. It's a flawless case. They have them on tape. They have everything. And then a judge gives them a little probation. These are rough guys. And they're young. And if that happens, they're going to grow up. They're going to be real bad. They're going to cause a lot of problems. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
So, Sergey Bohr has just gotten back from India.
Right.
What were the conversations like with Prime Minister Modi and the other?
I think they were great. He reported to me that he's a great man, you know. Modi is a great man. That he loves Trump. Now, I don't know if the word love, I don't want you to take that any different. I don't want to destroy his political career, okay? But you have to understand, I've watched India for years. It's an incredible country. And every single year you'd have a new leader. I mean, some would be in there for a few months. And this was year after year after year. And my friend has been there now for a long time.
Now, everybody knows our beef with India was the fact that they were buying Russian oil and Russian weapons. Russian military tech as well, while also saying, we want to stop the war, but you guys are funding the war. And then, when Trump put that 25% tariff on them, they were going, why us? You guys are being hypocrites. I mean, you guys are buying oils and weapons from them. What do you expect? So, they were trying to play innocent. Now they've corrected themselves.
Long time. And he's assured me there will be no oil purchased from Russia. I don't know. Maybe that's a breaking story. Can I say that? Would you say? There will be no oil. He's not buying his oil from Russia. It started. You can't do it immediately. It's a little bit of a process. But the process is going to be over with soon. And all we want from President Putin is stop this. Stop killing Ukrainians and stop killing Russians because he's killing a lot of Russians. Again, it doesn't make him look good. It's a war that he should have won in 1 week, and he's now going into his 4th year. That does not make this big so-called war machine look good. But he could make a settlement. We're willing to settle. I thought we had a deal. The hatred of the two leaders is very, it's an obstacle. It's an obstacle. There's no question about it. But I thought we had a deal 2 months ago. Who would think I created peace in the Middle East and can't get the two guys to settle? But I think we'll get them. But if India doesn't buy oil, it makes it much easier. And they're not going to buy it. They assured me they will.
Now, Russia's not going to stop the war due to battlefield conditions because, they're winning on the battlefield. They're getting what they want. The problem is, though, the way their economy is not going the way they want, especially with India pulling out, China pulling out. I mean, Belarus is collapsing and they're trying to pull away from Russia as well. So, yeah, it seems like I'm gonna be real with you, the hits to their economy is going to be the thing that stops this war. It seems like it.
Within a short period of time, they will not be buying oil from Russia. And they'll go back to Russia after the war's over. Jennifer?
On the shutdown, sir, are FBI officials being paid right now? Are all the FBI employees being paid, and are all the...
Well, that's what I understand. I hope so.
Thanks to your great work, Mr. President, the 1811 special agents at the FBI are going to receive their paychecks.
Got a lot of people paid, actually.
in the whole intelligence
We got the
community?
people that we want paid, okay? And we want the FBI paid, we want the military paid. We got the people that we want paid. And I'll tell you, the Democrats, they don't talk about this. You know, we're getting rid of programs that we didn't like, but that were negotiated in, but we didn't like. We're terminating those programs, and they're going to be terminated on a permanent basis. And it's thousands of people, and it's billions of dollars.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen.
We're getting rid of a lot of things that we never wanted because of the fact that they made this stupid move. And they don't want to talk about it. You know, they have their day coming up. I hear very few people are going to be there, by the way. But they have their day coming up, and they want to have their day in the sun. But they should really make a deal. So what we're doing...
I mean, yeah, what exactly? Hold on, wait, what?
Darth Vader, but he's actually...
He said name 3 cities in Ukraine without looking it up. Like, bro, all I got to know is that if Kiev is good, because that's the main central. It's, I mean, Kiev is getting struck. So what is these 3 cities in Ukraine, like, what does that have to do? I mean, what was it? Is it Donbass even one of those places? I don't know. All I know is that it's being attacked by Russia and they're losing land by the bit, and they lost 20% of the land over there in their, what was it? I think it was their eastern territory. They're more eastern way. So yeah, I mean, I know Kiev. Why do bro, hold on. Why do you know so much about Ukraine? And hold on, let's be real. What does the cities have to do with the war? Because we're going off territory. We're not really concerning. And I mean, hey, if you know the territory and what city they're stopped at, that's cool. But everybody just need to look at a map to understand that Russia's winning. You know that, right? But I mean, look, if you want me to name 3 cities, I can't even name 3 cities, but I will say Kiev. At least I know this capital.
Very nice person.
And the population. I mean, do you know the population of Ukraine? 37 million. So, hey, at least I know how many people are in there. I think that's more important than knowing the cities. At least I know how much people are low-key at risk of their lives. So, hey, can I hit you with a Tucker Carlson?
Russell Vogt. But Russell Vogt is really terminating tremendous numbers of Democrat projects. There's not only jobs, I mean, the project in Manhattan, the project in New York, it's billions and billions of dollars that Schumer has worked 20 years to get. It's terminated. Tell him it's terminated, Jennifer. All right.
On Hamas, sir, what is your understanding of the pace of returning the deceased hostages? Are you pleased?
Well,
with
they're
that
looking
pace?
for them. Absolutely. They're looking. So we have the living hostages all back. They returned some more today.
I'm crying.
Nah,
Sid, I ain't gonna lie. You getting trolled right now, bro. Nah, they trolling the hell out of you right now. Like, bro, name 3 cities in New Hampshire. Name 3 cities in our state. Go. Name 3 cities in Israel. I'm crying. Yeah, Sid, I ain't gonna lie. That wasn't a very good question. I mean, like, dog. It's almost as petty as the question that Tucker Carlson asked Ted Cruz. Like, so do you know how many people are in Iran? And he didn't know. I mean, bro, if I asked you how hard, do you know how many people in Ukraine? And you didn't know, I could have pulled the same bullshit on you, but it doesn't matter. I mean, that's the worst part is the 3 cities. Didn't mean to strike a nerve, bro. No, dog, you didn't strike a nerve. You just looked goofy. I mean, it is funny. That's all it is. It's just really funny that you try to point out 3 cities and we're talking about a war and territory. And here's the thing, though. These 3 cities have nothing to do with the argument of Ukraine is losing the war. So one, it's a non-argument. You made yourself look goofy. And also that, I mean, like, dog. Like, do you know how many people live in Ukraine? If you want to talk about the war in Ukraine, like, why didn't you mention that?
gruesome process. I almost hate to talk about it. So, but they're digging.
That's what I'm saying.
There are areas where they're digging and they're finding a lot of bodies. Then they have to separate the bodies. You wouldn't believe that.
All right, Sid. I guess I'm coping, dog. I guess I'm coping. I'm not the one that asked a dumb question, but I guess I'm coping. I mean, hey, I know the capital. I know how many people's there, and I know where it is on a map. But I got to know 3 cities? Like, come on, dog. You asking for way too much that you can't even provide.
This is and some of those bodies have been in there a long time, and some of them are under rubble. They have to remove rubble, but there are graves, and some are in tunnels that died in tunnels that are way down under the earth, and the tunnels are like 3 feet. Can you believe it? 3 feet high. They lived like this for a long period of time. It's a horrible atrocity. At the same time, we, meaning Israel, but I knew everything they were doing pretty much. I knew most of the things they were doing, but they've killed probably 70,000 of these people, Hamas. And I said, it's time now. So we'll see what happens. We'll also see what happens. Your next question is going to be the weapons. We want the weapons to be given up, sacrificed, and they've agreed to do it. Now they have to do it. And if they don't do it, we'll do it.
Now, here's the crazy part, though. It does seem like we're getting stuck on phase 1 of the conflict because, like, well, Israel's cutting off access to Rafah because they want to get their dead hostages. I mean, the problem with that argument is, I mean, what happened? There's dead hostages in Rafah that they need to go get. You guys are cutting them off. So it's damn near like you're stopping them from completing the goal that you want them to do. So, yeah, that's a bit of a hiccup right there. And we're going to see if Hamas can somehow get these dead hostages over there to Israel.
Count today suggests that Hamas needs to hurry up and disarm. And
it was a demonstration that you don't know anything about the region you speak about. Hold on, bro. I just said I knew the population. That's 37 million. I know I could point it out on a map. Like, though, I know the president. Like, what? You didn't say I don't know anything, dog. And I know a city that the capital is Kiev. Like, bro, you sound retarded. Now you sound retarded and you're trying to push a narrative that I don't know anything about Ukraine. Like, that's what I'm saying. You sound stupid at this point, dog. You're literally trying too hard.
Follow your comprehensive plan.
Yeah.
That it was the head of CENTCOM
Like,
saying
wow.
that. Is that not a signal to Hamas, to the rest of the world, that at some point the U.S. military may more directly engage?
We won't need the U.S. military. We won't need it.
Why not just you?
Because we're very much involved in it. If we weren't involved, there wouldn't be peace. If we didn't destroy the nuclear capability of Iran, that deal would have never happened for 2 reasons. The Arab nations would not have felt bold enough to do it because you have a very powerful, at that time, Iran. It's not powerful anymore between what Israel and us did, because, you know, the attack was, if you look at it, we helped them very much. They will be the first to tell you, including shooting down thousands of drones that were coming into Israel. You know, we shot them down. We were shooting them down like it was target practice, but we shot down thousands of drones and missiles also going into Israel. But between what we did to Iran that way with the, conventional, we will call it, and what see that beautiful plane, that B-2, I noticed it on the desk. I always thought it was beautiful, but I never understood it. Now I understand. It took in hundreds of thousands of bombs in the form of 2, but hundreds of thousands of pounds of bombs. And every single bomb hit perfectly. Then they sent Tomahawks in. They sent 30 Tomahawks.
I'm sorry, but I ain't never heard somebody say that. You don't know nothing about a region, but you can name the capital and the population of the region. I ain't never heard that in my life, bro. I'm be so honest with you, Sid. You kind of threw me off with that one. Like, if that was the only thing that probably bothered me about what you said, was you said, I don't know nothing about Ukraine, but I can tell you the capital and I can tell you the population. That's wild. All right, yeah, all right. All right, you got it, dog. You got it.
Tomahawks on top of it. And that was totally, CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't as bad as, as Trump said, because I said obliterated. Obliterated is not a strong enough word, actually. And you saw the atomic.
I mean, has Ukraine taken back any of their land? No. Have they pushed back Russia? No. So they're losing the war. And have they been able to strike in Moscow? No. Has Russia been able to strike in Kiev? Yes. Actually, they did it like last month. So I'm just going off what's being told on the battlefield. I mean, you can be delusional because you just want Ukraine to win, and I get it. But, like, bro, let's just stick with reality here. I mean, it's taken them a long time, and that's because they're getting supported. And thank God for that. But let's not play stupid.
Energy Commission came out and said the word obliteration is very, very. Think of it. They came in under potential fire. They entered Iran airspace late at night in the dark. No moon. The moon was low for a reason. What time we picked it? Couldn't see anything. Right. and they hit every target, and they weren't hit. Nobody saw that plane. That plane is stealth. Nobody saw it. The problem with that is it may be stealth today, but tomorrow it won't be. And we just ordered about 20 brand new B-2 bombers. It's unbelievable as a weapon. I know Putin, when I was riding with him in Alaska, we passed a lot of them. And he said, that really did the trick. I said, yeah, it did. It's amazing. The flying wing.
But you
It's
still foresee no reason for the U.S. military to get involved in Gaza?
No, I don't see that. No, I think we're going to handle it very well. We'll be helping Israel, but we have other countries that are now. You know, we signed, many countries signed, and many of those countries relatively are very strong military powers.
Hold on, I'm sorry, but can we use
And
common sense here? Like, all right, I want y'all to use common sense on this one with me. If Russia's losing, then why didn't they concede already? Like, if they're losing so much to Ukraine, then why haven't they just negotiated to a peace deal to where they give up land? Why did you just throw it all away? Because they're getting what they want. Like, usually when you're on the losing side of a war, you're the one who's wanting to stop it. Zelensky wants to stop this ASAP. Putin, he's ready to go every day of the week. So just off of the attitude of the two leaders, it's obvious who's winning. I mean, and that, of course, you know, we're talking about a superpower with nukes, hypersonic missiles, intercontinental ballistic missiles, and then we're fighting a country that needs our support, that we got to send them Tomahawk missiles just to stand a chance. And right now they're going drone for drone, and they're losing that. Now, I won't sit here and say that Ukraine hasn't had some good hits. They did hit an oil refinery. They were able to pull off a Trojan horse, but that did not turn the tides of the war.
Hamas has no support. See, Hamas had the support of Iran, and now Iran says, don't get us involved. The last time they got them involved didn't work out too well. So they used to have the support of Iran. Today, Iran they're trying to survive. You know, when I heard the reports 2 weeks ago, Iran's looking to build a nuclear weapon.
I mean, I would say this. Shout out Chase. He said it's a stalemate. Both sides are losing. I mean, in terms of people, for sure. But like I said, Russia got people to throw for days. We're talking about a population of 140 million versus a population of 37 million. We're talking about Zelensky who got to pull civilian off the streets while, you know, Russia just got pulled from their reserves. I don't know, man. I don't know. like I said, the only way I could see this going into a stalemate is if they're able to collapse Russia's economy by making their buyers pull out.
I said, don't worry about it. They got a lot of things they want to do before nuclear weapons. I said, the last thing they want to do is a nuclear weapon. It didn't work out. And if they did a nuclear weapon before they got even close, that site would be attacked and it would be wiped out. Yeah.
Mr.
President, you're meeting with President Xi in a few weeks.
Yeah.
If you can't come to an agreement or a deal at that meeting, are we in for a sustained trade war with China?
Well, you're in one now. Look, we have 100% tariff. If we didn't have tariffs, we would be exposed as being a nothing. We would have no defense. You know, they've used tariffs on us, but we've never had anybody sitting in that chair that felt the need to do it. And they've allowed us to be $37 trillion in debt, et cetera, et cetera. Tariffs are a very important tool for our defense, for our national security. If we don't have tariffs, we're not going to have national security. As an example, if you look at Pakistan and Iran, I told them.
I mean, that's true. I mean, one, we put our steel workers at risk. I mean, two, the pharmaceutical companies aren't going to come back so we can start manufacturing our own pharmaceuticals. Those are all matters of national security, by the way. Well, of course, steel manufacturing, I mean, pharmaceutical manufacturing, and there are others I can name as well.
I was in the midst of negotiating a trade deal with Iran, and Pakistan was going to be in line. And because of tariffs, they all want to negotiate much differently. We're making a good deal. And then I heard that they're shooting at each other. And I said during one of my conversations, are you guys going to go to war? Two nuclear powers we are thinking about. I said, here's the deal. You go to war, I'm going to put a 200% tariff. I'm going to stop you from doing any business in the United States. I said it to both of them. Within 24 hours, the war ended. That would have been a nuclear war. And again, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, who was here 2 weeks ago, said that man saved many millions of lives in front of a whole group of people because he thought it was going to be war. But when it came to war or having to pay massive tariffs, the tariffs overrode. That's why it's so important. Not only the money, we're taking in trillions of dollars, not only the money, the power to keep peace, the power to be used for good is enormous. But a lot of people didn't understand tariffs. It's also made us very rich. We have a big case coming up in the Supreme Court, and I will tell you, that's one of the most important cases in the history of our country. Because if we don't win that case, we will be a weakened, troubled, financial mess for many, many years to come. I don't even know if survivable is a good term. And if we do, we're going to be the most powerful economic country in the world. And all we're doing is using them as a defense against what took place for many years. China would charge us tariffs. It was incredible, but we weren't allowed to charge. And we're allowed to do whatever we want. We just had presidents that didn't want to do it for whatever reason. Mm-hmm. And it was nothing. But of the 8 wars, I was saying 7, of the 8 wars, I would say tariffs are directly responsible for me ending 6 of them.
I mean, yeah, how are you going to go to war if your whole economy's sinking? I mean, that's what we're trying to do to Russia. I mean, we can't get Ukraine to beat them on the battlefield, but maybe we can get their buyers to pull out and sink their economy. I mean, that's also one of the reasons why I honestly know that Russia's winning on the battlefield, because let's be real. Why are we trying to sink their economy instead of just letting Ukraine beat them on the battlefield? I mean, why we got to try to attack them on both ends if they're losing on the battlefield? And like, when we're supplying all this assistance to Ukraine, if like, think about it, if all they just needs the weapons, then I mean, why are they getting all this assistance? But hey, though, nobody want to use common sense towards that. I don't know why, but it is what it is. And I do warn, hey, look, even Trump admitted that, you know what, if I was sending Tomahawk missiles over there, this could either escalate it or quell the situation. And like I said, if they can, right now they're going drone for drone, and trust me, Russia can go missile for missile with Ukraine. I think they've just been holding back on that for some reason.
5 or 6. Without the tariffs, you have wars raging all over the world. With the tariffs, other than Russia, we have no wars out there. And we've made a lot of good friends, too. Tariffs are so important to our national security. If we don't have tariffs, we don't have national security. Our country would suffer a level that, because they use so strongly on us. As an example, the European Union, they won't take our cars, they won't take our agriculture, they won't take anything, but they send their cars in, Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen, by the millions. We don't send any cars. They don't take them. They were tariffing us out. Agricultural products, they don't take our agriculture. They want their farmers to do it. I understand that. But it was very unfair, and they were tariffing our product. They're keeping out by using tariffs. And we didn't use them, but I used them. And now we made one of the great deals with your $650 billion they pay us. And we've evened it out. It's really a good thing to see. And you have to understand, they've all signed. Japan, South Korea. I mean, South Korea, $350 billion up front. Japan, $650 billion.
Well, South Korea, I mean, yeah, $350 billion towards energy purchasing, and then Japan, what was it? It was actually $550 billion in loan guarantees.
They've all agreed to it. They're all happy. But before, it was a total ripoff. And if we don't have the use of tariffs, we have no national security. This country will have no financial security, will not have national security. And the people that brought the lawsuit are people that are aligned with foreign nations that are now being treated fairly, as opposed to just ripping us off and ripping us asunder. So, but if we are not allowed to use what other people use against us, there's no defense. It'll be a disaster for America. That's why I think I'm going to go to the Supreme Court to watch it. I've not done that, and I had some pretty big cases. I think it's one of the most important cases ever brought, because we will be defenseless against the world. Okay?
You'll go to the tariff case?
Did you have one? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask you about the Georgia Senate race. I know it's very early, but there's several Republicans in that field that are vying for your endorsement.
A lot of good people in that field.
Yes.
I know all of them, actually. I haven't made a decision on that, but you have some very good people in the Georgia Senate race.
Well, Governor
What else?
has endorsed.
No, I know, the governor has, he's spoken to me about it a lot. He likes that candidate a lot. And I understand that. I haven't made a decision yet. But I'm following that race very carefully. I think it's very important for Georgia to get a real senator, because the senator they have now is a horrible senator. He allows all the crime, all the borders. You have open borders. I mean, his whole philosophy is a disaster. That's not representative of the people of Georgia. I know the people of Georgia. I won Georgia 3 times, but they say twice. Okay, I won it very big the last time, and I won it big the first time, and I won it big the second time. But we had criminals that didn't allow. I mean, I hope they're going to go into that. I hope they go into the votes which are being stored in Fulton County and take a real look at those votes, okay? Because I won it the second time too. But I know Georgia very well. I love Georgia. Those people are great, and they deserve a good senator, because the man they have now is a weak, ineffective person. Okay.
President, I wonder what you make.
By the way, you won Georgia 3 times. Just
Yeah, I agree. Do you agree with me?
I
And
do.
He's the media.
For someone that
He's the media.
spends a lot of time in Georgia, I believe you won that.
Yeah, okay.
I really have a question about
You know, the word believe isn't strong enough, right?
Yeah,
You
I
know.
there you go.
It's true. I know I won too. We have the great Newt Gingrich. Newt, you agree with us?
Oh, come on, man. He loved driving the Dems crazy when he said, man, he like, come on now. Y'all know I won that election. You know I won that second. Basically, I won 3 elections. Like, let's be real. Oh, man, that just burned the Dems up.
Good. Otherwise, I'd have him dismissed immediately from the room. You know, his wife, as you know, is becoming an ambassador to.
I mean, just how's y'all like this?
Oh, it was a huge movie. He was the lead. No.
Country, Callista. So congratulations. And we're going to take a picture. And the only reason I'm doing, he speaks so well of me. He said, I'll go down as the greatest president in history. And then he blew it. He said, I'm not sure if I put him above Washington or Lincoln. So I'm not that happy about that, dude.
I've got a question about the weaponization of the DOJ. The media often says your department is weaponizing the DOJ.
Yeah, that's the opposite.
It's the opposite. Todd, you represented President Trump and probably the greatest weaponization of the DOJ by Alvin Bragg. You know firsthand, if you can describe what you saw under the Biden administration and how they weaponized the DOJ.
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to describe what happened in those last 4 years of President Trump. Alvin Bragg, a local prosecutor, his office staffed by somebody from New Jersey. Jack Smith picked as a special counsel, staffs his entire office with DOJ prosecutors. And then there are countless things that happened. All in writing, most of them on the docket, that require no explanation except a complete abomination of the place that the Attorney General might run now and the director itself. So when people talk about this department weaponizing, it's embarrassing. Because there's no scenario in which you can look at what we're doing, restoring justice, doing the right thing in every single case, and say that that's weaponization, and yet remain eerily silent about what happened for the past 3 years. I mean, you read these articles and giggle, because it cannot be true that people really think that what they did to him, not once, not twice, I'm still counting 3, 4 times, but we're the ones that are weaponizing. So this man is not weaponizing the Department of Justice. We're not weaponizing the Department of Justice. It's the opposite. I mean, and also, nobody questions what I'm saying because it's true, because we all lived the past 4 years. So
They never want to bring up the details. But I watch the fake news, and he's weaponized. And he wants to send them to prison. He wants all this. They indicted me like 5 times. I took a mug shot. Who would have thought it turned out to my favor? Because it was a good shot. But I had to take a mug shot. It's right out there on the door. New York Post. Front page of every paper in the world.
It was crazy because a mugshot, I ain't gonna lie, gaining more votes when they convicted him and made him a 34 count felon. It gained him more votes. It was just like, bro, whatever y'all did, every time y'all went against this man, it gave him more votes. Like, y'all was just making this man look better and better because the establishment was literally trying to stop this man. Or that's how everybody was perceiving it. You know, let's talk to you Dems. In reality, yes, the establishment was trying to stop this man from running. Now, I know in your eyes, oh, he's guilty and all this good stuff. They were trying to hold him accountable. They're trying to hold him accountable and all this good stuff. But, well, hey, he still became president. And I guess you guys trying to hold him accountable only made him more popular. I mean, damn, how things backfire. I mean, that's quite the backfire right there. You try to lock a man up, you end up becoming president. Tough.
Security guarantees. NATO is the best, but weapon is very important. Allies on our side is very important.
Man.
And between us, for us, bilateral security guarantees between me and President Trump is very important. I don't know, we didn't speak with details about it, but this is the most important document because United States is very strong.
Sir, President Trump, you are the middleman right now, hoping to end this conflict. Who is doing a better job negotiating, President Zelensky or President Putin?
I think they're both doing
Neither.
a great job in that sense. We have to get it done. We've got to take some of the hatred of each other. You know, they don't like each other. I say that in front of President Zelensky, but I say it in front of President Putin too. They have tremendous bad blood. It's really is what is holding up, I think, a settlement. I think we're going to get it done, and we have to make it long-lasting. As I said in the Middle East, everlasting, right? Everlasting. And the Middle East is a much more complicated situation. You know, we had 59 countries involved, and every one of them agreed. And it's, you know, it's sort of amazing. Most people didn't think that was doable. This is going to be something I really believe that's going to get done. I had a very good talk yesterday with President Putin. I think he wants to get it done.
And President Zelensky, right behind you. When we were in Israel with President Trump earlier in the week, we heard a lot about the difference in diplomacy between President Trump and President Joe Biden before him. What do you see as the biggest difference in diplomacy between President Trump and President Biden?
And like I said, the only reason I see that Zelensky's coming back to the negotiating table is because a lot of his top buyers are pulling out. Like I said, China recently pulled out. India recently pulled out. So they're kind of losing that economic support for their war. And at that point, I mean, yeah, you might as well come to the negotiating table if your economy is about to be starved. I mean, before there was no threat of his economy being starved. Now there's a high threat level.
President Trump.
Hey, I mean, you can't beat them in the battlefield. Shoot, hurt their stocks, destroy their markets. I mean, that's the best way to do it at this point.
Has a big chance now to finish this war. President Biden now is not the president, so he doesn't have a chance to finish this war. And President Trump is really showed for the world that he can manage ceasefire in Middle East. And that's why I hope that he will do this, and we will also have such big success. For Ukraine, it's a big chance. And I hope that President Trump can manage it.
I would say the biggest difference is one is extremely competent and the other one is grossly incompetent.
Mr. President.
Sir, a few weeks ago in New York, when you two met, you said that you think Ukraine could ultimately take back all the territory that it's lost so far. Do you still think that's the case, or do you think there'll have to be some sort of
You
swap
never
of
know. Look,
territories?
you know, war is very interesting. You never know, do you? You just never know. With war and peace, but you never know. Please.
Russia calls Tomahawk supply to Ukraine as an escalation, yet it continues using similar cruise missiles like Caliber. And
Yeah.
even
Who are you with? Who are you with? You Ukraine?
Yeah.
Good.
But Russia continue even using the cruise missiles and also nuclear-capable ballistic missiles in Ukraine since 2022. So do you consider providing Ukraine with the Tomahawk or similar missiles as an opportunity to equalize the possibilities of Ukraine and Russia and push Moscow to the negotiation
Yeah.
table?
Sure. We're going to be talking about that. That's why we're here. Okay?
Yeah, I swear
Fair
to God,
question.
manpower at this
Exactly as he told you to say it, but we're going to be talking about it. Okay? Yeah, please.
You know, it's so crazy. As we even out the playing field for these guys, you know, militarily wise, now it just comes down to a matter of manpower. Just who has the most soldiers at that point? Who has more people to throw into the cannon, throw into the wood chipper? And sadly, that would be Russia. Sadly, that would still be Russia. Because I mean, hey, all right, cool. They got cruise missiles. You send them tomahawks, and now they're just firing into each other's places or into each other's territories. It still comes down at that point to a matter of numbers.
India and Hungary will still refuse.
You said India and Hungary? That's an interesting.
And Hungary
India and Hungary. It's an interesting combination.
refuse to stop buying Russian oil.
Well, India is not going to be buying Russian oil anymore. And Hungary is sort of stuck because they have one pipeline that's been there for years.
Now, India's a bit confusing because their leaders are saying no, but the oil refineries, yes. The Indian oil refineries are saying, yeah, we actually are stopping our purchasing from Russia. So it's funny because the Indian oil refineries are listening before their leaders are.
Years and years and years, and they're inland. They don't have sea. They don't have sea. And I spoke with the very great leader of Hungary, and they are, it's very hard for them to get oil. I understand it. Hungary's in a very interesting position because they can't have ports. They're surrounded by land. So we'll see what happens there. But India will not be buying oil from Russia. And they've already de-escalated, and they've more or less stopped. They're pulling back. They bought about 38% of the oil, and they won't be doing it anymore.
President Trump has been helping you in achieving peace in Ukraine.
Who has?
First Lady Melania Trump has been helping in returning abducted Ukrainian children from Russian captivity. President Zelensky, do you appreciate those efforts? How do you assess them? And did you ask her to step in and to help you?
No, she wanted to do it. She's felt very strongly about the children, and she's done a really good job, I think, in bringing it to the fore. We have a lot of children involved. Now, it's some people say it's 20,000 and some people say it's 300. There's a big difference between that, so nobody really knows. But she felt very strongly about the children. She thinks about the children all the time.
President Trump, if you okay tomahawks to Ukraine, what's going to happen if the United States is in a conflict and we need the tomahawks? Do we have enough?
That's a problem. We need tomahawks, and we need a lot of other things that we've been sending over the last 4 years to Ukraine. We've been, we gave them a lot. Now we have a different situation. We send it to the European Union. They pay for it and all that, and they have plenty of money.
It's a better position.
It's beyond the money. We need tomahawks, or we need a lot of other weapons that we're sending to Ukraine. One of the reasons we want to get this war over is exactly that. It's not easy for us to give. You're talking about massive numbers of very powerful weapons.
In my area, 10,000, hell bad. That's what people are telling me. But how many people you think are showing up to call Trump a king at their rallies? Trust me, in my area, it's about 10,000. So, hey, about 10,000 people showed up to call Trump a king. And I heard they had some pretty cool signs. Like I said, I wasn't able to go, but hey, I went into the city for a little bit to CVS, and it was causing some traffic, but they were telling me there was like about 10,000 people out there just protesting, and settled out during the day. But I mean, during the height of it, during midday, I mean, they were out there they said it was damn near like a festival, except nobody was serving food.
So that's one of the things we'll be talking about. Hopefully they won't need it. Hopefully we'll be able to get the war over with without thinking about tomahawks. I think we're fairly close to that. Yeah, go ahead.
President,
yeah, please.
Just you to understand. So for today, of course, we want to finish this war, but the war is another technological war. You don't use just tomahawks. If you want to target a military goal, you need thousands of drones. It goes together with such missiles. Ukraine has such thousands of our production drones, but we don't have tomahawks. That's why we need tomahawks. But United States is a very strong production, and the United States has tomahawks and other missiles, very strong missiles, but they can have our thousands of drones. That's why where we can work together, where we can strengthen American production.
And so just so that I understand, so you're suggesting kind of a trade. If President Trump okays Tomahawk missiles to help you, launch.
Yes, it's
into
about
Russia,
military goals.
then
It's
you
only
would
about
let-
military goals.
Right, but then you would authorize some kind of an exchange where
Yes, of course.
the U.S. gets
Yes, we
Ukrainian-
have proposition. Yeah,
And
we have big proposition
President-
with our drones.
President
Yeah.
Trump, I don't mean to be brokering an arms deal here, but is that something that you would be interested in, Ukrainian drones?
We are, yeah, we would. We have a lot of drones right now. We build our own drones, but we also buy drones from others, and they make a very good drone. I mean, drone warfare has really come to the fore over the.
Yeah, I mean, no, and that's what it's mainly been with these guys. I mean, it's mainly been on the ground warfare and drone warfare. And of course, Russia's had the dominance with the cruise missiles. And, like I said, if Trump want to give these guys Tomahawk missiles, then, I mean, I think that just might increase the amount of cruise missiles that, Russia's going to send. So, like I said, it can either intensify the situation or it can kind of tone things down. Considering that now, Ukraine has the capability to take out some key structures as well at willy-nilly. Well, hopefully.
Last couple of years because of this war. I will say there's nothing like the jets. We knocked out a lot of drones in Israel. We were knocking them out for Israel, and we were doing it with extremely fast and powerful jets, following the drones and knocking the hell out of them. So it's, we know a lot about the drones, and we know a lot about the great jets, the great ones. The ones, and the B-52s, which were totally they were stealth. They were undetectable. So we have a lot of different weapons. And, I have an obligation also, though, to make sure that we're completely stocked up as a country because.
And shout out to Toe. She says, Shug, they actually showed up here. Our community of 273 legal immigrants showed up in their MAGA in USA clothes. The protesters left after an hour. I mean, hey, shout out. I mean, look, man, when the people you think you're defending come out and they're on the opposite side of you, it's just like oh, I thought I was on the right side of history. Nope. No, you were not. No, you were not.
You never know what's going to happen. In war and peace, right? You never know what's going to happen. So we're going to be talking about Tomahawks, and would much rather have them not need Tomahawks. Would much rather have the war be over, to be honest, because, we're in it to get the war over. We're selling a lot of different types of weapon, as you know, to the European Union. We're not in it for that. We're in it to get it over. We're losing thousands of people a week. Thousands of people, Russian, Ukrainian, mostly soldiers. I mean, mostly soldiers. But we're in it to see that end. And if we can end quickly, and I think we can. I mean, I had a very good talk yesterday. We're going to be talking about it. But I had a very productive talk yesterday with President Putin. We'll see what happens. But the war in the Middle East was far more complicated. We got that one done. And I think we have a good chance. I think President Zelensky wants it done, and I think President Putin wants it done. Now all they have to do is get along a little bit.
Can you give us an update on the trade negotiations with China, or perhaps Secretary Bessent?
Yeah, I will, and I'm going to let Scott do that. But I think we're doing very well. I think we're getting along with China. China would like to have something as of this moment. We'll be meeting in a couple of weeks. We'll be meeting in South Korea.
You think
myself.
will go forward?
I think so. It looks like it's going forward. I think so. They want to meet. We like to meet. I have a very good relationship with President Xi, and we're going to see what happens. But, for years we were taken advantage of by China very badly. We were losing hundreds of billions of dollars a year to China. We
jobs
really
too.
built their military, if you think about it. The kind of money that presidents allowed to be lost to China was just insane.
Shoot, the amount of money, the amount of business, I mean, jobs. I mean, yeah, for the past president did not try to protect our domestic economy at all. I mean, or our domestic market at all. Actually, they just let China take advantage of us. And now there's people who defend it.
Then when I came into office, as you know, I put very severe tariffs. So we took in hundreds of billions of dollars in my first term from China. Biden let that go because it was so much. He let it continue, but he gave all sorts of exceptions. And by the time you looked at it, Scott, I would say it wasn't the same thing. He would give an exception for anything. If you got up and went out to dinner, he'd give you an exception. So it wasn't the same thing. But I put on very serious tariffs. So we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. And then I left office. The election was rigged. I left office, and that was the story. Now I come back, and we are in a very strong position because of tariffs. We're in a very powerful position because of the fact that we have tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, we would be in a very weak position. We would be in a weakened state. But with tariffs, we've made hundreds of billions of dollars, not only from China, but from others. And China wants to talk, and we like talking to China. So we have a very good relationship, and we're going to be meeting in South Korea a couple of weeks. And I just got back from a long trip. I'm going on another long trip. And Scott, you want to say a few words on that, please?
Yes, sir. So the entire relationship stems from the great perspective the two leaders have for each other. China did a substantial, unprovoked escalation last week. We were unable to get in touch with them. Since then, it's been IMF World Bank Week. They have had working level people here who there have been meetings.
I mean, it makes sense.
Vice Premier who
They weren't able to get in contact with China because China got caught trying to do something insidious. Like I said, they were literally trying to sink our economy by limiting the amount of rare earths we can get from other countries. And we weren't even going to know why, because if the other countries would have played along, they'd have limited their rare earth export to the United States, all while also shooting themselves in the foot, because that'd be limiting their profit. And that was going to, limit our supply of goods while driving up prices. And that was the plan that they wanted to do, so they'd have leverage, what was it? Come to next negotiating. What was it? They were going to negotiate in Malaysia. Yeah. When the next negotiation came in Malaysia. So that was their plan, and it backfired because, countries started snitching. Yeah, they actually snitched on them and gave Trump the letter sent to them by China, a threatening letter at that.
my counterpart and I will be speaking this evening at around 8:30, 9 o'clock. And then he and I and a delegation will meet in Malaysia probably a week from tomorrow to prepare for the two presidents to meet. So I think that things have de-escalated. We hope that China will show the respect that we have shown them. And I am confident that President Trump, because of his relationship with President Xi, will be able to get things back on a good course.
Is the hope for that meeting with you and President Xi some kind of trade deal then, or
could be?
More
Look, I think we're in a very strong position. We're getting, as you know, as of November 1st, I could move it up if I wanted, a 100% tariff over and above what we get now. So that would make it about 157%. And China doesn't want that, and they want to talk, and we're talking. And I think we'll make a deal that will be good for both. I think we will do something. But you have to understand, we never got anything from China. It was a one-way street. For many years, for decades, it was a one-way street. And they became rich because of the United States. And frankly, presidents that, let's be nice, they didn't know. They just didn't know. They didn't understand what was happening to them. But I understood it. I understood it long before I ran for politics. I used to watch in amazement at how stupid our country was, how stupid they were. And we're not stupid anymore. And that includes with the European Union, that includes with Japan and South Korea. All we want to do is be treated fairly. But the fairly is hundreds of billions and even trillions of dollars coming into the United States. And it's our national security is secure because of tariffs. If we didn't have,
so crazy. It is amazing that no other president tried to do this against China, even after all the duplicitous actions that China has done against us in the past. Like, I mean, bro, you remember the lead toys? I thought that'd have been a great reason to be like, yeah, we can no longer trust China for manufacturing. Let's try to reshore some of that here. Like, we should have did this in the early 2000s. Like, this is amazing that it took 25 years to low-key make this like a plan. And now everybody's trying to fearmonger about the plan to reshore American jobs. And nor can they give you a better way to reshore American jobs.
Tariffs, we would have no national security. So it's very important.
Will you seek China's help in ending the war in Ukraine? Do you need them to put pressure on Russia?
I'll be discussing that, but I'd love to see it ended before that. I think we have a chance of ending the war quickly if flexibility is shown on behalf. And again, we're not losing people. The United States is not, we're not losing people, we're not spending money, we're getting paid for the, ammunition and missiles and everything else that we're sending to the European Union, but to NATO. But it's very similar. If you look at the countries, I mean, it's very similar. And we just made a very fair trade deal with the European Union. And what we wanted, and we made a very good deal with NATO too. They pay for all of this. That's not what we're in this for. We're in it to save thousands of lives every week. Thousands and thousands of lives. That's why we're in it. And I think we have a very good chance of bringing this war to a conclusion.
Europe's president and your cabinet has done honestly an excellent job. I think that a lot of people could agree to that.
Thank you.
I'm speaking as someone who lost my father in a war, so I know the human cost. What would your advice be to American leaders, to world leaders, to neocons, to TV hosts who often speak about conflict in abstract or strategic terms rather than the human cost and the human terms?
Fox. I'm sorry. I just had to. That is one thing that Fox News be doing. I'll be real with you. Certain people on CNN, but mainly Fox.
Look, my only statement is we have to get together. It's a very small group of people. It's the president, and the president. Okay, 3 presidents. And I'm the mediator president. And I'm mediating not an easy situation. It should be easy, but it's a lot easier when people understand each other, when they get together, and when they like each other. We don't necessarily have that situation as far as like is concerned. Maybe it can turn around. Maybe it can. But in the meantime, we'll have them keep a little bit of distance, and we're going to see if we can get it done. This is number 9, okay? This will be number 9 for me. I've solved 8, including the Middle East. I've solved 8. This, I thought, would have been among the easiest. We solved, President Putin mentioned yesterday, Armenia, all of the different wars. He said it was amazing because but the big one that he was surprised that we were able to settle was the Middle East. He thought it was incredible. He was very generous in that sense. This should be something we're able to settle, and I think we will be able to settle.
Brian? On that note, you will go down as the peacemaker, no doubt, and you will resolve this war.
Well, we resolved 8 others. It's funny how people say that. If you get this one, every time I do one, they forget about that one. I solved 8 wars. Go to Rwanda and the Congo, talk about India and Pakistan, look at Thailand, look at all of the wars
Thailand,
that
Cambodia.
we solved. And every time I solve one, they say, if you solve the next one, you're going to get the Nobel Prize. I didn't get a Nobel Prize. Somebody got it who's a very nice woman, very nice. I don't know who she is, but she was very.
Now, it was funny, though. They gave it to a person who's like protesting against what Trump is putting military force towards. She's protesting and speaking out against the Maduro regime. Trump is actually trying to get the Maduro regime out of power. And they gave the Nobel Peace Prize to her. I was like, wow. No disrespect to her work, because what she's doing is risky, but I'm just like, but he's actually trying to, put real force to getting it done. She can't do anything. She knows she can't do anything for real, but speak out. That's why she thanked Trump for putting military force towards it. I mean, the same military force that people in America are criticizing him for. I mean, ain't that something?
Generous. So I don't care about all that stuff. I just care about saving lives. But this will be number 9. But every time I solve one, they said, sir, if you solve one more, you're going to be known as a peacekeeper. So to the best of my knowledge, we've never had a president that solved one war. Not one war. Bush started a war. A lot of them start wars, but they don't solve the wars. They don't settle them. And especially when they have nothing to do with us. I guess just about all of these wars had nothing to do with us. But I saved tens of millions of lives. The Prime Minister of Pakistan said, I saved millions of lives in interceding on Pakistan, and you look at Pakistan and India as an example. That would have been a bad one, 2 nuclear nations, right? So I say this, this is pretty much the last.
It got bad, and they already don't like each other. I mean, they really don't like each other. I mean, there's reasonable grievances on both sides, but yeah, that had turned into a bloody war. just because there's already been hatred between them two, and they live right next to each other. So I mean, they live right next to each other. They don't like each other. They both got nukes. They have a terrible history. Yeah, that was gonna be a bloody one.
One, although I do understand that Pakistan attacked, or there is an attack going on with Afghanistan. That's an easy one for me to solve if I have to solve it. In the meantime, I have to run the USA, but I love solving wars. You know why? I like stopping people from being killed, and I've saved millions and millions of lives, and I think we're going to have success with this war. Wait, please.
This, President Zelensky, this is your third time over here.
Oh.
And by the way, you look excellent.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
For you, by the way. This is your third time here. How different sitting across from the president is this time versus the two previous times here at the White House? And how confident are you hearing the success rate of solving these prior wars that he can get this war solved?
First of all, about suit. The same suit because the same president.
And shout out Thomas Conservative. He says she needed to thank Trump so the opposition knew they can't touch her now. You know, that's also a good reason. I think they still can touch her. And, you know, I'm not sure if that's going to escalate tensions with the Maduro regime, but nah, I'm not sure about that one. I think she just thanked him because even she knew that, yo, this man's really putting real force towards it, and I can only do so much. But I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, because now she does die, a Nobel Peace Prize winner that was recognized by Trump as somebody on his side. Then yeah, I can see where that's gonna like stoke tension. But I don't know. I don't think that's gonna like escalate things like to where we're just now doing a whole land strike. We're putting boots on the ground over the young lady. Now, if she was an American citizen, of course, but you know, we're not gonna get that. We're not gonna throw ourselves overboard over a. Okay, never mind. Let me not say so coldly, but I mean over somebody that's not in our country. Like I said, I mean we've yet to put boots on the ground yet, and I don't think her death will be the reason why.
It's very simple. The
I hear what
next
you're saying,
president
though.
will have another suit. Yes, about our relations with President Trump, I think we have important dialogues, and I think we begin to understand each other. Yes, and I know that President is briefed very well about situation in the battlefield, and he knows a lot what's going on the battlefield in Ukraine, and I think it really helps. When you know a lot of things, a lot of details about one or another war, it helps a lot. But we are still in war, and I hope we can manage.
You have been hearing that there are some countries that are not meeting their commitment. You pointed out Spain. They said that like it's impossible.
No, Spain has not come through. No, Spain has not been loyal to NATO. Spain has been, they're the only one. Everyone went up to, as you know, I mean, you were at 2% and they all went up to 5%, but Spain disagreed with that. I think Spain should be reprimanded for that. I think it's very bad that they did that, but that's up to them. That's up to NATO and Spain.
They cannot be expelled from NATO.
Can they or not?
They cannot, according
Now I know I think it was Sid that was trying to say something about, oh, nobody in NATO is going to respect Trump's increase of military spending. Well, a lot of countries are already respecting it, and I mean the more wealthier countries, of course, are already increasing their military spending. So I don't know what is this whole TDS about Trump when it's just like everything he says is supposed to fail or something, and that just has not been the case.
to the tree, but they also claim that they are protected by the European Union umbrella for trade.
Well, the other people, many of the other countries are in the European Union too. They're not complaining, right?
Mm-hmm.
President, that's of interest.
That's of interest.
Mr.
They're
President.
protected by it. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do you think you can carry the momentum from the Middle East deal over to this deal? And if
I do.
So, how does that move the needle?
Yeah, I do. I think we carry a lot of momentum, a lot of credibility. Getting Middle East done was very important. Nobody thought it could be done. That was one nobody thought could be done, and we got it done. And a lot of that was the big hit that we put on Iran with respect to the nuclear. They took that was an unbelievable military maneuver, the B-2s, and many other planes involved, by the way, but the B-2s. Yeah, I think nobody expected that to happen. And, you know, we had 59 countries involved, and these were countries very diverse. You had Arab, Muslim, Jewish, you had every country, Christian, you had every country, and many countries involved, and we got that done. And we got it done pretty swiftly after we set the table properly. We had to set the table properly. This should be one that we get done. And I think the table is set properly here now, too. And it'll be a great honor. It'll be a great honor to get it done. And the Ukrainian people are great, and the Russian people are great. And obviously they have much in common, as we understand. They have a lot in common. So it'll be a great honor to get it done.
On Venezuela, there are survivors from your latest boat strike. What happens to those survivors?
Well, I'll ask Marco to discuss that possibly.
Yeah, it's well known there's an ongoing narco-terrorist operation the United States has been conducting. As far as details of any recent strikes, we're not prepared here to announce all those details, but you'll get that information here very shortly.
And how are there survivors when these are meant to be lethal attacks?
Yeah, again, I mean, we're undertaking these operations against narco-terrorists. That's what these are. These are terrorists. Let's be clear. And but as far as the details of any,
a lot of people don't understand that. Well, Trump doesn't need to consult Congress when striking terrorists. I mean, when you designate a group of terrorist organization, it is what it is. I mean, did he need Congress approval to strike the Houthis? No, he didn't. So does he need Congress approval to strike the cartels? No, he does not. I mean, besides, already something that the Congress has allowed the president to do well for years. So it is what it is. And people always want to act brand new when Trump does something. It's kind of hilarious.
recent operations when we are prepared to announce.
Like it's always, this has never been done before. Oh, well, you obviously don't know history then.
So as we will, as the president has consistently done. So you may get something on that later today.
Let me ask you, that was in a submarine, right? We attacked a submarine, and that was a drug-carrying submarine built specifically for the transportation of massive amounts of drugs, just so you understand. This was not an innocent group of people. I don't know too many people that have submarines, and that was an attack on a drug-carrying, loaded-up submarine. Yeah.
On Putin, is it your belief, as Mr. Zelensky said yesterday, that the threat of tomahawks and costs, as Secretary Hicks put it, is that bringing him to the table, the fact that it's kind of a carrot and a stick?
I don't know what's bringing him to I think he wants to make a deal, that's all. I can't tell you what's bringing him. Sure, that's the threat of that is good, but the threat of that is always there. Tomahawks are very dangerous weapons. They're incredible weapons. If you like warfare, it's one of the most accurate. You know, we hit 30 Tomahawks in Iran after the B-2s did their damage. We sort of gave it a little capper with 30 Tomahawks from a submarine, quite far away actually, but they're an amazing weapon. They're a very powerful weapon, but they're a very dangerous weapon, and it could mean big, escalation. It could mean a lot of bad things can happen. Tomahawks are a big deal. But one thing I have to say, we want Tomahawks also. We don't want to be giving away things that we need to protect our country. We have a very strong country right now. We have a strong military. We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest weapons in the world. I want to get this war over. Okay?
Putin-Trump tunnel to connect Russia and Alaska. Are you interested?
I just heard about it. A tunnel from Russia to Alaska. I just heard about that one. That's an interesting one. We'll have to think about that. I hadn't heard that. We just did a nice road in Alaska that's going to get us to a lot of minerals, and we have a piece of it, a good piece of the ownership because of the fact we made it possible. But this came up yesterday, a tunnel from Russia to Alaska. That's an interesting. What do you think of that, Mr. President? Do you have any ideas? How do you like that idea?
I'm not happy with this.
I don't think you're going to like it. I don't think he liked it. I don't think he liked it.
President Trump, do you think that Vladimir Putin, do you think that Putin's your gut instinct?
Well, we had a senator that wanted, remember, from Hawaii, she wanted a tunnel from the mainland to Hawaii. And she said, well, we can't do that, so we're going to build a railroad to Hawaii. Do you remember? She's a current sitting senator, a Democrat. She wants a railroad to go to Hawaii, right? You know who that is, right? She's another. She's another beauty.
President Trump, your guidance.
Yeah, please.
On your meeting with Putin, aren't you concerned that maybe the Russian president is trying to buy himself more time?
Yeah, I am. But you know, I've been played all my life by the best of them, and I came out really well.
I mean, like, what do you think everybody's doing right now? I mean, Zelensky's buying time to get these cruise missiles. Russia's buying time to stock up too. Everybody's taking this grace period to stock up. Well, honestly, there is no really grace period. I mean, the war's still going on, and Zelensky's honestly just trying to, even the playing field with the not cruise missiles, but the Tomahawk missiles. And man, I have a bad feeling about that. That's all I'm gonna say. Y'all already know my opinion on it. I think it's just going to escalate things further, going towards further destruction, but we'll see. We'll see.
So it's possible, yeah, a little time.
Is your gut instinct
it's all right. But I think that I'm pretty good at this stuff. I think that he wants to make a deal. I made 8 of them. I'm going to make a 9th. I think he wants to make a deal.
Do you consider Russia to be a paper tiger? Do you think, judging by the state of its economy,
Well, I think that he should have won the war in a week. Yeah, I do think. And if we didn't give the anti-tank missiles, as you know, the javelins they call them, they got stuck in the mud. They would have been in Kiev very quickly. They were heading to Kiev. So, in war you have a lot of luck too. People, weather has won war, and the cold and the heat and all things take place in war. But that was a very interesting moment when the tanks started rolling and some brilliant general said, let's go through the mud instead of going down the highway, right? So they got a little bit lucky. But you know where they really got lucky? I gave javelins. That wasn't given by Barack Hussein Obama. He gave them sheets. There's a statement. Obama gave them sheets and I gave them the javelins. And the javelins are a devastating weapon.
Yeah, like I said, it's one of the reasons why they stayed in the game and it wasn't no 3-day war or a 3-day conflict.
And
a military
that wasn't given by Obama. That was given by, because at the time it was Obama. That was given by me. So it was like one of those things. And you had hundreds of them. They're a devastating weapon. We have a lot of devastating weapons. I'd rather not use them. But that was a big moment. When the tanks got stuck, they got stuck. And call it luck or call it talent. I'm not sure what you'd call it, but it was a big moment in time.
Do you think Democrats will give you credit? Do you think Democrats will give you credit when you finally end this war, like they did with the war in the Middle East? And
I think right now the Democrats are really damaged, mentally damaged. They want to take $1.5 trillion with a T, $1 trillion and give it to people that invaded our country. They came into our country illegally from prisons,
And really, they want to reverse the big beautiful bill spending cuts to Medicaid, while also adding $150 billion on top of it.
From mental institutions, gang members, they want to give them health care and take it away from our citizens. We're not going to do that. $1.5 trillion. They want to destroy. They want to destroy our health care system. We're not going to let that happen.
Have you authorized CIA operations in Venezuela as part of?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but some interesting things are happening around the world. I'll say that.
Mr. President, it has been reported that Maduro offered everything in his country, all the natural resources. He even recorded a message to you in English recently, offering mediation. What should we do in order to stop that?
He has offered everything.
Yeah, he's offered access to their oil. He's offered to stop messing with China so much, but nope, Trump just wants him out of there. The only thing Trump wants is him out of office. He doesn't really care what Maduro has to offer. Shoot, we thought it was about the oil, but the man's giving up the oil and Trump saying, no, I just want you out of office. Huh.
He's offered everything.
Hey, it's either it's not about the oil or they have somebody that they can work with better they have in mind.
You're right. You know why? Because he doesn't want to fuck around with the United States. Oh. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
It's crazy how he ended it on that note. Well, okay. But all right, though. Let's go ahead and get into this little Zelensky interview that he pulled up for with not MSNBC, but NBC. So shout out on Meet the Press. Let's see here, right there.
President Trump give you any assurances that the United States will give Ukraine Tomahawk missiles?
First of all, we need tomahawks, and when we speak about long range, people have just to understand, we use thousands of long range drones, Ukrainian production, on military goals. But Russia uses not only drones of Iranian production, they use and also their production. Be honest, they have their drones, but also they use missiles of Russian productions.
Yeah, okay, and that's what it is. Like they just had drones, but Russia not only do got drones, but they got missiles, and that's what I'm saying. That's what Zelensky's trying to get. He's trying to get in. He's trying to even the playing field, and I'm like, dog. Even if you even the playing field, you still got a man problem to deal with. You still got a military personnel problem, and if this is about drone warfare, I mean, y'all could do that all day, because they got their own drones. You got your own drones, but I mean, like I said, they got missiles that they can hit y'all any minute with. So yes, he's trying to even out the playing field, but there still is the fact that, well, your military is diminishing, and Russia, they're lining up about some more reserves. And why? Just because they got bigger numbers. So sadly, it's still not looking good for this man, even if he was to get the cruise missiles. Well, not cruise missiles, but Tomahawk missiles.
Missiles long range of North Korea production. It's very difficult just to operate with only with Ukrainian drones. We need long range Tomahawks and similar. United States has similar things. We need it for mixed using, like Russia's.
I don't believe that.
Like Russia uses. It's understandable how it works. So our teams work on it, I said, and I'm honest. It's good that President Trump didn't say no, but for today didn't say yes.
He didn't say yes to Tomahawk missiles.
Yeah. I mean, this is a sensitive question, and messages from President that it's not enough for American interests, the number of you have. Yes, I can't share these details. I'm sorry, this is your internal questions, but I count on continuation of this.
I mean, it's kind of crazy. Like, don't you think it's delusional for this guy to come before us and going like, hey, yo, I need help with a war. I need some missiles, and think that he's winning? Isn't that a bit delusional to think that he's winning when he's asking hey, yo, can you help me play on an even playing field with these guys? What does that tell you? Like, what does that honestly tell you? If there's that, like, can we not use common sense to sit here and say, yeah, well, obviously he's losing if he has to come to us to have an even playing field? He's like, yeah, they got drones and missiles. We just got drones. They're whooping our ass. So can you help us out with some Tomahawk missiles? Like, if he was winning, right, then why is he even asking for missiles? Like, think about that. He just came to y'all in front of you guys and admitted, like, yeah, well, like Russia, they got drones and missiles, and we only got drones, and we're over here begging America for some missiles. Does that sound like somebody who's winning? Like, I don't get how people even think this anymore.
Dialogue.
In the beginning of the week, President Trump seemed open to giving Ukraine Tomahawk missiles. Then, after speaking to President Putin, he changed his tone. Do you think President Trump changed his tone about Tomahawk missiles after speaking with President Putin?
I don't know really, because we didn't meet before this phone call. But for today, it's good again that he didn't say no. Yes, but I think that it's what he understands, maybe understood after phone call. I don't know. I was not during phone call. So, but I knew about it, that Tomahawks, it's very sensitive for Russians. They afraid that United States can deliver Ukraine. I think that Putin afraid that United States will deliver us Tomahawks. And I think that he really afraid that we will use, and he knows what military goals, we know where they are, where the military goals of Russia, and he afraid that we can use it. And that's why we are where we are.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
All right, but here's also Zelensky speaking after the meeting with Trump.
At the White House right now, live, Zelensky speaking.
So thank you so much. We are very thankful to President and his team for invitation again, and for our meeting. We had productive meeting, long meeting, yes, because we wanted to have wide plan of topics and questions, and so in any way, thank you so much. Thanks to United States team. We spoke about air defense. It's important for us, you know, even now when we speak with you, yes, a lot of drones in Ukraine. They attack our civilians, attack our families, our children. We decided that we will work more with productions and etc. And yes, you know, that the question is with all this, you know, lines and orders with time schedule. So this is very difficult question. So we will try, all our teams will try to manage how to change the order of one country, which systems are ready already with our order. So it's difficult process. In any way, this, I think, positive signal that we will work on it. We understand the number, what we need, and we understand where to get it. And it's a pity we understand the challenges, how to get it. Then,
all right, now let's go ahead, because I think we heard enough of Zelensky and his excuses. But all right, now let's go to Trump commutes prison sentence of former Republican George Santos, which the left was losing their mind about. A lot of people were trying to compare him to, what was it, Nancy Pelosi, but let's see here, because I remember hearing this man out, and I don't know, man. He didn't sound like a truthful person to me, and that's just me, I don't know, from an interview before he went to jail and all that, when he read out the crimes, I don't know, man. He seemed pretty guilty, but no, that's just how I was looking at it.
President Trump just this hour commuting the sentence of former Republican Congressman George Santos, who is currently serving a 7-year prison sentence for aggravated identity theft and wire fraud charges. Let's get straight to CNN's Kristen Holmes at the White House. Kristen, a bit of a Friday night news dump, I guess we could describe it, from President Trump. Did he say why he chose to do this?
Well, it seems pretty unexpected, actually, because President Trump has been lobbied on this by both Santos as well as other members of Congress, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, for some time, and he has always evaded answering the question of whether or not he would pardon or commute a sentence for George Santos. It does appear, looking at George Santos' Twitter, that he wrote an open letter from prison recently as this week. But if you're asking President Trump why he did it, he is linking this to Senator Blumenthal of Connecticut and saying that Blumenthal lied but never had to go to jail. And of course, Santos lied but did have to go to jail. And then really essentially saying that because Santos is a Republican, that maybe he should have his sentence commuted. This is also not the first of these former Republican politicians that he has pardoned or commuted their sentence. He did so for Representative Michael Grimm. He did so for a Connecticut governor, among others, all Republican, failed Republican politicians who had been convicted of crimes. When it comes to himself, as we know, he had been convicted of 7 years to a 7-year sentence. This says, according to Donald Trump, that as soon as he signs this pen, he is no longer going to be in any, it says releasing George Santos from prison immediately. That's what happens as soon as he signs this commutation, of course. I'm sure there's a lot that has to happen in between then. But this is a lengthy screed here about Blumenthal. I will note, it was just earlier this month, maybe 2 weeks ago, that President Trump said he was going to look into Blumenthal. He was going to do some kind of investigation into him because he had clashed with Attorney General Pam Bondi. It's something he has brought up a lot. Unclear whether or not this actually has anything to do with Blumenthal, but this is how President Trump is translating this. We'll wait to see reaction from Santos and other lawmakers who, of course, expelled him from the House of Representatives because he was found guilty of fraud, as well as stealing other identities, posing as donors to make donations, among other things. So we'll wait and see what the reaction is to this.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I think bro guilty. I don't even know why. I don't think Trump should have commuted his sentence. I don't think Trump read enough into it. he must have had some pretty good representatives or some good lawyers to get him that community sentence. Because if you hear this man explain the story and all the charges, oh my goodness, it just sounds like he's guilty. I'm gonna be honest with you. And he doesn't look like a guy of good character at all either. I'll just be honest. And he's on our side, and I'm saying this about him. So I'm gonna be real with you. I do not mess with that man, George Santos. Not one bit. But all right, guys, let's head over to the geopolitical side of things. Whoop. Yep, Israeli strike hits Lebanon's east.
The strike targeted a vehicle on the Masna Road, a key route near Lebanon's main border crossing with Syria. The Lebanese Health Ministry confirmed the preliminary death toll and called the situation deeply alarming. Emergency crew worked through the rubble to pull victims from the wreckage and transported them to a hospital.
And the reason why this is concerning is just like, all right, so things were kind of quelling down in Gaza, and now they kind of turned the direction to Lebanon, and now they're going like, oh, well, Hezbollah is trying to resurge, so now we need to go ahead and strike Lebanon. Now Lebanon's pretty pissed off at them. So, like, Israel, like, come on now, another one?
The strike came as Lebanon's cabinet was in session in Beirut, reportedly discussing a controversial plan to disarm Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed militant group at the center of the ongoing regional tensions. Israel has long accused Hezbollah of rebuilding its military infrastructure, claiming the drone strike was part of broader efforts to protect its northern border. Since the ceasefire, Hezbollah has acknowledged launching at least one cross-border attack, a move Israel says violates the terms of agreement. The ceasefire agreement mandated withdrawals by both sides from southern Lebanon. However, interpretations have differed. Hezbollah insists the deal applies only to the area south of Litani River, while Israel and the United States argue that it requires full disarmament of Hezbollah across the country. Now, despite a ceasefire agreement in place since November, an Israeli drone strike on Lebanon's eastern border has left at least 5 people dead and 10 others injured.
Oof. All right. Well, I mean, now that we know that Israel's trying to get into it with Hezbollah and trying to get Hezbollah to disarm, and we see how that's working. And the problem is the people of Lebanon does not want Hezbollah to disarm because they see them as, well, basically their military force or their protector. So the people of Lebanon don't want Hezbollah to disarm. Now, we may want them to disarm. Like, sure, I know I do, but the people of Lebanon don't want that. And if Israel's going to try to force that, then they're literally going to be going to war with Lebanon. But all right, though, let's get over to Hamas publicly executing civilians. I know. So you got some of their own back, and I guess they start handing out punishments for who knows what. I wonder if they can get into the details of that, because I mean, they make it sound like, oh no, they're just killing them because of whatever. But I mean, hopefully it's for crimes. You never know.
Let's take you out to this live look right here. This is over Khan Yunis there in Gaza. As you can see, they are doing some work to clean up some of the rubble as the war has winded down, at least for now. Now, President Trump has also issued a strong warning to the Hamas terror group: stop the killing or be killed. That is, as the Gaza residents have said that many of them, several folks, have been executed there publicly by Hamas in Gaza over the days since that ceasefire took effect. Now, we also know that there are reports that Hamas has refused to disarm. So that's part of the deal here, is that they would throw out their arms. They would be done here. But that does not appear to be the case. I do want to bring in Jonathan Schanzer. He is the executive director at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us.
I mean, dang. I mean, look, we're trying to get Hamas to disarm. We're trying to get Hezbollah to disarm. You know what? I mean, now, Hamas, I agree, needs to disarm. Hezbollah, it does seem like they're trying to push Lebanon into a war with that order, but we'll see how far that goes. It does kind of seem like phase 1 of the Gaza peace deal is falling apart because Israel's being, a bit like, well, they want the dead bodies back. Yes, they want the 28 dead bodies that, well, their reckless bombing may have put under thousands of pounds of rubble that the Gazans now need to go dig up.
Here.
My pleasure.
All right, so Hamas has said essentially, according to reports there, they are not going to lay down their weapons and say, we're disarmed, that's it. We're not going to leave Gaza. Your thoughts overall, is that a non-negotiable for Israel?
It is a
It
non-negotiable,
is,
but
of
it's
course.
also a non-negotiable for Hamas. And I think we knew that going into this. The Israelis want Hamas defeated. Hamas wants to survive. And that is their metric for victory at the end of this 2-year war. They want to be able to show the world that they were able to fight Israel for 2 years and emerge not quite unscathed because they are truly defeated in a military sense, but their mere survival is their metric for success. And so now this is a test of wills, Josh. They are going to try to defy the president of the United States. They're going to try to defy Israel, which is the strongest military power in the region. The question in my mind right now is whether the Arab world leans on them the way they should. But I think more importantly, whether the Europeans and all these other countries that were calling for a ceasefire, calling for an end of the war, Trump has negotiated the best terms that one could possibly imagine for an end of the war. And now Hamas is refusing to lay down its arms.
Now, I would love to say that it is one of the best terms that they got, considering that their militaries or their leadership has been decimated. That is the best term for Hamas. But I don't think I could see them. That's like stopping them is one. I mean, they kind of seen what happened in Libya when Gaddafi disarmed. I mean, how did that work out for them? Did the invasion stop, or did things just get thrown into further turmoil? I mean, actually, the invasion did stop. Things just went into further turmoil. And let's not forget, there is still a civil war going on in Gaza between the Israeli-funded group and Hamas. I mean, there's still that going on in Gaza. So there's a whole lot of BS going down in Gaza that's honestly is going to make it real hard for these guys to demilitarize because they're still fighting a civil war in Gaza. It's against, well, ironically, Israeli-funded forces that I covered about a couple months ago. Yeah, I mean, they are claiming they're Israel forces. They want to fight Hamas. They say they're sticking up for the Palestinian people. So, yes, there is a civil war going on in Gaza right now. Man, it's quite. And here's the thing, though, we're on the American side of media, we're acting like they don't exist. But if you go over on foreign news, yeah, they'll let you know. But speaking of foreign news, let's go over to Al Jazeera. I like to listen to both sides here.
The United States has warned Hamas is planning an attack in breach of the Gaza ceasefire. The US State Department says the United States has informed the guarantor nations of the Gaza peace agreement of credible reports indicating an imminent ceasefire violation by Hamas against the people of Gaza. This planned attack against Palestinian civilians would constitute a direct and grave violation of the ceasefire agreement. Let's go now to Moin Rabbani in Montreal. He's the co-editor of Jadaliyya and non-resident fellow at the Centre for Conflict and Humanitarian Studies. Moin, what's your interpretation here of this US State Department issue?
It's somewhat difficult what to make of it. We're being asked to believe that the United States, which for 24 months has unconditionally supported Israel's perpetration of genocide against the Palestinian people of the Gaza Strip, is suddenly concerned about their welfare and is threatening to take measures to protect what it calls the people of Gaza. It can't even bring itself to use the word Palestinians. Second of all, the ceasefire agreement was between Israel and the Palestinians, so it's unclear, even if these reports are credible, to what extent any Palestinian attack against other Palestinians or Israeli attack on other Israelis.
No, I'm pretty sure there is, like I said, there's definitely a civil war going on around there. Now, I'm not sure if it's Hamas attacking civilians, but let's be real, there's other forces besides Hamas in there. There's forces fighting Hamas while Hamas was dealing with the IDF. So, like I said, Gaza's been turned into a straight up battlefield. And now that the IDF is kind of withdrawing, but still throwing attacks, though. They're withdrawing while they're shooting still, guys. Like they're stepping back and throwing missiles. Literally what they're doing. But even so, they're dealing with that. And they're also dealing with this Israeli funded force against Hamas. And I mean, here's the thing. It's not like I'm against the Israeli funded force to take down Hamas, but it does cause a problem because it's starting to mix people in. Now we really don't know who's Hamas and who's this Israeli funding force. and who's actually doing the killing of the Gazan civilians, because there's just so many people on the ground.
Would constitute a violation of that ceasefire. But in broader terms, it's quite clear that Israel and the United States.
But if I was to put my money on it, I would say maybe most likely Hamas. They might have got back some prisoners that, might have felt that they might have betrayed them. And they're like, all right, cool, you're done. Execution.
Are very disturbed by Hamas's reassertion of authority over those sections of the Gaza Strip from which Israel has withdrawn. Israel has been sending in armed gangs and collaborator militias to wreak havoc in these areas. And these now represent the people of Gaza. And Hamas is being put on notice that any further efforts to clip their wings or to get rid of them will be viewed as an attack, not as on Israeli proxies, but as an attack on the people of Gaza. I mean, we have seen these summary executions conducted by Hamas forces against those they claim are criminals and collaborators. And I think it's
I mean, they've executed Mossad agents. They've executed people who they say that were speaking out for Israel on their side. Yeah, I mean, anybody who wasn't down with the F Israel message, they was taking them out. I mean, and that's wrong. That's extremely wrong. But that's exactly what they were doing. Like Mossad agents and anybody who sympathized with them, done.
Reasonable to,
like, I'm telling you right now, if your homie was a Mossad agent, you try to stick up for him,
assume that they have gone beyond that to also seek to take out others. But to suggest that this is in any way the United States coming to the defense of those whose genocide it has unconditionally supported for 2 entire years just boggles the mind and defies the imagination. I think this is really an attempt to stoke civil conflict within the Gaza Strip, to seek to achieve what so far Israel has signally failed to achieve.
Moen, can I go then, because you talk about these armed proxy fighters, you talk about the involvement of Israel, perhaps using them and stoking conflict here between the US and Israel about what's happening on the ground in Gaza. So the issue then would seem that there's actually nobody officially in charge in Gaza in the moment. There is a power vacuum.
Well, there was a power vacuum because, particularly since March, Israel began systematically targeting police forces, civil authority, and so on, including people responsible for maintaining law and order. So it went far beyond its wholesale attack against Hamas as a military organization or against the Palestinian population of the Gaza Strip, but began very specifically targeting the civilian infrastructure of governance in the Gaza Strip. Nevertheless, that power vacuum is now being, to a significant extent, filled by Hamas since Israel withdrew from about half of the Gaza Strip. And I think given the efforts by the Israeli government, and particularly Prime Minister Netanyahu, to project this image of unconditional victory, this is really bothering Israel. And I think, once again, the United States is coming to Israel's rescue by basically seeking to warn off Hamas against any further reassertion of its authority. And, if you read between the lines, threatening the Palestinians with civil war.
Moen, thank you very much for your insightful commentary. That's Moen Rabbani from Jadalia and non-resident.
I mean, no, it's too late. It's already civil war going down over there. There's people who are trying to fight Hamas, who's on Israel's side, and there's, of course, Hamas and people who support Hamas. Like, it's already going down over there. Like, in the United States, they ain't really had to do anything. I mean, sure, we were sending, like, money and missiles, but we ain't had nothing to do with the setting up of that little, what was it? That little Hamas fighting force that was set up in there in Gaza. It's like, we had nothing to do with that. That was Israel.
In fact, if anything, we're seeing them get more aggressive as they kill many of their own in the Gaza Strip. They're still holding 18 slain hostages and refusing to hand them over in an orderly fashion. So this is a standoff, and we're waiting to see how Donald Trump and how Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, how both of these men respond.
And we talked a little bit about the public executions you just mentioned, and I talked about it kind of leading in. But what do we know about that situation overall? Because as we mentioned, days ago, they started these public execution of the
Damn,
Gaza
34 minutes
civilians
ago?
there in.
Hold on, guys. This came out like about 34 minutes ago here. So shout out to Al Jazeera. Let's go ahead and get over to the man, you know what? When people say these guys are Hamas propaganda, I can see why. Because like Fox says one thing and they say the complete opposite.
Israeli army has launched airstrikes on southern Gaza, and that's despite the ceasefire in place now in its second
So
week.
yeah. I mean, Israel's broken 2 ceasefires in a day. That's crazy. I mean, honestly, that's a record. That is a record. I don't know how you do it. How did you break the ceasefire with Lebanon and Gaza literally the same week? Like, that's crazy.
There's no immediate comment coming from the Israeli military, but these latest pictures show the strikes in Rafah. A military chopper has also been seen circling overhead. Noor Odeh joining us from Amman because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting in Israel on the occupied West Bank. So what more are we learning about this attack in Rafah?
Well, Darine, let me start with the latest, which is that the Israeli Prime Minister has left a meeting of the cabinet to hold security consultations about that incident. Now, what actually transpired in Rafah? According to Israeli media reports, and again, as you said, we have no official account from the Israeli army or from Hamas, but the reports talk about fierce clashes, armed clashes between Hamas fighters and the Israeli military. There are also reports about a detonation of an improvised explosive device that created damage and injured soldiers in Rafah. Now, the background to all of this is the presence of an armed militia that was working with the Israeli army during the war.
Thank you. They finally said it. Oh, God, thank you. I'm about to say it's like there's a whole militia that Israel funded to literally go in and fight Hamas. And now there's a civil war breaking out and everybody playing brand new. Like, of course. But you heard it here at S.E.T media. Yes, there is an Israeli funded militia that's fighting Gaza. And they've also been the ones known to steal. Now, I know it's going to sound crazy, but they were also the ones who were stealing the UN support or the food that was supposed to go to the Gazans. Not Hamas. Actually, it was them. So, yeah, they can do. And here's the effed up part about this group. They can do crimes and hide under Hamas. Why? Because they dress the same and they look the same because they're Palestinians as well. So, yeah, like, let's make sure we remember that. Now, I'm not saying that Hamas is innocent. Heavens, no, they're not. They're not at all. I'm just saying when it comes to the conflict inside of Gaza, it's really hard to tell who's doing the bullshit right now.
In Rafah. Now, the background to all of this is the presence of an armed militia that was working with the Israeli army during the war, really reviled by the Palestinians and possibly wanted by Hamas. The accusation is that Hamas.
Not all the Palestinians reviled that Israeli-funded militant force. Like, they're not all of them hate them. There's some people who have turned bitter against Hamas, and they're joining that side. So this is what I mean, like a civil war is popped off already. There's the guys who are for the Israel-funded militia, then there's the guys who are for Hamas, and they're low-key colliding with each other now that Israel is somewhat pulling back, even though they're still sending missiles.
Hamas is trying to encircle that area, possibly get to them. But again, we don't have official confirmation. What we do know is that there are clashes, there are possibly injuries among Israeli soldiers, and the rhetoric right now that we are hearing from Israeli politicians, from Israeli ministers and opposition leaders is that Hamas has breached the ceasefire and that there must be a swift response by Israel. Now, this, of course, is very convenient for some of the ministers in the Israeli government, certainly adding to the tension and the risks that the mediators have to deal with. But it's not all said and done because we still have to hear from all parties involved. Certainly what is happening in Rafah is still a developing story, and we will keep you informed of all developments from the Israeli side.
And Noor, the border crossing there, that's the Rafah border crossing, we understand remains shut. Netanyahu's office had said.
Yeah, and here's the effed up thing about them closing the Rafah border crossing. So you remember when they bombed that school in Rafah, even though they told Palestinians to go there and they'd be safe, but they bombed Rafah anyway. Now, they said because Hamas was there. Now, here's the thing. If Hamas was there, don't you think that there might have been, I don't know, some hostages there that you guys might have recklessly bombed and killed? That if you want these dead hostages back, they might need to have to go into Rafah to get them? Because remember, y'all bombed the whole school and put a whole bunch of children under rubble. Don't you think that you might have put a couple of your own in there too? Like, just saying. So it's kind of weird how they're cutting them off, which they need to get into Rafah to also do some digging to see if there's also some dead Israelis in there as well. But it's kind of crazy how they're cutting them off and saying, oh, but you better give us our dead civilians. It's like, bro, what? Like can you not get in my way while doing it?
It will remain shut until further notice.
Yeah. He made that announcement shortly after the Palestinian embassy to Cairo issued a statement, instructions to Palestinians who were stuck outside of Gaza and wanting to come home, to return to Gaza, telling them what they needed to do, what the procedure would be for their imminent return. Of course, Israel has been manipulating the issue of the crossings, the issue of the entry of humanitarian assistance, using that leverage, that absolute control over the crossings, including, crucially, the Rafah crossing, to apply pressure. And the issue of the bodies of Israeli captives has been used as the pretext, the fact that Hamas has been unable to return all of the bodies, the accusation from the Israeli Prime Minister's office that Hamas could be returning more bodies than it is right now, even though the UN officials and other experts and the mediators themselves have admitted that retrieving the bodies, finding them, locating them, is going to be very difficult first because
I know. It's like, this is something that's not going to happen within the next couple of days. It's not like they're alive. And let's be real, y'all leveled 70% of Gaza. Don't you think you might have put your own under all that rubble that needs to be cleaned up so we can find them? Like, is Israel using any real common sense towards this? Like, you're trying to hop on Hamas about returning these dead bodies. If I was Hamas, I'd just say it out loud. Like, dog, a lot of these guys are under the rubble because of you. So give us a break. Like it's gonna take some months here. And y'all got back the live ones. I'm not saying that they don't need to get back the dead ones. I'm just saying that they got back the live ones, and I'm not sure why they're trying to restart the war over the dead ones that they themselves have put under rubble.
Millions of tons of rubble, Darine, but also because Israel, as we know, as we've seen now in the incident of Rafah, is still in control of over 50% of the Gaza Strip. Moving in Gaza is still risky business for civilians, but certainly for Hamas.
Thank you so much, Nurade, reporting from.
But all right, though, let's get over here to Fox News to get the Israeli side of it.
In Gaza.
Yeah, so I mean, look, Hamas has been around since 1988. Okay, this is an organization that slowly but surely took over the Gaza Strip, and they did so with brutality. In 1988, it was the first intifada, as they called it, and they were killing what they called collaborators. Now, after that, then we saw the second intifada break out, and that was additional killing of Palestinians who were deemed to be collaborators. Then there was the civil war that broke out between the PLO and Hamas in 2006 and 2007. And guess what? Hamas started killing Palestinians again. Anyone that would oppose Hamas, they opposed them, not just politically, began killing them on the streets. This has been a theme, right? Every time that Hamas and Israel have gone to war, 2008, 2012, 2014, 2021, in each case, after the war, they began killing people on the streets suspected of working with Israel or providing assistance to Israel. They're doing it again now, but really what they're trying to do, I think, more broadly, is not just kill their opponents, but to demonstrate that they're still this brutal terrorist organization that is going to run Gaza at the point of a gun. The question, to my mind right now, is whether there is anyone that is willing to stand up to Hamas as this process plays out in Gaza.
This ceasefire, no question, is very fragile at this point. Do you see this as the potential end to the war, or are what we're seeing here, the issues that we're seeing with Hamas and those public executions and them really not returning the bodies of all of the hostages? As you mentioned, 18 of the 28 not returned at this point. Is this really kind of headed toward the end of the war, or is that not the way it's appearing?
Look, this is the crossroads where we sit right now. This thing could go well or it could go horribly. And, I think there's a lot of presidential investment here. There's a lot of world attention. What we want to see is Hamas lay down its arms, return those hostages, and allow for the rebuilding of Gaza in an orderly fashion with a new government. That's the best case scenario. Worst case scenarios, they don't return the hostages. They continue to murder people on the streets. They reassert control of the Gaza Strip. Now, that's sort of the binary, right? There's one other path that I'm watching that I think we need to keep an eye on, and that is that there could be some kind of a civil conflict, internecine war that breaks out in the Gaza Strip because pockets of control, right, vary from different parts of Gaza from one to the next.
And like I said, it's already too late. I mean, the civil war is already popping off of Gaza, and it ain't our fault, man. It is not our fault, guys. Okay, not in America. It's Israel. It's Israel's fault. They're the one who propped this militant group up. They're the ones who's causing a civil war in Gaza. It's not us, even though everybody likes to blame us for some reason.
Yunus, Rafah, Jabalia.
And yes, Hamas, I mean, look, like I said, if you're working with Israel in any way, shape, or form, or if they catch you being like a Mossad agent, I mean, let's just be honest, it's over for you.
Gaza City, different parts of Gaza City are controlled by different factions. Some related to Hamas, some maybe related to the Islamic Jihad, some related to the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, some controlled by clans or families or tribes that are trying to wrest control of their areas from Hamas or other armed groups. There's a lot of chaos. This is what happens as war drags on. It's hard to know who controls what. There is that third option, but I got to tell you, we need to be pushing towards the Trump option, the process that he put in place that should lead to the disarming of Hamas and the rebuilding of Gaza. That is the goal.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. We got to be honest with the American people. We just can't say, oh, yes, Hamas need to disarm. Like, there's an Israeli militant force that's fighting them right now. You want them to disarm while they're being attacked? And everybody's keeping this Israeli militant force a secret. Why? Because that kind of kills the excuse to want Hamas to disarm. It's like, it doesn't make sense that we want them to disarm while they're getting attacked, not just by Israel, because Israel just bombed. So like Gaza, southern Gaza, maybe like an hour or two ago, just bombed them in southern Gaza. So, I mean, and while they're dealing with the Israel-funded militant Palestinian force that's fighting Hamas as well. I mean, and we expect them to disarm? I mean, does that really make sense? Unless we just want them to just, I don't know, sign up for execution, then let's just be real about it.
And again, I think we need to see more diplomatic pressure from other actors, not just Israel, not just the United States, the Arabs, the Europeans, folks out in Central Asia, Africa, East Asia. They ought to be weighing in. They ought to be making it. This, by the way, should have happened on October.
And here's the thing. Trump don't know this either. Trump don't know about this. The only people who really know about what's truly going on in Gaza is Hamas and Israel. Only two main officials or forces that actually knows going on, like that knows the real. Like everybody else in America who's like, we're all listening to Fox News and like ABC, and they're not really giving you, I'm be real with you, they're not as pro-Israel as Fox News, but even ABC and and NBC and the rest of these guys, they're not really giving you the real about it, but they are kind of just going against Trump's agenda for it, which I don't understand. It really don't make no sense, but hey, here we are.
October 8th of 2023, they all should have said, Hamas, there is no room for you in the Middle East any longer. But certainly after 2 years of war, it's time to have their voices heard. I'm just not seeing it right now. That concerns me. And that's what could lead us down the path of either chaos or more Hamas rule. Neither one of those is a good option.
When we talk about the 18 hostages, their bodies that have not been returned at this point, we know that it was part of the deal that they be returned. And President Trump did mention that on Truth Social the day that essentially Hamas didn't return them all as the ceasefire went into effect.
But all right, guys, now let's go ahead and get over to Al Jazeera and let's get back into, Israel's strike on Lebanon does breaking the ceasefire. Like I said, they broke like what? Wait, when did this come out? because it happened today. Like this attack happened today. So this came out about a day ago, and the Southern Strike on Israel video came out about 37 minutes ago. So within the past 48 hours, Israel has broken 2 ceasefires. I mean, man, that's crazy work right there. All right, let's get into it.
The strike targeted a vehicle on Masna Road, a key route near Lebanon's main border crossing with Syria. The Lebanese Health Ministry confirmed the preliminary death toll and called the situation deeply alarming. Emergency crew worked through the rubble to pull victims from the wreckage and transported them to a hospital. The strike came as Lebanon's cabinet was in session in Beirut, reportedly discussing a controversial plan to disarm Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed militant group at the center of ongoing regional tensions. Israel has long accused Hezbollah of rebuilding its military infrastructure, claiming the drone strike was part of broader efforts to protect its northern border. Since the ceasefire, Hezbollah has acknowledged launching at least one cross-border attack, a move Israel says violates the terms of agreement. The ceasefire agreement mandated withdrawals from both sides from southern Lebanon. However, interpretations have differed. Hezbollah insists the deal applies only to the area south of the Litani River, while Israel and the United States argue it requires full disarmament of Hezbollah across the country.
Which, like I said, the Lebanese people do not feel comfortable with Hezbollah disarming. They don't want Hezbollah to disarm because they feel once Hezbollah disarm, Israel's coming in. And I mean, let's be real, Israel has already had their eye on Lebanon's land for a minute now. And if you ain't been seeing the signs, then you've been playing blind.
Now let's shift our focus to West Asia, where at least 1 person has been killed and 7 injured in Israeli airstrikes in southern Lebanon, as the Israel Defense Forces claim that they targeted Hezbollah and its allies in the region. Well, the Lebanese Health Ministry, which earlier reported 6 people wounded, later confirmed that 1 person was killed in a strike on the eastern town of Shmitstar. It added that one person was
Lebanese president, Israel violated ceasefire.
Injured in the
Lebanese president now says Israel targeted civilian facilities. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it seems like if we can get things, squashed in Gaza, it seems like they're just going to pop off with the Lebanese people or Lebanon, which is wild. And I don't understand why they needed to attack these guys. And here's the thing, they're kind of using the same premises last time. Oh, but Hamas. Oh, but the Houthis. Oh, but Hezbollah. It's like they weren't even doing anything to you guys.
Malafal area, while 6 others were wounded in the Ansar neighborhood. The Israeli army said it struck Hezbollah terrorist infrastructure in the Mazrat Sinai area in southern Lebanon. It also said that it targeted facilities used by the Green Without Borders, an NGO under U.S. sanctions that Israel accuses of operating under a civilian cover to conceal Hezbollah's presence in the border area with Israel. Now, Lebanese President Joseph Aoun, however, insists that Israel strikes targeted civilian facilities, condemning what he said was a breach of a ceasefire negotiated last year.
Oh, and the reason why I believe that Israel did strike civilian facilities is because when they struck Lebanon last time, yes, they struck Lebanon last time to try to stop the Houthis from, creating their underground military facility. I mean, they were trying to take notes from Iran for some reason. That got stopped. And nobody complained about that, to be quite honest, because it was outside of the civilian area. Now they bombing inside civilian areas, and that's the problem. So Lebanon, the Lebanese people, 1, they don't really want Hezbollah to disarm. 2, last time Israel struck them, it was in the middle of the desert somewhere, and it was hitting an underground bunker that was away from civilian infrastructure. And 3, now it's different because they're attacking Hezbollah in civilian areas.
He said that Israel's repeated attacks are part of a deliberate strategy to destroy key infrastructure, block economic recovery, and destabilize the country, using security as a false excuse. Now, Israel has repeatedly bombed Lebanon despite a November ceasefire, which followed more than a year of hostilities with Iran-backed militant group that culminated in 2 months of open war. Yemen's Houthi rebels have announced that their military chief, Major General Mohammad al-Ghamari, has been killed in an Israeli strike. Ghamari died alongside his companions and his 13-year-old son, the Iran-backed group said, threatening revenge. Well, al-Ghamari's death was announced days into a ceasefire into the 2-year Gaza war, during which the Houthis repeatedly attacked Israeli targets and cargo ships in the Red Sea. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has posted on X that
Gamari died of his wounds after a strike in August that killed the Houthi prime minister and half of his cabinet. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that Gamari was eliminated following a series of terrorist commanders who set to harm Israel. He vowed to get them all. The Israeli military said that Gamari played a key role in building the military capabilities of the Houthi regime, particularly in establishing its missile systems and weapons production infrastructure. It said that Gamari.
I'll be real with you. Houthis, I mean, bro, the Lebanon, not the Lebanon, but Yemen, those guys, yeah, those guys actually deserve to get bombed. The Houthis, I'm be real with you, they do too much when it comes to Israel. Like, bro, they'll fire rockets knowing damn well it won't go at Israel. They're just firing their directions. Like, they're the real radicals when it comes to the, F Israel like speech, because they don't care. They'll always be against Israel no matter what. That's just who they are. And I'm just talking about just these guys alone. Everybody else is willing to work with Israel in some way, shape, or form if Israel just stops bombing them, except for these guys.
By Lebanon's Hezbollah group and Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps.
Now, Israel is fighting a war on 3 of its 5 fronts. What began as a surprise attack by the Iran-backed Hamas has now evolved into a broader and a much more volatile war. And the fear of a bigger conflict is, of course, looming large. So Israel continues to bomb the Gaza Strip. It is bombing Lebanon in the north, and it is also trying to fight the Houthis in Yemen.
Yep.
Now, in the latest, the Israeli military claims to have dismantled a 3.5-kilometer long underground tunnel that it claims included several tunnel hideouts in Gaza's Khan Yunis.
See, like I told you guys, yes, Israel went in and stroked deep inside Lebanon's tunnels to try to take out their underground facility that they alleged that, Hezbollah was building. Hezbollah.
Moreover, reports say that the Israeli naval boats shelled parts of western Gaza City. So while Israel continues its bombing operations, this is the reality on the other side. There is a chronic shortage of food that has resulted in acute starvation of the Palestinians.
Of course.
And what is worse is that the humanitarian aid centers have also not been a safe zone. The United Nations has said that at least 875 Palestinians are being killed in various attacks by the Israelis who've been posted there, these humanitarian aid distribution sites. Now, these are some of the images of the starving, desperate Palestinians thronging the soup kitchen in Gaza City. They're waving the empty pots as they wait to receive some food. A global hunger monitor has said that an estimated 500,000 Palestinians in the Gaza Strip are facing starvation, as the Palestinian enclave confronts a critical risk of an all-out, full-blown famine by the end of September.
And all right, now, I guess let's just go ahead and hop back over to American media. And let's hop into No Kings Rally. I do want to get into Nick Shirley's. He loves to go out there and talk to these guys and get harassed by the left. Me, I can never do it, but hey, it is what it is. All right, guys, let's get right into it.
Let's bring in Ohio's next governor, Vivek Ramaswamy. So this No Kings thing, how's Ohio going to handle that?
Look, I think it's all a deflection, Jesse. The people that in Ohio, what they actually care about is how do you improve educational excellence in our schools? How do you improve the economy, continue to grow jobs, deliver economic growth? These are areas in which Democrats have absolutely no vision. So when you lack vision, what do? You pound the table on everything else that doesn't matter as a distraction and a deflection. The good news is, Jesse, people here aren't falling for it. People across the country aren't falling for it. You said it well. No.
I mean, like, Drew, if you're going to be a hater, you can go do that somewhere else. I mean, log, if you're mad that nobody's watching your channel, just say that. But don't go over here hating on other people's. Have a good day.
You pound the table on everything else that doesn't matter as a distraction and a deflection. The good news is, Jesse, people here aren't falling for it. People across the country aren't falling for it. You said it well. No King's Day. We already did that on July 4th of 1776. We commemorate that every year. And that's what makes this country great. It's a place where you get to speak your mind in the open. And if folks want to do that peacefully this weekend, have at it. Keep it peaceful.
Yeah,
but this is the country where you get to do that without government censorship and also without fear of somebody putting a bullet in your neck. And I think this culture of political violence that's quietly promoted by some on that far left needs to end and say this is the country where we can peacefully disagree, still get together at the dinner table at the end of it, and at our best, deliver economic and educational excellence, the very things that the Democrat Party has absolutely no vision and no desire to talk about.
Well, how's the Democrat Party going to get it together when Kamala's out there saying we got to break stuff and bleed?
Look, she's just following the same trend and the mistake that the Democrats have made for the last half decade, which is that they can't actually disown someone further left than them, which leaves them beholden to this far left woke progressive wing that frankly
I mean, that's kind of how they're sicking themselves in Virginia right now with that Jay guy. What's his name? Jay Jones. Yes, with the Jay Jones guy who pretty much said that he would love to see a Republican or his opponent's wife and children die in front of him. I mean, the man said, hey, if it was between Hitler and Stalin and my opponent, I'd give that man 2 bullets. I was like, damn, this guy don't care. So, yeah, and the fact that there has been guys on the left who have not asked that man to step down, who haven't really condoned what he or condemned what he did, and yes, condemning him would be making him step down. He's still running as AG right now. After literally Texas coming out talking about how he would wish for his opponent's children to be dead. But then you guys say you guys condemn political violence. Do you? Because then why is Jay Jones still running for AG? Like, why?
Represents a tiny sliver of the country and even probably a minority of the Democrat Party. And yet anybody who's in leadership cannot actually distance themselves from that wing. So that's their dilemma. I sympathize with them if that's where they're at. Doesn't matter. We're going to lead with our own vision of common sense, bring down crime in the cities, go enjoy a walk in the inner city or your downtown and have dinner without fear looking over your shoulder for getting assaulted, improve educational achievement in our schools, and actually revive that idea of the American dream that we're proud of. That's what the Republican Party stands for. That's where we're headed. And Jesse, the other side's mess, it's not our problem to solve it.
Well, it is our problem because they make it our problem. I wrote a book about that. It's called Get It Together, where books are sold, still available. Because these people are trying to shoot us. And they're not letting ICE do the job they're supposed to do. It's just enforcing the law. And they shut down the government, and now people aren't getting paid. So their problems are our problems. So
Everybody
we got to help
book.
them fix it a little bit without, hanging ourselves in the process. How would you do it?
I think the way we do it is we win with ballots, not bullets on our side. Deliver an even bigger landslide next time around. You know what? We control all 3 branches of government. Let's deliver on the mandate we've been given. Next year in 2026 in the midterms, let's not only hold our majorities, let's expand those majorities. Now, the fact of the matter is most Americans right now are on the side of the common sense that the Republican Party embodies. We've just got to stand for it, Jesse, and not fall into the temptation of holding ourselves to their standards. We'll hold ourselves to our own standards. And you know what? There's a lot of Republicans across the country, I see them all the time, who don't yet know that they're Republicans. I meet them in Ohio all the time as well. People who don't realize they're already part of our movement.
Yeah.
And part of what we're doing gradually.
Oh, no, that's a hilarious thing. What I love about Ohio is even our liberals are somewhat conservative. It's like, that's the funniest thing about being in Ohio. It's like being in a red state. It's like, you ever notice that even some of your liberals have like strong conservative values? It's like hilarious. It's one of the funny things about being in a conservative state is that even our liberals are, kind of moderate, not really far left.
Is expanding our tent, expanding our coalition, growing this in a way that this Democratic Party is increasingly going to render itself into political extinction because of the direction they're headed. So that's the way we do it. Lasting, bigger majorities, and I think 2026 is going to continue on that.
Yeah, and I think you're right about that. Charlie Kirk did, in a sad way.
Oh, and also most of the radical leftists that I know, bro, they grew up in conservative households. So it's like, bro, conservatism is strong in Ohio.
Create this spiritual awakening in this country where people really are starting to open their eyes and their hearts, and that's a really good thing. Vivek, good luck. Have a great weekend. Stay safe in Ohio.
Yeah, stay safe out there, dog. Don't go out there too crazy. Don't come out there and try to make a speech in front of these people. You don't know what's going to happen. Well, Vivek, he loves making his speeches in front of people. And he's one of the, he's actually one of the, what was it? He was holding town halls when everybody was afraid to because, a bunch of leftist activists kept interrupting the town halls. And Vivek, he felt comfortable doing his because he's in Ohio. I mean, we don't got, like I said, our leftists are a bit more moderate than, maybe the ones in, Illinois or Michigan.
Welcome back, America, where we're with a man who I call America's wise man, Victor Davis Hanson. We're good friends. I really appreciate everything Victor writes and says. It's so important. So, Victor Davis Hanson, my question to you is this. You're familiar with the long list of presidents that we've had, the great ones, sort of the average ones, and the worst. At this time in his second term of his presidency, where would you put Donald Trump?
Well, I think he's in the top 5 because he's not waging a revolution as he's accused. He's waging a counter-revolution. He's trying to, it's just not politics, Mark. It's the border, it's the economy, it's the culture, it's the Smithsonian, it's PBS, it's NPR, it's the university. I don't think we've ever had a president that looked at 360 degrees and said the country needs to be brought back radically to the middle or it's going to be destroyed. And he's done that in the first 10 months in an extraordinary way. Part of it is he learned from his first term that as he didn't look at the resumes. He said himself, he came to Washington, he wasn't familiar with it. He was given a lot of illustrious names, and many people in his administration thwarted him. He had 4 years to ponder that, why he was a victim of this lawfare and other things. And this time he said, I have to have people who are force multipliers. So he's consciously, deliberately, carefully trying to redirect almost everything about American life that the progressives had altered radically the last 30 years. And the thing about it, no other Republican tried it. The Bushes didn't do it, and John McCain wouldn't have done it, Mitt Romney wouldn't have done it, Bob Dole wouldn't have done it. I can't think of any other major Republican candidate or president who would have taken on that task to say that we have gone way beyond what the founders envisioned, and we're a neo-socialist state. And every Republicans said, well, we can alter it, we can slow down the progressive project, but no one said that we can stop it. He did.
I think that's so important what you're saying. And isn't that why the resistance is more aggressive than anything we might otherwise imagine? That is.
Hey, nah, I heard that. I think it was DeSantis who said it, like drivers. If protesters are getting in front of you, run them over. No, go ahead, run them over. No, shoot. Did they made that law? You tell me they made that law, because I thought he was joking, Hellbat. I thought the man was joking. He said, look up Florida law for protesters. If you start to get violent, expect to have tire marks on yourself and a bruised ego. Yeah, I mean, you know what? God forbid they do that in Chicago, because, boy, I mean, the ICE vans are going to start running over people. I mean, all it takes for one guy to get run over and everybody's going to get put on notice like, oh, okay, they're serious. God forbid that ever happens. I don't want that to happen to nobody. But I mean, hey, look.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
No.
The fight over deportation, the Democrats thought they had that nailed down, could create more congressional seats, can get birthright citizenship and be really a one-party system pretty much for the rest of time, like they've done to California, they've done to Illinois, and they've done to other states. And he put his foot down and said, no, you look at across the board how he's pushed back. But he's, as you point out, he's gone into the culture. He's gone into the society itself, where the Democrats are, where the Democrats play, almost with monopoly authority. He's gone into the bureaucracy, which he never would do. They own the bureaucracy. It's not that he's turning things upside down and inside out. He's pushing things back, as you say, through a counter-revolution for normalcy, right?
Yeah, he's saying that it's not enough just to address the political revolution that the Democrats and the left wage. He asked a more fundamental question: where do they get the?
Hey, bro, shut up, Hellbat. The more extreme of us, because like, damn, bro. He says you don't want it to happen. I do. We are different. I mean, well, yeah, I'll give you that one. Hey, I'll just say I can't go too far on that one. But shout out Hellbat. But still,
this power to do this, because the issues that they're running on and they champion do not have public support. Open borders don't have public support. Transgenderism doesn't have, in female sports doesn't. How did they get this power? And he said, I know how.
Honestly, where did the left even get this stance from? Because that's one thing that always confused me about the left. Like, you can look up Obama right now, and he'll literally tell you why we shouldn't allow illegals to abuse the workforce. why we shouldn't allow it, what does it does to Americans, and why we should also start going after companies who support it. Like Obama was saying this. And you know the Dems love this man Obama, the saint patron of being a politician, is like they love this man. So why don't they listen to this man when he speaks wisdom? Or when he had hair. It seems like the more white in that man's hair, it seems like the more left he got. Like, can we get back Obama? I don't know, with the waves and the black hair. Like, can we get back that Obama? This is the Obama we need. Like, can we get this guy back?
Administration, the Bush administration, has done nothing to control the problem that we have. We've had 5 million undocumented workers come over the borders since George Bush took office. It has become an extraordinary problem. And the reason the American people are concerned is because they are seeing their own economic position slip away. And oftentimes, employers are exploiting these undocumented workers. They're not paying the minimum wage. They're not observing worker safety laws. And so what we have to do is create a comprehensive solution to the problem. Now, I have already stated that as president, I will make sure that we finally have the kind of border security that we need. That's step number one.
And shout out Hellbad. He says, vroom, vroom, motherfucker. Cue move, bitch song. Or I'm about to play that one again for you because ain't no way. But do you see how the Democratic Party went for fighting for, the American worker to now just, having this attitude? I guess it was F us.
Number two is to take on employers. Right now, an employer has more of a chance of getting hit by lightning than be prosecuted for hiring an undocumented worker.
Yeah, and I'm be rich. I'm about to attack Marjorie Taylor Greene on this. I thought it was damn near disgusting when she literally came out there on Tim Dillon talking about, I'm in construction and we need the illegals. Thank you for admitting that the construction company is crooked for building their profits off illegals, for underpaying people who come over here illegally. Thank you for admitting that, Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's why we want high immigration, for people like that to stop taking advantage of it. And y'all should be locked up for it, to be quite honest. And Marjorie Taylor Greene was literally defending that. And I found out, I'll be real with you, I lock her ass up. Like, period, point blank. I want the farmers who take advantage of them to get locked the fuck up. All of them need to get locked up because you know what? They're basically modern day slave masters. And they all need to get locked up. That's just me being consistent. Like, I don't like when the Dems champion it. I sure as hell don't like when Republicans do, but then pretend that they're against it. But then when they turn around to their business guys or the farmers, now they want to sing a different tune. It's like the most pathetic shit I've ever seen.
Have in female sports doesn't. How did they get this power? And he said, I know how they got this power. They got it with the indoctrination of K through 12, higher education, as you said, changing the demography with an open border, weaponizing the bureaucracy, FBI, CIA, or IRS. So he said it doesn't do any good to deal with the effects unless you go to the causes. And that's why the left went crazy. They said, well, we don't have any power in the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court, and the White House, but we have all this other power that will regenerate that political power as soon as, when we kick in 2 years. And now all of a sudden they said, oh my gosh, Donald Trump is addressing how we form propaganda, how we create bias, how we create all these dogmas that the people don't want, and we push it down their throat to these institutions. He's addressing the root causes, and that's why I don't blame them, because they understand that if he's successful, they're going to be neutered for a long time. So that's why they're furious about him.
And exposed for brainwashing.
Donald Trump, on the one hand, who really is historic and iconic in so many ways, as you're discussing. And then we have the Democrat Party that has moved further left faster than really any time in that party's history, adopting foreign and alien ideologies, whether it's Marxism, Islamism, all these isms, and trying to impose them on the nation, city council by city council, mayoral race by mayoral race, and even at the national level. And so the Democrat Party is fundamentally, in many respects, anti-American. I mean, their propaganda about the founding and the founders and the 1619 Project and all the rest is hostile to the very establishment of this country. So my question to you when we come back, Victor Davis Hanson, this is not a very pretty situation where you have a president of the United States who is very muscular in his promotion of Americanism and a Democrat Party that is really feckless, but still is focused on promoting these alien ideologies that undermine Americanism. That's my question to you when we come back. How is this going to work through? We'll be right back.
Click here.
I mean, hey, that ideology is not winning today, and it's not winning them elections, it's not winning them chairs, and it's not going to win them the midterms. So you know what? The Dems, this might be the worst Democratic Party in history to the point where it breaks the curse of the midterms. Because usually, you know, if a Republican's in office, the Dems take the House or start eating up the Senate and all that good stuff. And then if there's a Democrat in there, then usually the Republicans take over. No, due to this might just be the worst Republican Party in history. No, I'm sorry, Democratic Party in history. This might be the worst Democratic Party in history. They might break the curse, and it just might add more to the Democrats. It might add more seats to these guys. Sorry, Republicans. Guess I'm kerfuffled between the two right now. But it's only gonna give the Republicans more seats, while the Democrats still have these bad policies. So it's always anti-Trump, and they just lose more and more power. Like, to be honest, they're not focusing on really having good policies. They're focusing on radicalizing people towards Donald Trump and ICE.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're here in New York City for the No Kings protest. The last No Kings protest didn't work, so now they have another one. And the shirts are back. Last time you guys sold them out, so we brought them back. The link is in the pinned comment above and also in the description. Go ahead and cop. These will go fast. Last time you guys sold these out within just a few days. So now we're gonna go ahead into the protest. We'll see what happens. Here we go, everybody.
All right, we'll see where it goes.
Let's pull up the line. All right, you up the government.
Wake is the new woke.
Beautiful, beautiful tiara. You guys, Burger T, what are these people protesting today for?
These people are protesting obviously against President Trump. They're protesting against the government shutdown. But they're mostly just protesting because they just do not like Trump and they want President Trump to go.
You think he's a king?
No, and I just spoke to some guy and I said, if Trump was truly a king, we would not be able to have this protest that we're having right now. And he laughed at me and he said, do you honestly think that Trump would stop this? He can't stop this. And I said, well, you're all saying he's a king.
I mean, yeah, that's the whole point, my man. That kind of goes against our argument of him being a king. Is you think that Trump could stop this? If he was king, y'all all be at the gallows. So yeah, it would be a mass hanging. Yes, you're right. If Trump was king, you'd all be at the gallows getting beheaded or being hung. So due to the fact that you're not at the gallows facing public execution, I mean, we can confirm that Trump is not a king. The fact that you're out here having freedom of speech to criticize the president lets you know that you're not in a monarchy.
King, if he was literally a king, he could come in and stop this. And he's not stopping this.
Like if I was king, they'd be at the gallows. They'd be like, all right, cool. I'm gonna show y'all what happens when y'all, speak out against me. But if I'm the president, then I'm just like, well, hey, it is what it is. They disagree with me. Freedom of speech. Let them cook. Let them cook.
He's letting us all have our freedom of speech. I also talked to a guy who
Wouldn't
said
a king open up the government?
a king would open up the government. A king would absolutely put a stop to whatever he wanted to stop. He could stop and he could open up this government and he could stop protests just like this. But he's letting people protest in the streets, and there are thousands of people out there protesting. All of them have a deep unlike for President Trump. And even though 3/4 of all Americans voted for President Trump and we all want what's happening here in America, these people choose to come out because they are exercising their First Amendment, which is freedom of speech.
Amen, Booker T.
Yes.
What do you think the main reason is? What do you think, why do you think they're calling him a king now? Because last time they protested, nothing changed. Today they're protesting again.
Nothing changed.
Well, I think they're calling him a king.
The message is insurrection-y. The message, it's insurrection-y, but they're not doing anything about it. Oh, he's a king. Our democracy's doomed. And I'm like, okay, you're just sitting here yelling in the streets? I mean, I ain't gonna lie, bro. You ain't acting like it. You ain't acting like the democracy's doomed. You ain't acting like bro's a king. You're saying it, but your actions say otherwise.
because that's what they're running off of. They're saying Trump is acting like a king by his actions. The Trump isn't asking anybody to do anything. He's just doing exactly what he wants.
Oh, and shout out to my man Hellbait. He said, dude, I have a wild idea. Rockstar's Son remix for porn star. That would be hilarious. Wait, Rockstar Son remix for porn star. Wait, huh? I'm a bit lost. I'm not even gonna lie. So you might have to low-key bring me in on that one, because you kind of lost me on that.
When, as we know, he's not doing exactly what he wants. And the things that are happening in our government right now are good. Like, we're cleaning up America. And if anyone paid attention over the past summer, none of us knew what was going on, but there was an operation to clean up streets all in America, and the crime that just went down, and the criminals that were severe criminals were taken off the streets, and none of us knew that was going on, you know? So
yes,
he's done a lot that we don't know what's going on.
Booker
A
T,
king wouldn't do
gotta
that.
say the shirt does look good. Yeah. Awake is the new woke.
Awake
you guys
is
can
the
go
new
ahead
woke.
and comp the pin comment and then the description as well. All right, we're going into the belly of the beast. Goodbye. All right, Booker T. Jones. We love Booker T. W's in the chat for Booker T. Jones, everybody. Now let's head in and go interview some of the protesters. How's it going? Good. Some friendly people already showing up. All right, here we go. I don't know where they're going to march to. They have the whole entire Times Square is taken over by this protest going on right now. Where are they marching to today, ma'am?
14th Street and 7th.
All the way to 14th Street.
Yes.
So we're going like nearly 30 blocks.
Yes, sir.
We're going 30 blocks today, everybody.
Exciting.
How long do you think it's going to be going for?
The front of the march is at 28th Street. So, but you know, we've opened 34, 23, so we stop for traffic.
All right. McDonald's over there on 50 deportation of illegal migrants. Or immigration is America. Yes, sir. Do you support the deportation of illegal migrants?
What was that?
Do you support the deportation of illegal migrants?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, good. So, immigration is America. I mean, I guess, but you know what? I don't know. I don't really see nothing too wrong. Immigration is America. Well, most of us are immigrants. There's a few guys who come from the, original people who settled here. So, yeah, you could say that. But, saying America is illegal immigration, that's just wrong.
She's saying she doesn't.
If they're illegal, then yeah.
Okay. We got an agreement here. All right.
Do you not support the deportation of illegal migrants?
No.
Why not? He does and you don't.
It's not illegal.
Okay.
It is.
Crossed over the border illegally.
Oh no, she got that Don Lemon argument. What you mean it's not illegal? Yes, it is. Are they an illegal immigrant? It is a crime. It is what is it? It's not a civil violation. That's for overstaying your visa. No, it is. Yeah, it's a criminal violation, a misdemeanor for crossing the border without proper documentation, for being an undocumented immigrant. Yes, it is a crime. And shout out to my man Fox Chase. He says new snap rules goes into effect November 1st this year. And hey, you already know that happened. For all you lazy bastards, it's over. It's done. It's dead.
Should they be
and shout out Fox Chase, member for, what does it say, 10 months on there? Nice.
deported?
Bro, if it's a misdemeanor, yes, it's a crime, it's a violation, and the charge is you get deported or up to 6 months in jail for a misdemeanor. Like, let's not forget, you can still go to jail for this stuff.
I'm not too sure about that.
But you just said that if they should deport illegal migrants. So if somebody came over the border illegally, should they be deported?
Maybe if they're found guilty of that in like a court case with due process, then sure. But yeah, I think in those circumstances, then yeah.
Okay, cool. And what makes you not support that?
I think it's just it's only a civil offense, and I think.
Okay, he says Smash Mouth All-Star Song Just Remix. Okay.
Borders.
Thanks for the clarification.
Are inhumane to begin with.
Oh yeah, you're right. If you repeatedly, if you come over here again after we hit you with the misdemeanor and send you back and you violate again, that does get up to a felony. So yeah, stop acting like crossing the border illegally cannot be up to a felony. Oh, and it could be your first time. Let's say it's your first time crossing. You come over with drugs and we catch you. That's a felony. So shout out Hellbat. He says, by the way, repeat offenders equal felony. It should be for the first time, but hey, leniency is a bliss, I guess. I mean, yeah, leniency is bliss. Yeah, we're not savages. We're not trying to have to just throw these guys in jail.
Should we get rid of all borders?
I don't think that we should abolish countries, but I do think that there shouldn't be such strict immigration laws.
And for instance, right now, you have lots of deportations going on. Trump has deported around 400,000 migrants so far. Underneath Obama, he deported 3 million when he was president. Why do you think there's such an uproar of protests across America? And a lot of it is, one of the main issues is because of the immigration and the deportations that are going on. Why do you think there's such an uproar now that people are being deported versus when somebody like Obama or even Clinton deported migrants as well? And Obama and Joe Biden deported people, but he also brought in a lot of people. So why do you think now, because Trump's president, why do you think now they're trying to get all upset about the deportations?
Because they act in very Gestapo ways. It's very racially motivated. There's no due process.
There is due process. Expedited deportation is due process. Look, if you've been in here for what? Let's see, if you're illegal who only been here for 6 months, guess what? You qualify for expedited removal, which means that you don't get no court date, you don't get no lawyer, but you know what you do get? A ride back home. So shout out to that. And you know what? Let's go over to our man, Bill Maher, who pretty much just, well, he caved in almost all points, guys. Almost all points. We almost got him, man. We just need to go ahead and send him a MAGA hat so he can just wear it on the show at this point. But all right, Bill, shout out to Liberal Hive Mind for the clip.
Sweden opened its borders to over 1.5 million immigrants since 2010, and now 20% of its citizens are foreign-born, and its education system is tanking, and it has Europe's highest rate of gangland killings. And one result is that the far-right parties are in the government now there for the first time. To which liberals say blaming immigrants for the rising crime rate is racist. Yeah, but is it true? Of course it's true. It's not a coincidence the quality of life went down after the Somali gangs started a drug turf war using hand grenades. Calling it racist doesn't solve the problem. It hands future elections to someone who will solve the problem.
And I gotta tell you, that is a significant change. Don't forget, Bill Maher's the guy who last said this.
But in 1984, I remember walking around London like it was all white. It was all white.
But you go outside of London now, but now it's totally changed.
It went from, I read this in Andrew Sullivan's column, it went from, in 50 years, it went from 86% white to 36% white. Now, this is not a complaint. See, if we were conservatives, this would be like a lament. Great.
It's a fact.
It's a fact, and it's a happy fact.
And if you can't discuss it,
just don't tell me we're living in a year we're not living in. We're living in the year when London is mostly people of color.
Yes, it is.
And I'm applauding it.
Yep.
Happy for you. Happy for it.
Okay.
But let's live in the year we're living in.
It's, you go to Windsor Castle, okay? And the town, of course, is called Windsor.
Can I just say that it's not a good look when there's a decrease in white people, that crime seems to skyrocket? Can I just say that's just not a good look?
And it used to be, when I was a kid, all English tea shops with china, and everybody used to go there for afternoon tea, and you'd go to Windsor Park and watch some polo. And now you go around there, there's no more tea shops.
Right.
None of that.
Right.
It's Arabic restaurants.
Right.
It's Jamaican restaurants. It's Chinese. It is a complete and utter melting pot. And it's great.
And it's
great. It's great.
He went from basically endorsing the Great Replacement theory to now, it seems, ringing the alarm bell. And Sweden's his case study. Sweden now has the highest rate of gang shootings in all of Europe. They got Somali gangs using grenades in their gang battles, Syrian criminal networks running human trafficking rings, turf wars happening in all kinds of different no-go zones in the country. And 20 years ago, Sweden was a freaking paradise. Crime was almost non-existent. Certainly not brazen, broad daylight gang warfare and shootings. And well,
online vote today. So here is the result. Is multiculturalism working? Here is what you told us.
No.
5% of those of you who voted said yes, it is. 95% of those of you who voted this morning said no, it isn't.
95%.
Yeah, that multiculturalism stuff didn't work out too well, especially for people who don't want to assimilate.
It's very inhumane the way they're doing it.
Is it? I mean, it was inhumane how they was letting these guys in recklessly and letting the cartel do it. And also, since they were letting the cartel kind of extort these people, rape women, abuse children, I mean, that's pretty damn inhumane. And that's how a lot of these guys got in here. So if you can get mad at that, I mean, come on now. Can't you get mad at that as well? Because I am. That's why I kind of want them out of here. And I want the border closed so the cartel doesn't keep abusing this and sending people in here, not only to stagnate our wages, but to take opportunity away from American people and also put American people in danger. Like, come on now. Why would we want that? And let's be real. You guys only hating ICE because, I don't understand this, but you want the illegals to stay. I mean, you guys say you're against illegal immigration, but we're cleaning up illegal immigration and you guys are getting mad. I'm honestly confused. I know some of you are going to say, but the citizens said they're locking up citizens. You know, when you're caught up in a crime scene, right? They can hold you for 72 hours. 72 hours, guys. So remember that.
Yeah, I agree. And what makes you believe they're not getting due process?
Oh, when they go to show up to the court cases, they get kidnapped by ICE agents before they even get to go into the hearings. Or maybe they get out of the hearings and they get, snatched up by ICE. It's making it so that people are afraid to even go to the court cases, to the hearings, and it's making the process a little shady and underhanded. So I feel like once you start to mess with like the legal system surrounding it, and you make it so like that people are scared to go, and it kind of just makes a mess of things, quite frankly. Yeah.
Thank you guys very much for your time. Thanks for being out here. We hope you guys have a great day, and I hope you guys have a good time, and hope I didn't just ruin their relationship over the topic of immigration, because one guy supported it and she didn't. Here we go, baby. Let's go. Hey, thank you all for becoming members. Shift Heads is a member, and as well as Dedria Weisman. Wow, you guys, this place is freaking packed. Protect the future. Let's see what this guy's got to say. What worries you the most about the future?
I'm sorry, what's that?
What worries you most about the future?
The current situation with our government.
Yeah, and who's to blame for the government shutdown?
Obviously Trump and his Republican Party.
Yeah, in what ways would you blame them for the shutdown?
That they won't give Medicare back to people that need it.
Oh, okay.
Don't give Medicare back to people who need it.
Can I understand?
And the craziest part is, like I said, there's been no huge decrease in Medicaid recipients at all. So this whole healthcare crisis they're talking about, completely fabricated. Because if you ask them, all right, what's the healthcare crisis? Because there's still like about 70 million people on Medicaid. And it hasn't decreased to like 65 or 60 million. So what are you talking about?
I was doing some research before the live stream, and part of the government shutdown is, obviously you guys know, is part of because they don't want to fund healthcare for illegal migrants, but also there were some other weird things like funding for up to like $400 million for PBS. There was some other weird stuff overseas. Thank you all. All right, we're back. Wow, we got the fluffies out here. You guys, we got the fluffies out here, the inflatables. America is worth fighting for, sign say. No secret police. How are you doing, ma'am?
Hi.
I like the outfit today. What are you dressed up as?
Rainbow Bright. I'm Rainbow Bright because you know what? They hate more than anything? Joy.
Really?
My name is Joy. I'm full of joy.
We hate
and
joy?
good travel umbrellas, which I made for friends of mine.
Well, that is a radical view of us. I mean, they hate joy. I mean, we do? I don't know about that, sis.
And now they're all over the world.
Oh, amazing. I love the umbrella.
Super duper
I almost was going to ask you if you're a Care Bear, because you know how the Care Bears have
No, but I really want everyone to dress as a Care Bear and do the Care Bear stare. I think that'd be awesome.
And what brings you out here today?
I would like democracy. I would like the right to vote for myself and my daughter. Stop the SAVE Act. I cannot believe this is a thing.
What's the SAVE Act?
The SAVE Act is a bill they're trying to get passed in Congress to kill the right to vote for women. They say it's not, but it is if you actually read the bill.
Really?
You can ask the League of Women Voters more about
So
that.
they're trying to make it so women can't vote?
Women cannot vote if they don't have the same last name on their current ID as was on their birth certificate.
What happens if you get married, though?
If you change your name, you can no longer vote unless you change it back
I think
to
she
your
has.
original birth certificate name.
Really? So my mom's not going to be able to vote if she doesn't go back to her maiden name?
If they pass the SAVE Act, that's correct.
I doubt that.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I'm almost sure she has that completely wrong. It's like so ridiculous. It's like, yeah, ma'am, I'm pretty sure you had that completely wrong. I don't know who told you that, but they lied to you.
So hopefully it doesn't get passed, but I'm here for democracy in general. I'm here because as I was teaching my daughter, we are the...
And shout out to my man Hellbat. Appreciate the support, my man. He said every time I see an inflatable suit, I was to oh wow. Okay. So yeah, shout out to Hellbat. He says every time I see an inflatable suit, I was to fart spray the ventilator. The ventilation. I wish cops would do it. It would be more effective than pepper spray. Hey, bro, this man is diabolical, bro. Hey, keep Hellbat away from all No Kings protests, bro. We got to keep this guy away from these people, bro. I'm sorry, but like Hellbat, like nah, bro. You're a little bit too diabolical to be out there with those people.
Suffragists now. We are the civil rights leaders. We are the people who need to take back our country. And the only way it's ever worked is to actually get out in the streets and protest. And I may be absolutely nobody.
I know she's saying because of the SAVE Act, women can't vote if they get married or change their last name. If they don't have the same name on their birth certificate, sweetheart, you just need your ID. That's it. And if you have a different name on there, they're not really concerned about the whole birth certificate. As long as you have a state recognized or state federal recognized ID identification, that's all you need. I'm not sure where you got that one from.
But I'm somebody because I'm here.
I like that. I like that you're out here today. What does your umbrella say?
They all have different stuff, but no troops on our streets, no kings. I am the good trouble, like John Lewis, my man. Hands off the neurosparkly.
See, guys, I told you. It's like they spent like 1 or 2 days for arts and craft. You know, she spent like about a day at party. What was it? At one of those little party stores, getting her this cute little outfit. And there you go. Of course, some arts and crafts on the umbrella. And that's what she spent her day doing. Oh, man. Laugh as they struggle to take off. Man, laugh as they struggle to take the suit off. It's wild, bro. Like, damn, bro. Well.
Very concerned about what people are saying about autistic people, anyone neurodivergent. Hands off free speech. Oh my.
Don't champion this man. This man is diabolical. What are y'all talking about? Don't support Hellbat right now. We should condemn him, goddammit. I'm just playing. But shout out Hellbat, though. Appreciate you, though. You still wildin'.
God, women can take Tylenol all they want. What Robert, what's his name, Kennedy is saying is just bullshit. It's absolutely ridiculous. He has no background in medical science, and he's just playing to his base, and I believe he gets some kind of kickback for selling supplements. So I have no interest in that.
Do you think anybody like Elizabeth Warren or Bernie Sanders get big money from Big Pharma?
I mean, sis, can you prove that, though?
No, they do not. And Bernie is my man. When Bernie was running in 2016, I took my children, we lived in Brooklyn, I took the kids to his campaign office. And the people at his...
Hey, nah. He's on more diabolical. I'll glue the zipper shut first. See, this is crazy. Now Jet picking up on the same vibe.
His office were absolutely phenomenal. They bent down, talked to the kids, and gave them work to do. They actually got to do work for Bernie, shred papers, and then we handed out Bernie stuff at the subways. So
seems like a nice guy, Bernie.
He's a great guy. Are you gonna tell me what's terrible about him? Because I doubt you can.
Oh no, Bernie, he's a good guy.
I'm a big fan of Bernie.
Would you like Bernie to be president?
I say I don't know, man. He don't make too much sense on just wanting to rail against the billionaires. You know, billionaires get like trillions of dollars in tax cuts, and I'm just like, bro, dog, you understand that these tax cuts actually benefit the businesses and actually allow these guys to give raises to their employee, you know, do reinvesting, create more jobs in the economy, start up some of those projects that you say Trump will never get started. That's why he gave the tax cuts to the billionaires. That's why he lowered the corporate tax. Well, he didn't really lower the corporate tax. He just made the corporate tax permanent at 21%. So this is why he did it, to promote business in the United States. I mean, for some reason, Democrats like to choke off business with heavy taxes. And then, you know, they're all hush hush when these jobs move overseas.
No. I love Bernie and AOC 100%. And I'm really sick to death of people saying we can never have a woman like AOC in the White House. We're not ready for it. But screw you guys. You're not ready for anything until it happens. So do your business as a person
What's
in
your
a
elevator pitch for AOC as the next president of the United States?
I never thought about that. AOC is a brilliant person, a brilliant politician. She cares deeply about the working people and the working poor. And there is no way that billionaires or millionaires are going to not be a billionaire or a millionaire if they're actually taxed. So it's just greed. Anyway, so
I would say this. I'll just say AOC just, I don't know, misinformed. I'm not going to doubt her want to help the working class. I'm not going to doubt that. But they are going about it the wrong way. Seeing as, you know, she's not somebody who's really owned a business or anything like that. So, of course, you can't understand what she's saying. But she is basically trying to shoot America in the foot with her policies. And you know what? I don't think she means to do it intentionally. She just didn't think it all the way through. But it sounds good. Doesn't sound good on paper, taxing the rich, giving to the poor. And, you know, and you don't think anything's going to happen because it's just such a sweet, loving scenario. But then, you know, the rich care about their profits and they go overseas and they take the jobs. And now there really is no people to tax and the American people don't got jobs. And now we're going through an economic collapse. I mean, the road to evil was paved with good intentions, was it not?
Should we make it impossible for people to become billionaires?
No, I have no problem with people being billionaires. I just want them to be taxed fairly. And I want our taxes to go toward education, to go toward free speech.
Towards America, right?
Yes, America, but not in
Just
America. Absolutely not. We've lost all of our soft power overseas by canceling U.S. aid.
Bro.
It's absolutely ridiculous for us.
Lady, bro. Other countries was low-key making U.S. aid like criminal. Other countries was asking us to stop U.S. aid. U.S. aid was funding, bro, hip-hop music, gangs, drugs, corruption, all on U.S. aid. Y'all don't know shit about what USA was doing out there in the world. USA was the most diabolical thing we've ever put money into.
To have done so.
Well, not the most diabolical. I would say third most diabolical thing we put money into. Because, of course, we got wars and all that good stuff. But imagine funding something that just stoked nothing but corruption around the world.
So it's not just America we need to care about. We need to care about all people.
Should we give healthcare to illegal migrants?
No human is illegal, so that's bullshit off the bat. And I don't see why we're not giving health care to anyone who happens to be in our country at this time.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time. I greatly appreciate it.
Nah, this lady's cooked. It's over for her. There's no getting to her. What? There's nobody that's illegal in this country. It's like, then you just don't care about the law. I mean, how can you say you're an American, say you're pro-American, but you don't care about the laws? Okay.
Appreciate it. Have a great day, Sparkly.
Rainbow Bright.
Rainbow Bright.
Neuro Sparkly. You could call me Neuro.
Would your husband give you a hall pass with Bernie Sanders?
Yes, and even more for Mom Donnie.
Ooh,
anytime, Mom Donnie. Come get an umbrella.
Mom Donnie, she's ready for you. All right, everybody. Wow.
Wow.
Lots of stuff going on.
Man, I swear, bro, they treat these politicians like they rock stars now. They let your husband have a freebie with Bernie Sanders is crazy. And she said yes, too. I'm like, wow. Wow. Damn near disrespected your husband. Nah,
Thank you
straight
all.
up disrespected.
Thank you, Tristan Allen. And thank you, Kevin Hall. How are you guys doing? Wow. No kings, everybody. You guys, I'm actually like baffled people think Trump's gonna become king. That lady wants the hall pass with Bernie. Good day to be in Times Square, right? Yeah. What do you think about America?
Nice. It's my first time.
Where are you from?
I'm from India.
India. And do you think do you think Trump's a king?
Looking at this, I'm like really unexpected. This was unexpected.
Yeah.
I heard that I should not get involved in all this.
Do people in India think Trump's a
Smart man.
king?
There are mixed reviews.
Mixed reviews. Were people happy with him and with the India-Pakistan war?
I think lately it has been very dicey. Earlier it was a good relationship, but now it's the way the recent announcements he has made and the recent warnings he has given to India. It's like really, it has moved things now.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good day. How's it going? What are you guys passing out today?
We're not interested in being on a TikTok.
Oh, I was just trying to get a flyer. Sign the petition. APA cow. Reject APAC's influence. It is a little weird that
I might have took that pic.
Foreign countries can lobby in the United States. I do not like that.
Yeah, you keeping that one.
Wow, you guys, there are just people literally everywhere. Let's see, I think this is the Communist Revolution table. What table is this one?
So we're socialist alternative?
Socialist alternative.
Yeah.
Okay. You ready for Mondami to win?
Yeah, I'm very excited for Zoran to win.
Okay, what does this say? Join the socialists.
Yeah. If you're interested, I'd love to sell you a copy of our paper, or we have our sign-up sheet if you'd like to learn a little bit more.
Okay, I don't want to buy a paper, but thank you very much.
Okay.
Have a good one. Captain America. What would Captain America say to America this time?
I won the lottery.
Yeah,
I took
good
all
old
that
time.
money and I bought antifascist.com to fight fascists. I run an open source project that I give away domains. I gave the domain MrBeast.org to Beast Philanthropy. I also own johncena.com and drewski.com. I'm giving it all away for people fighting fascism, and I'm also giving away $10,000 for people that share the video.
How much money did you win in the lottery?
$50,000. The
Okay.
second prize in Powerball.
Really?
Really?
Hey,
$50,000.
Wow, so now you run
So I bought the domain.
antifascist.com?
Yeah, I bought the domain antifascist.com, antifascist.org, prisontrump.com, fascist.com.
Why do you think they should prison Trump?
I mean, this man pretty much claiming I'm banking off hating Trump. And shout out. I ain't mad at it.
Because he's a 40-time convicted
Get it how you live,
felon.
homie.
He's suspected of participating in the Epstein Island. He's committed, as far as some opinions, fraud while in office. Oh, the other thing that I did is that he actually said that we can't burn the flag. So I also bought burntheflag.com. He issued an illegal executive order. The order says that we can't burn the flag. That has already been settled by the Supreme Court. This actually is the First Amendment, the freedom of speech, which includes the right to protest. And so I bought the domain so we can all burn the flag together.
Really, you'd like to? Where would you like to burn the flag? Where would be your favorite place to burn the flag at?
Well, it has to be safe. We don't want to make sure that people get hurt with the flag and get burned. So we're going to ship them all around, just like we're having this protest here.
And then you're going to burn the flag everywhere.
Yes, same thing.
Wow.
Everywhere.
What
that we can.
Everywhere.
Yes, I handed out thousands of flags today. They're all gone.
And they're all going to burn?
They will be. Not. We want to make sure that they're safe.
Amazing. Well, I don't support that.
So y'all about to have a mass flag burning? I mean, but you're walking around a Captain America get up on, well, with the little anarchist symbol on the shoulder, but still though, like what the hell, bro? So you guys want a mass burning of the flag? I mean, I thought we were here to protect America, not burn like the American flag, which represents our values. I mean, what are you really saying here? I thought this was F Trump, not F America. I don't know. Burn a statue of Trump. Actually, I'd rather y'all do that than burn the American flag, to be quite honest. I thought y'all beef was with Trump.
but the burning of the flag. But thank you for being out here, Captain America.
Thank you.
And have a safe day out here.
Yep,
Have a good one. How are you doing? Wow. What does it take to be free? You just have people out here everywhere. Was this what you guys were expecting to see in your visit to Times Square?
Always.
Always.
True. New York.
New York City. Crazy day out here. What do you think about these protesters?
I think it's great.
I think it's great.
Get out there and speak up.
Speak up. Do you think what Trump's doing makes him a king?
I'm not a fan.
Not a fan?
Not a fan.
Not qualified. Not qualified? What do you guys think about the peace deal he just reached with Israel and Palestine?
Obviously, it's great. The hostages are out. And, but then they go right back to...
Do you think that will change the mind of some of these protesters? Because a lot of these people were also part of the pro-Palestine movement, and now Trump just solved their war.
Well, I mean, they were committing genocide there. So, I mean, it's of course, you're going to fix... When people are being murdered and killed, you're going to speak up. Otherwise, it's going to happen all over the world.
Well, I mean, do you think they'll start to earn more? Do you think Trump earned more?
I would say this. I would frame the question like, all right, well, wouldn't you have more respect for Trump who's solving this problem than Biden, where the problem proliferated during the 2 years that the problem popped up? Wait, actually, no, it happened in 2023. So Biden had a whole year to handle this, and yet Trump is handling it in 9 months, almost 10. So yeah, what's y'all excuse? Actually, in 3 days is gonna be 2 days actually. It's gonna be 10 months. So yeah, where's the excuse then? And why can't you give him props? I mean, y'all guys was silent when this was going down under Biden, but now it's a genocide. Now it's all this. Now that Trump's in office, I don't know if I could really hear somebody left out on that. And then they weren't ready to blame Biden for it. It was all about blaming Israel. But as soon as Trump get in office, now they want to blame Trump for it. Like I said, it's not real. It's not a real way to argue with these. That's not a real argument. I'm gonna be honest with you. I just don't get how they can sit there and kind of just let Biden ride off into the wind when it started under him, but then try to hone down on Trump when he's the one that's at least getting the hostages exchanged.
Respect from that group of people.
I don't think that man can earn respect for anything he does.
Oh, okay.
He's he's been convicted. He's a rapist. He's a pedophile. It's not a person I'd give my respect to.
Solves the world of hunger. Would you give him respect?
Prices are up. I don't think he's doing that.
Yeah, thank you. I was saying theoretically.
In jail is what he should be.
He says he should be in jail.
It's kind of funny how to sit there and say grocery prices rose, but eggs prices did go down though. It's like, you guys.
That man said himself, whatever Trump does, he will not give him credit for it. Thank you very much, Sam Wilson. Thank you very much, Dark Drago Gaming. I would rather RFK's brainworm for prez. Someone says.
I'd rather RFK's brainworm. It's crazy.
This one says Trump.
Yo, big boy, what's up?
How are you?
I watch your shit sometimes.
Oh, thank you very much. Are you out here today?
No, dude, I want to go to get a beer over there. Free entertainment.
It is free entertainment, isn't it?
Yo, Nick, you're all over. You're in Chicago, you're in Portland, you're everywhere.
Yeah, we'll be somewhere else tomorrow, maybe.
You and Jay DeLay.
What?
You and JD DeLay.
Oh, I like JD. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
Wild times out here. What do you think about these protesters?
I'm just here to grab a drink, get hammered. It was like a bar hopping, and it's quite entertaining. There's a lot of wild shit going on here.
These people think Trump's a king. Do you think he's a king?
No. I think it's
a little concerning that
it's just a bunch of sore losers who's mad that their guy didn't get in, so they want to flip the board and call him a king, call him a dictator because, yeah, their mamala did not win.
This many people believe that a man is a king when he's obviously not.
Yeah, but I think it's them misinformed in reality, right? Like, he got to go for it. He after his turn, he's gone. Like, what the hell? We have a constitution for a reason. If he doesn't go, then I join the mob. But we have a constitution, you know what I mean? Like, that's the reality.
Yeah. Do you think the Democrats, like people like Gavin Newsom, AOC, who are some other ones, Letitia James, do you think they just kind of use this to kind of fuel the fire for like Chuck Schumer, for instance? Like right now, the government's shut down. They voted over 10 times to try to reopen the government. Both sides aren't working together to get a deal done because the spending on some things is just ridiculous. Why should we be giving millions and billions of dollars to some other foreign countries?
I actually agree with you 100%. We were giving money to Venezuela, Israel, and like I got a problem with that. Why is our troops not getting paid and we got we're sending money
For
elsewhere.
instance, $5 billion in foreign funding to be sent overseas, $5 million for LGBTQ democracy grants in the Balkans, which is like Germany and those.
Well, I
areas
don't
of the
believe that
world.
we should send a single dime anywhere else. Like I said, overseas, we're giving to, I think it's Argentina, Venezuela, everywhere. Maybe not Venezuela, but in Argentina, Israel.
I mean, the Argentina one, I don't like it, but they kind of got us in a vice grip on that one. Because if we let their economy sink, that's going to cause regional economic instability. So that means the other economies in South America are also going to tank with them. So it's like saving one to save the rest of them, saving one to save all.
All those programs you mentioned.
Even though I hate it because it's at the tune of $20 billion. But hey, it is what it is, right? We can't have the whole South American economics, like the whole economic region of South America just falling into turmoil. You know, that's going to be, that's high immigration. You wonder where they're going to come to? Here in America. And we cannot allow that. And like I said, hey, I'd rather help them at their home than try to help them while they're here.
We should not be sending money overseas until we take care of our own people. That is my opinion. If you're a veteran, if you're somebody that's here, you should not be like, why are you afraid to get paid the next paycheck? Why are we sending over money overseas?
Amen. There's another one right here. It's $3 million for circumcisions and vasectomies in Zambia. That was what's in the package that they were trying to pass.
But why can't we just pay our soldier people?
Yeah.
Why can't we take off like whatchamacallit?
There was also $437 million for the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development.
What does that have to do with America? Well, why are we sending money out once again overseas? America, so it's supposed to be America, right? So, all right, I gotta go get hammered right now.
Go get hammered. Have a good day out
all
here.
right, it's nice meeting you, bro.
Nice to meet you too.
No, after hearing some BS like that, I don't blame him.
Take care.
I will.
I'll be watching your shit. Actually.
Awesome, amazing, enjoy it. How you doing, sir? What do you guys think about this?
What do we think about this?
You guys just finished the run club or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm just happy to be here. What do you think about this?
Crazy. We got a lot of people out here today.
Who's protesting?
They're all saying Trump's a king.
A king?
Yeah.
When he became king?
What?
When did he become king?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Last time they protested too, and he didn't become a king.
Now he's this. Oh my God, I don't like it.
Do you think the pro-Palestine movement will give Trump credit for solving the war in Gaza?
I think that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely the pro-Palestine people.
Yeah, like, do you think they'll ever support Donald Trump for?
No, they don't like Trump. They're never going to give him support. Trump could fucking give everybody water. They'll hate the water. I mind my business though. Hey.
Yeah, you do.
I'm just happy to be here.
You happy to be here?
The problem is something else. Hey man, it's not me.
It's not you.
It's not me.
Look at Transformer Man right here. Had to take a break. You guys remember the YouTube video when I went and dressed up as Spider-Man down here? Scammed the scammers. Wow, you guys. This is going. We're only on 45th Street, and they're going all the way down to 14th Street. How are you? You happy to be out here today?
I certainly am, sir.
What makes you want to come out here today?
The old man out
I
here.
believe in the cause, and I hope we have some success.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
What do you think about Chuck Schumer?
I'm not from the state of New York, so I'm not that much involved with that. But
You think they should open back up the government?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Excuse me, what are the green hats for? Let's talk to the Shreks out here.
I think we can go in.
No Supreme Court, psychopaths? How are you, sir? No Putin puppets, no theoretic.
It is funny how they're kind of like getting mad at the Supreme Court because they're not ruling in their favor. Trump goes against the court. The Supreme Court rules in his favor, the highest court in the land. When they rule in his favor, oh, the Supreme Courts are ruled by Trump. I mean, bro, like I said, y'all thought the Supreme Court was going to stop him. They said, no, he's acting within the Constitution, and y'all lose y'all mind.
Predatory pedophiles, no culpable cowards, no White House weasels.
There you go.
There we go, right
We
off.
got a whole other side.
Wow, what's your least favorite thing on that list of everything you got there?
My least favorite thing?
Yeah.
Supreme Court sycophants.
Okay, explain.
How's that sound?
That's crazy. Like I said, if hey, somebody say your Supreme Court system is really bad, no, it's actually good. It's just not working in the Dems well. It's not working in their favor. So they want to criticize it. Like I said, it's like a spoiled kid who loses a game. Like you lost the game, now you want to flip the board, cry, be like, no, you cheated. It's like it's childish.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that.
You don't know what a Supreme Court sycophant is?
No, I do not.
Look it up. Get a
Okay.
dictionary.
All right, I'll get a dictionary. I gotta learn more, everybody.
God, those the condescending miss.
Look at this crowd out here, everybody. Can I have a piece of gum? Thank you. They got a song dedicated to F and Donald Trump in Latin, saying ole.
Hey Nazis, fuck you. Hey MAGA, fuck you.
Alright, openly in the streets of New York City right now, they're saying Donald Trump, F Nazis, good thing, and they're calling F MAGA as well, openly in the streets of New York City, like no big deal.
Yeah, they have the right to do it. It is what it is.
Reminder, everybody, these shirts are live right now on ShirleyDefense.com. Pinned comment above. Go ahead and cop yourself. They sold out last time, so we brought them back. But openly here in the streets of New York City, they're saying F MAGA. F Trump. 10 bucks right there. Now they're all chanting F Trump. Wow. So many. No king anytime. Violators will be removed. Yes, we got. How many people do you think we have out here today?
I don't know. I don't know.
Who's leading the march?
I can't even estimate.
You can't even estimate. Now they're chanting, hey, hey, ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. All right, you guys, the plan. We're just going to march all the way down with them.
Yeah, we're staying right up top.
Oh, nice.
Overlooking this.
Great day to be spending a couple $100 for a hotel in Times Square, huh?
Well, my wife's attending a conference, so we're good. But she is asking me not to engage.
Yeah, because what do you think about these protesters?
Well, I'd like to debate.
Yeah,
I'd like to have the conversation.
You want to debate one of them? I can set it up for you.
Yeah. Well,
right, let's go debate
actually, as long as my wife doesn't see that I've done it and she doesn't want me to jeopardize our afternoon. But I do have some basic questions, like how is it? I'm from California, and we've got lots of people who say migrants are legit. My wife is actually a legal migrant. She became a U.S. citizen. She did everything the right way. And I saw some people down earlier this morning who were migrants should be protected.
Yeah.
While some people are standing there with a blanket full of fake goods.
Yeah.
No business license, no rent, cash only, so no taxes.
Yep.
I haven't asked if they're here legally, but English is not a primary language. Yeah. While all these people are coming through saying no person is illegal. Mm-hmm. I'd like to ask the irony.
Yes, sir.
And it seems to be lost on a lot of people.
Chat, should we get this guy in a debate with somebody? Let's go find.
Yeah, no person is an illegal is crazy. It's like, bro, what? Like, we got immigration laws, right? If you come over here illegally and you weren't born here, yeah, that's a problem. I mean, no H-1B visa, no work visa, no nothing. Oh yeah, that's a crime, guys. That's illegal.
Somebody for you to debate, all right?
Yeah,
Let's do it. How are you guys doing? Are you in support of illegal migrants here in the United States?
Yes.
And why are you in support of illegal migrants here in the United States?
Oh wait, did you say illegal?
Illegal.
I support human beings.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
If someone's here illegally, should they be deported?
No. There should be a procedure, as long as there's a process for determining, because some people have been here for decades and they've contributed to society and they've got family and kids here, and I don't think people that have children and grandkids here necessarily should be deported. If they're not breaking other laws, I think it's something we need to. I think it was under Reagan that we had a major forgiveness for illegal aliens. And I think we probably need to have one too. Again,
No.
What do you think, sir?
The reason I disagree is because, bro, there's too many. It's like we got way too many illegals in here right now, and it's a wrap. It's like, look, they didn't abuse it under Reagan. Okay, cool. We gave y'all that one. Never again. Okay, guys, no more free amnesty. You guys got to go. Even if you've been here 10 years strong and somehow have not gotten your legal status together, you got to go. If you have kids, I'm sorry, you put those kids in that situation, not Donald Trump, not ICE, but you. So you got to go.
Well, so my question, and I appreciate you.
It's all about respecting the law.
Engaging. So I'm from California, and we have a lot of people who are outside of San Francisco here, not legally, and they'll set up a restaurant right there on the sidewalk, so they don't pay rent, they don't pay business taxes, there's no health code taxes, everything's cash, so no sales tax.
What makes you think that that's true? What the hell makes you think that that's true? Because I talked to them. That's what the city has regulations. The county has regulations.
No, they don't. Not for illegals. Like, if you're just sitting on the corner selling fake goods, I mean, first off, that's not legal. You're not allowed to sell counterfeit goods. I mean, bro, that's like saying, oh, well, like, he's on the corner selling bootleg TV and bootleg CDs. Like, yeah, that's illegal. Like, dog, and they're not a citizen. You can't sell counterfeit goods. That's why the guys who sell bootleg TVs is doing it at a gas station out the back of their truck. Like, what are you talking about?
How the hell do you think you know more about my community than you?
Because
are you crazy?
You live in the United States.
That's right.
Every county in the United States has health regulations. And they get enforced.
Right. Are you kidding me? A guy cannot pay rent, not pay taxes on the cash that he's bringing in. There are regulations against that. And
the problem.
I talk to lots of people every day.
I mean, a lot of illegal immigrants get underpaid. Yes, they get underpaid, and they get paid in cash, so no taxes. So everybody will like to say, oh, well, immigrants contribute to taxes. I mean, key word, immigrants. You never really differentiate between if they're illegal or legal. Legal immigrants contribute, not illegal. Legal immigrants contribute, not the illegals.
Crazy is not the rule.
Yeah.
So
you have a problem with the county administration and the city administration.
And I talk
That's
to
what
them,
you
and
got
they don't do anything
They should
about
be deported, not the immigrants.
I agree with you, and that's why I appreciate you engaging.
There is no such thing as an illegal human being. There is no such thing as an illegal human being.
Bruh, well, nobody's saying nothing about an illegal human being. We're talking about an illegal immigrant, aka immigrant, somebody who migrated from their place to somewhere else illegally because they didn't follow the law of the country that they'd entered. That's why they're an illegal immigrant. Like, talking about illegal human beings like that, it matters.
All of the rules that enforce about people coming to the United States have only been in place for the last 100 years. My ancestors came through into the United States, and probably
there is no such thing.
Yes, my grandparents came here too, legally. My mom came here too from another country, legally. Got the green card, stay a law-abiding citizen, got a job, all that good stuff, legally. So isn't it disrespectful to people like her to just let people come in here illegally and then pretend like they're on the same status as those who came in here legally? Like, that's kind of effed up, and it kind of throws away all the hard work that person did to become a legal citizen, because now she's nationalized.
He's an illegal human being, but there is such thing as an illegal migrant.
My wife is a legal immigrant.
That's a lovely thing.
That's great.
That's a lovely
I think there should be a process.
There is a process. The problem is that ICE doesn't care about the process, and Donald Trump doesn't care about the process. They're just
Where were
picking
you
people
for the last
up
4
off the
years?
streets.
See, thank you again for being respectful. This fool is not.
They don't
this
care
guy is not.
whether you're here legally or illegally.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
People who have applied for amnesty are being pulled off the streets because they've done what legally required, and they're being arrested in courthouses as they're doing what's legally required.
There are rules against that. What are you, crazy? Fools.
What do you think, Jay Leno?
I get called that a lot, but you're not old enough to know Phil Donahue. I get Bill Clinton
What do
as
you
well.
think about that? They would not have. They stormed off from your
The
conversation.
guy on the right with the flag, he was great. I agreed with some of what he said. He was struggling to address your question about should people be deported if they're here illegally. The fool on the left immediately started insulting, and that.
I mean, let's be real. They just don't want to agree that Donald Trump is doing the right thing. That's what it is. That's why they got to come up with these arguments that really don't make any sense. But it goes against Donald Trump, so it makes sense. Like, you hear what I'm saying? I know it don't make sense, but it makes sense to the liberals that if it goes against Donald Trump and what he's doing, it makes sense. Even if logically it doesn't make no sense whatsoever. It's kind of crazy how just going against somebody makes it right.
That's typical. I was kind of expecting when you said, hey, I can hook up a debate with you, I was expecting to get F-bombs right away. So yeah. I was happily impressed. The people seem to be generally peaceful, and that's a good thing.
People are against capitalism. Excuse me, what makes you guys against capitalism?
Say it again.
What makes you guys against capitalism?
Not really, but just that the rich keep getting
Crony capitalism. I don't know. I mean, capitalism is cool, but crony capitalism, yeah, that is a bit reckless. I'm not gonna lie.
richer and the poor keep getting poorer.
It's not capitalism, it's crony capitalism,
Okay,
which means that it's run for a select group of people at the top who have lots of money and lots of outsized power.
Would you guys like to see more socialism in a city like New York?
I mean, like the CEO web of how, you know, a lot of major companies share certain CEOs, and like CEOs will be they'll be on the board of like 8 different companies that all work in the same industry. Like that wild stuff right there is crazy. Like that's that crony capitalism that everybody is fearful of for all the right reasons.
City?
Yes. I think we need to help people and not just the rich people. So that means whether it's free buses and subways or reduced fare for some people, education, preschool education free. Yes.
Yeah, that all sounds great. And what's your favorite example of socialism that's worked so far?
Our Medicare and Medicaid.
Yeah, and right now there's some big issues with that in the government, right? The government shut down. Should we give illegal migrants health care for free?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. You said...
Bro, let me challenge that logic of yours. So how would they pay taxes? So they don't have a social security number. So how would like their taxes get tracked? Because remember, I mean, you do gotta type in your social security and all that good stuff. They don't have valid ID. So how are they filing taxes, my friend? How are taxes being collected? Because most of them do get paid cash. I mean, and most likely the guy ain't cutting taxes off that. So how? I mean, like if you honestly knew the paperwork of doing taxes, you would understand how they're not paying. Like, let's be real. It doesn't even make sense. Like, bro, use common sense as just trying to think that Trump is wrong because you're making yourself look stupid.
Legal or illegal?
Illegal.
Illegal. I would like to avoid the word illegal. I would like to improve how we have people come into the country legally.
Yeah. Somebody that crosses the border in the past 4 years, should they get free health care here in the United States?
Yes. If you're here and you're living here and you're now a resident and you're contributing, definitely.
Oh, but what if you're not a resident though, and you just came over the border and now you're waiting for your asylum papers?
Well, if you're waiting for asylum papers, that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. You don't even have NYPD out here. You have the local traffic lady working. Yes, sir. We're on YouTube. You have 13,000 people watching you right now.
Oh, nice.
And Nick Shirley on YouTube.
Great.
Thank you very much, Jay.
Appreciate it.
I'm gonna call him Jay Leno.
Jay Leno, Bill Clinton. I've been called
Bill Clinton as well. Yeah.
You
do look like him. You do look like him. Thank you very much. Have a blessed day. Thank you very much. Just because it's funny. And thank you very much. Keysmos.
All right.
Peaceful protests.
What do you guys think about the current state of America?
Man, this shit going to hell. Like, it's just going down, but I feel like it's going to get better eventually.
Yeah.
It don't rain for too long.
Do you guys think Trump's doing a good job?
I'm weak. Good nigga mentality.
Not really, no. Because
I'm sending all them people home. They not really even doing shit here.
I'm not even talking about that. That's a bunch of shit I don't like. I don't like how...
And he taking shit away from the blacks and all that. Like, he doing a lot of weird.
What's he taking away from blacks?
Oh, I think I know what he's about to say. Oh, they're trying to take slavery outside of the schools. They're trying to stop teaching slavery, stop teaching black history. No, they're not. No. They're trying to stop teaching critical race theory that teaches this victimhood mentality to black children, especially when it comes on slavery. And then they don't even give black children the complete facts of slavery. The way they frame it is almost every white person had a slave, and that is absolutely incorrect. It was like in America, it was about what 6 to 8% of white people had slaves. AKA, that means over 90% of white people did not have slaves. So when y'all want reparations, basically you're acting for collective punishment. And if you're one of these pro-Palestinian blacks, you honestly need to shut the fuck up, because you want collective punishment for what? Atrocities that only a few people did.
Damn, I just seen that shit. Damn, let me, because I know what I'm talking about.
What do you take away from?
Go to him. Let me
Well, the river to the sea.
Okay. Do you know what they're taking away from the blacks?
No, I ain't say that. I don't like how we funding Israel. I don't like that, because it's like they talk so much shit about us, and it's like, what are we helping them for? Because then what if I forgot who they're into it with? Russia, right? Russia or whoever
Putin's against Ukraine right now.
Yeah.
So I don't like the idea of us sending like billions of dollars to other countries as well. I don't like the idea of sending billions of dollars to Israel.
On us. Like, what if they wake up like, damn, they helping our enemies out, let's bomb them.
Yeah,
like they put a lot of people at risk.
And like the war in Ukraine, for instance, that's the war you're talking about, the war between Putin and Ukraine, Russia and Ukraine. Now it's like when Biden was in office, the United States was just giving them like up to, I think it was around $40 billion they just gave to Ukraine and weaponry. So like we were essentially fighting that war on behalf of Ukraine by giving them the weapons for free. We were just giving it to them. Yeah. Now that Trump's in office, something I think is kind of cool is like, I don't like the idea that the war's going on, but instead of us giving weapons from Ukraine.
Nate, Chrissy, that's actually a really good question too. Because what about the black people that were freed and went on to own slaves themselves? Do they not need to pay? Do we need to go ahead and track down their family lineage? What about the Africans that sold us into slavery? Like, don't we need to track down their family lineage too? Don't they need to catch the work as well? Like, come on now. I mean, if everybody's gonna get hit with reparations, don't we need to go all the way back to the source? Like, what, we get it from the few white people that did it, and the white people go ahead and get their reparations back from the Africans that sold them to them. I'm pretty sure white people wouldn't have took those Africans if they knew, like later on down the generations, you're gonna have to pay for these guys. Bro, they'd have left us right there if they'd have knew that.
We sell those weapons to NATO, and then from NATO, and then Ukraine gets those weapons from NATO.
Yeah, that's more.
And so then we're not just giving out money. Instead, we're actually like selling, which still sucks that we're selling a war, but at least we're not just giving away your dollars, their dollars.
It's just like I just don't feel like we should be helping. I'm not saying
you got a little kid leading the chat. Look at him. Look at that little kid.
Not.
They got songs. Dude, they got songs for this shit.
And a lot of this protest has been found to be funded by people like George Soros as well. Like a lot of outside organizations.
Little kid got aura.
Funding this.
Out here?
Oh yeah.
Oh, so this like normal for y'all. Y'all don't even care no more.
We had it one time, but that was it. It's not like a frequent thing.
The city really closed down for this.
Yeah. That's why they have it all. That's why you see a lot of people using the same signs. You'll see people. They have their own traffic people. They have their own leaders, their own organizers, because a lot of these people get paid.
Oh wow, we got the reparations clowns in the chat. And I'm sorry to call y'all guys clowns, but you guys are clowns. I mean, like I said, y'all argument is terrible. Let's be race-based reparations are unconstitutional, but you guys are the main ones that love to call Trump unconstitutional. But what you want is unconstitutional.
I wouldn't say these people right here are getting paid, but the leaders of the protests that organize everything, they get paid $70 to $80K a year.
80K a year?
Yeah.
To just host these?
Yeah.
Damn. How often do these protests?
This is their second No Kings protest, but in New York City, there's a protest every day. And so, getting back to your point, what is that Trump taking away from the blacks?
You know what? I'm gonna grill you guys on this reparations one time, okay? Because for you guys that want reparations, it's crazy because you know what you guys think about white people. Y'all think they're the white devil. You guys think they're the worst people to ever exist on God's green earth. So why do you expect them to give you reparations? Really think about y'all logic and think about how y'all talking about them now. I'm just saying, if I wanted money from somebody, I would talk to them nicely. instead of calling them white devils and all this other wild stuff and then saying, yeah, but give me money on it too. It's like, do y'all hear yourselves? Like, come on, bro. And then, like I said, I don't even know the facts of slavery. And then what you guys want is collective punishment. And then you also want reparations because you're too lazy to bring your own community out of the gutter. Why? And then here's the thing. You guys have a white savior complex because you're expecting the white man to save you with money. Like, are you serious? So you rather depend on the white man that you say you hate so much in your own community. You guys are the most laughable people in the world. You guys are a disgrace to the honestly, to the blacks. You're a disgrace to African Americans, okay? Period, point blank. You're a disgrace to our ancestors as well. Because they didn't fight this hard just to be, I'm gonna be real with you, just to produce weak ass people like you.
God, bro. I forgot.
Got the ancestors rolling in their grave. Can you imagine, man? Your ancestors fought hard to release themselves from the white man just for your bitch ass to turn around and get on your knees and beg them for money. Son of a bitch, man. Y'all are pathetic.
I don't think he's taking anything away from y'all.
I don't think he's taking away, but he like switching things.
I know a lot of people were upset with like what they did with like the food stamps and
I like that. No, I like that. I'm all for that.
Because like get rid of the junk food, right? We want to be healthy.
I see.
And get
the
people
last
off
thing
the
I heard about
dependence.
that was he said he's not taking it away, but after 2 years you gotta get off of it. I like that because it's like
dog, I can't be a part of you guys. You guys are too pathetic. Like, and honestly, you guys have separated yourselves. This whole FBA community y'all did, yes, you separated yourselves from other blacks. So now we're allowed to single you guys out and call y'all idiots. Because on the FBA community, they're acting like, honestly, the most pathetic group of blacks in history who ancestors died literally to separate themselves from white people and put themselves in higher position by themselves. And you, as their offspring, as the next generation of blacks, turn around on the white man, get on your knees and ask for money. Bruh. I can't believe you guys. I can't believe y'all even have an argument.
we all grown, we all got the same 24 hours. I mean, unless you got a disability, that's understandable. But like we all grown, we all got the same 24 hours. You need to get up, people need to stop being lazy. I like
what about
I like that too. Where do you guys live here in the city?
No, we don't live out here. We're from Philly.
From Philly? Yeah. Because like for instance, like
actually, I'm gonna make the most wild statement, bro. Everybody forgive my language, but when you reparation niggas die out, that's when the black community is gonna succeed again. When you reparation niggas finally meet y'all doom ideology wise, because I don't want y'all to die, but you guys will lose the argument because once y'all niggas die out, that's when the black community will start seeing progress again. But you guys are the ones who sow this victim mentality in them, letting them think that it's okay to beg the white man for money. Like, it's you guys. I swear to God, once y'all niggas get up out of here, oh my goodness, boy, it'll be happy days, man. The rainbow will shine across every hood in the fucking land.
If you eventually become dependent on a food stamp or become dependent on Section 8, they're never going to go out and make something of their life.
And I'm not talking about for the people that actually need it. I'm talking about because for the people that
just got booked for selling food. She was running a business off food stamps.
I like that. It's like I said, it's certain things I like and certain
so
things
people
I don't
get it
like.
Twisted where they're cutting funding for something like food stamps, but in reality they're saying, all right, we're gonna give you guys this time, and then you got to get off it because
also I feel like if you're gonna do that though, at least put some programs into place, like as far as like helping people get jobs and stuff. If you're gonna do that, and what else was I about to say?
Or make food programs. Instead of giving motherfuckers food stamps so they could buy
giving
junk,
them food so they can't finesse.
Get them meats and stuff they need to eat.
Yeah, so that way they can't be going and buy like
all that junk. Like there's people who really don't eat healthy out here. Like no fruit, none of that.
You guys eat healthy. You guys athletes right here.
I am no more.
You were.
Yeah.
Awesome. Hey, well, you guys keep it up. Stay safe. Enjoy your guys' time here in New York City. God bless you guys. Nick Shirley on YouTube.
Nick Shirley.
Yeah, we got like.
It's with a C or an S.
Like Shirley Temple. We got 13,000 in the chat right now.
Oh, what?
Oh, you on live right now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, damn, what they say? They probably, I hope they not.
Yeah, let's see what the chat's saying.
Like
Let's see what the chats are saying. Let's see. Yeah.
Did that say ACG?
Get your laws off my money, they're saying. El America, El Mexico. Big up, lads. They like you guys.
Future rap stars? Damn.
I'm
not a rap star. I'm in college.
Yeah,
what
that's
are you
good.
going to college for?
I'm a business administration major.
That's what's up. Dude, you're going to be successful.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
So.
Is this your little brother?
Damn! You're the same age!
Dang.
Talking about
Well, you should follow in
brother.
his footsteps. He's doing good.
I am, bro.
What are you
Yeah,
doing?
Right. Shit. I was just doing the trade.
You almost at $1 million.
Yes, sir. Go ahead and
I
sub.
just sub. I got you.
Hey, God bless you guys. Hey, stay safe. Appreciate you all.
Be careful out there.
Have a good one. Thank you. I will. Thank you, Indiana. Thank you, Crismo. Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Olga. I really like those guys. Those guys were really cool
Well, the
guys.
reparations arguments definitely did get out of hand, but what can I say? What can I say? Those guys just piss me off the most. They don't make no sense. Their begging is pathetic. And then when you prove them wrong, the only argument they have, honestly, don't have no argument. They just start to disrespect your culture. It's like a white man argue with them. They say, oh, your people's a bunch of genocidal maniacs. I mean, I argue with them. Well, your peoples didn't even come from this country. And like, they're from South America. It's like, y'all just can't be wrong. It's like, that's the problem. And then when you guys are wrong, you just turn to straight insults. That's why nobody respects you guys. Like, to be quite honest with you, nobody respects the reparation argument. One, like I said, because unconstitutional. Two, I mean, y'all don't know the real facts about slavery because you got, like I said, you act like it was every white person, but it wasn't. It wasn't every white person. Actually, over 90% of white people did not have slaves. It was a rich man's sport, believe it or not. Just like throughout history, it was a rich man thing.
Some things that are.
But all right, though, let's get over to the exposed funding of Antifa. Let's get right into it, guys.
So let me show you some progress, some things that are good that are happening. After years of political violence, the Trump administration has finally designated Antifa as a domestic terror organization. And I want to show you specifically some of the language used in this designation. It claims that they are a militaristic, anarchist enterprise. It uses illegal means to organize and execute a campaign of violence. This campaign involves coordinated efforts. They recruit, train, and radicalize young Americans. They employ elaborate means and mechanisms to conceal its funding sources and operation. Now, I want to point this out because you've never heard Antifa described this way, at least not from Democrats or anybody in the mainstream media.
I mean, yeah, because as soon as you bring it up, oh, no, it's decentralized or not an organized group. They just pop up out of nowhere, organized somehow, some way. And, you know, they may have a website, a newsletter, but doesn't mean they're organized, guys. Even though they are their news, well, not their news sites, but their websites usually end with the word .org, not .org, but ends in .org. So, yeah, I'm not really trying to hear the argument of, oh, they're decentralized. I'm like, nah. Sorry, buddy. Sorry. They got a website, they got uniform, they got a flag, they got a manual. Like, come on.
Or
like, what else do you need?
This is what you're used
like,
to seeing.
I don't know. What do y'all need?
Is a
I don't know, like them. Let me know what y'all need, because at a certain point, I'm kind of like, wait, how are they not considered organized at this point?
Means and mechanisms to conceal its funding sources and operation. Now, I want to point this out because you've never heard Antifa described this way, at least not from Democrats or anybody in the mainstream media or liberal think tanks. This is what you're used to seeing. Antifa is a decentralized political movement with no central leadership. Show me another one here. Or Antifa. Antifa is a decentralized, leaderless movement. How about this one? A broad and decentralized political movement. Okay, so it's decentralized and leaderless. Did you get that?
Yep. All right, that's what
They're ramming these words in through our brains time after time after time, and it's in every single source. Why are they doing it? Well, it's pretty obvious. And this last source inadvertently describes the reason for the subterfuge. In characterizing Antifa's methods, they describe it as, quote, extraordinary, radical, and in some cases, violent and illegal means. So there it is. It has to be decentralized. It has to be a lone wolf. It has to be leaderless. Because the politicians, the police, the activists, and all of the other enablers know that if violent and illegal means are happening, then anyone caught helping, organizing, and funding them should go to jail.
Yeah.
And none of these people want to go to jail. They'll use all these crazies, but they don't want to go to jail. So are they a decentralized and leaderless organization? Let me ask you this. You remember when Keith Ellison tweeted a picture of himself holding up a copy of the Antifa handbook? Now, this is an elected official in Minnesota holding this up. Wow, that's quite the commercial. But did you know that?
No, when it comes to politicians doing wild things, like it just makes sense when they say a Minnesota politician, a Minnesota senator, a Minnesota mayor, just insert that and just insert any wild statement. And it just makes sense for some reason to me. It just does. Like, I don't know why, but like, I don't know. A Minnesota mayor allows the Hadith to be read 5 times a day. It sounds insane, but it just makes sense. If you just add Minnesota senator, mayor, politician, just anything crazy after that, it just automatically makes sense to me.
Author of that book is Mark Bray, and he's
I don't
a
know what's going on in
professor at
Minnesota.
Dartmouth College. Now, he allegedly donates half of the proceeds to Antifa. Okay, all right. Okay, whatever. Except, who do you write the check to? I mean, if there's no centralization, there's no leader, who do I write the check to? What bank is cashing that? Is he donating to AIR? Is he just opening up somebody who's decentralized and leaderless, come and grab this money? A decentralized movement that hosts training conferences in city like Philadelphia, but they have no apparent leader or organization. Who's planning that? Universities like CUNY in New York, they have entire courses on global Antifa. It's a 14-week course of far-left revolutionary activism at a college located smack dab in the financial epicenter of the world. But it has no recognized leader, no organization. That's bullcrap, and everyone knows it. I'm going to show you
except for the left.
It's just off the cuff, okay? This is how hard it really is, okay? So
like a psyop.
Let's just speculate here for a minute. Let's call it a starting point for people at the FBI or Justice Department as they begin investigating leads. For far too long, the people potentially supporting Antifa have remained in the shadows. That's what Trump is going to end. Is Antifa more than just a decentralized and leaderless organization? Well, I've split Antifa up into 3 different categories: street groups and soldiers, that one, support groups, and funding sources. But let me start right at the top with the street groups and soldiers, because this is where the politicians, the media, and the think tanks say, that's the investigation. You just can investigate these guys, nothing else. Don't look here. But the groups are all over the news, going back to around 2016. Groups like Rose City Antifa Portland, Elm Fork, John Brown Gun.
Oh yeah, and didn't I show you that website? Let me see if I can pull it up here. Rose City Antifa. There we go. Here it is. Like I said, they got a website, rosecityantifa.org. Okay, guys, I want y'all to remember that part. Here it is, right here. Whole website. They got a home, whole about page, man. Frequently asked questions, anti-fascism, the goal of the organization. I mean, but they're not organized, guys. But they got social media links, all that nice stuff. They got an email that you can send them, if you want to sign up, right here from all my wannabe Antifa members. So yeah, I mean, you can sit there and say they're not organized, but I mean, Rose City seems pretty damn organized to me. Maybe it's just me though. Maybe it's just me.
Club, Eugene Antifa, Oregon, Atlanta, Pittsburgh Antifa, Refuse Fascism, Jane's Revenge. Now, you've seen the carnage of these groups all over. We continue to see it every day in places like Chicago and Portland, but this is where we're supposed to stop looking. I mean, they can't find anything because the trail goes cold there. Antifa is decentralized and leaderless. Well, if that is true, are these guys who don't work, a lot of them are on drugs, crazy, are they self-funding all of these things? Because how do we get to the next category, which is support groups?
Oh, shit.
For instance, the National Lawyers Guild. This is the legal arm for Antifa. If you've been in a riot or seen anything on TV, you're watching on the side, there are people standing on the side and they're wearing the green hats, okay? That's the National Lawyers Guild. They openly brag about how they provide legal support to the street soldiers. But there's no organization in that. No. Next, we have Antifa International.
Hey, shout out to Cache My Memory. Hey, shout out. Like one of my brother's first super chats. He says, what about the white Christian slaves? Ew, they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about that, bro. I mean, let's be real, man, bro. If we start playing these reparation games, I mean, dog, the Arabs might be paying the most in reparations. You know what? They might be able to afford it. To be quite honest, it might be the Arabs that's going to pay the most in reparations if we really take it back on everybody. I mean, everybody. I mean, trust me, everybody's guilty of some type of slavery in their history. Everybody, even us black people, even like in Africa. You didn't think we was enslaving people? What do you think we were doing in Egypt to the Jews?
No. This one's kind of hilarious because the people who describe Antifa as decentralized and leaderless, you have an Antifa International. I mean, it's like BLM Inc. From an Antifa fundraiser.
Actually, you know, it's effed up. I mean, shoot, slavery's happening in Africa to this very day.
Again, who do you write the check to? They're described as, quote, an international anti-fascist collective with years of experience managing the International Anti-Fascist Defense Fund and other anti-fascist projects. So you have no central control, no base of operations or anything else, but you have years of experience managing. Really?
That's crazy.
How about Antifa International? Antifa International helped fundraise the Legal Defense Fund for the militants that attacked the ICE facility in Texas.
Yes, they were.
And while we're at it, take a look at Community Justice Exchange.
This argument is crazy. I have heard that argument. Oh, the Egyptians were black. They definitely were black. Like, dog, have you looked at the past Egyptian kings? Like, look at their statues, dog, and compare them to an Arab and then compare them to your modern day black man. Like, it's quite obvious. I mean, just because we did a little bit of race mixing and we turned out to Cleopatra didn't mean that there was no black people in Egypt. Egypt definitely was black.
And their National Bail Fund network. They were bailing people out during the Summer of Rage of George Floyd riots. They're probably worth looking into.
I mean, look at the statue of King Tut and tell me, who does that look like?
Specifically due to their major partner, which is, oh my gosh, the Tides Foundation, our old friends at the Tides Foundation. Look, these connections, these organizations are
we was Kangs.
We are Legion. Yeah, that's what for real. What they say. Anyway, remember, as per all the politicians, media experts, no centralized organization. Okay, but you have the support groups that are supporting them with no organization. And then you have this,
I don't know why
funding sources. Now, this is interesting. Again, who do you write to check to? This is split between nonprofits and foundations, also crowdfunding sources. Now, I already mentioned the Tides Foundation, one of the darkest of the dark left-wing radical money funnels on the planet. You know, who knows all the trails that lead back to Tides? But just for starters, let's look at these. Tides Foundation funds an organization called Alliance for Global Justice. Money from here. They refunnel money to groups like Refuse Fascism. They also give to the National Lawyers Guild over $1 million from 2018 to 2019.
All right, I don't even know why. I don't know why we play this race war thing, but why not? Y'all know who this is. This is King Hotep, right? One of the many of the famous pharaohs in history. So I want to tell, and I don't know why y'all believe the lie, but yeah, how is this guy Arab? You know, nose, you know, full lips and all that wild stuff. Those are very black features. I mean, and the farther you go back in history, the farther you go back, the more blacker the features get. I mean, like, look at King Tut. Man, I ain't see no Arab with some lips like that. I'm gonna be real with you. I mean, shoot, maybe the women, but this is a man. I mean, and the Arabs that live there now are, I mean, be quite honest with you. Yeah, they're also descendants of Egypt, but so are we. But yeah, so when you look at these kings and you try to sit there and say, oh, the Egyptians weren't black. I mean, dog, look at the kings. Like, look at Brody right here. That ain't, bruh. I mean, come on now. From the nose, the lips, the ears, I'm just like, hey, that look like a black man to me. I ain't seen not one Arab looking dude until we get further down the lineage of the pharaohs. Then you start seeing the Arab, like, that's why I say we did a little bit of race mixing back in the day. But man, I mean, maybe we'd avoided that if we knew y'all was going to try to steal the entire thing, steal the whole culture of Egypt.
19 alone. Are you going to write a check for $1 million to a leaderless group that has no organization at all and just say, yeah, you guys know what to do with it? Who knows what to do with it? This is how the radical left-wing money trail operates. It's designed to be opaque. It's designed to be confusing and disappear. But the connections are all there. So why haven't we done anything about it up until now? Okay, up next, who else but George Soros' Spooky Dudes Open Society Foundation. They also fund the Alliance for Global Justice. They also are with the Antifa support groups. The charitable funding sources are legion for just that one. Then you have Fidelity Investments. Where do you have your money invested? Fidelity Investments Charitable Gift Fund. They donate to the National Lawyers Guild. Also, Schwab Charitable Fund. Boy, if I had my money in Schwab, or Fidelity, I don't know if I would have it. They're giving to the people who are supporting these people.
That's crazy.
I mean, I could go on, and we haven't even gotten to the crowdfunding platforms. You have Act Blue and Patreon. You have Fundraiser, the Action Network. Then you have book sales. Book sales.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah, book sales, like the college professor that produced the Antifa handbook. Look, I'm not accusing anyone here. I'm just saying this is pretty much off the top of my head. I'm just showing the connections that have a very strong odor attached to them. And I've followed these people long enough to know this is the way.
Robert, look, I mean, if you want to talk about the sub-Saharan African culture, sure, but the problem with a lot of you guys who kind of bash African culture is that you forget about West Africa. You forget about Mali, the Kingdom of Mali, that was literally the richest country in the world at a time. Like, so, yeah, we actually do have quite a rich history, and we do come from people who had immense wealth. There's nothing wrong with saying that. I mean, I don't know why y'all got to try to take that away from black people as if all black people were just in the sub-Saharan, and even they had their successes. I know y'all like to bash them for, not making a wheel, but I mean, what else you supposed to do in the jungles? But yeah, though, when you guys like to talk reckless about Africa, I mean, one, you try to disclaim that we had any type of lineage in Egypt, which is wrong. And then you guys forget about the West African kingdoms, which is crazy.
It works. This one chalkboard alone is enough.
I know, and they say I don't know my culture, guys, just because I speak out against reparations.
For the Trump administration just to start. I mean, just start. And they are. And it should be enough alone just to debunk the ridiculous notion. Just the question, who are you writing checks to?
Writing system as well.
$1 million check. Who's cashing it? What bank? Where is this happening? Schwab is giving to just street kids who, what? It's ridiculous to believe that. Ridiculous. Antifa now has been designated as a terrorist organization. It is about time. And it is time to turn over all of the stones. I am proud to say that after the first of the year, we're turning over not just the little stones, we're turning over the big boulders as well. We will show you in an epic special much more on this.
All right, let's go for the controversial conversation of the night. Yeah, this one's going to piss a lot of people off. But hey, no, I said I want to do something called the controversial conversations, and let's try to just pop this off right. I'm going to start off with a Jake Shield one.
Right here, Daniel. You're gonna have to say your last name because
sure. Hey, Raju.
Yeah, I would have fucked that up. So we met like a year ago at Dan Blazarian's, and I saw you were in town, so I invited you on. On the way over, I was telling a few people, and someone goes, "Oh, he's extremely anti-white. You shouldn't have him on." And
really?
First off, I don't know if that's true or not. I'll let you explain in a second. But if you are, you treated me with respect. So I guess the first question is that true? And if so, why or why not?
I don't know where people get the impression that I'd be anti-white, because I think that I'm very sympathetic to white identity or identitarianism. I just think that there's a lot of inconsistency with some of the logic or theory of that white identitarians put out. So because of those criticisms, they might say, "Oh, I'm anti-white," when that's not the case. Like, technically, I'm white. Like, my background
you're
is
super light skin. I don't know your background.
Yeah.
You're kidding me. What are you?
It's like Iranian. So
yeah, that's Aryan. No, Iranians are considered Aryans. That's what I don't know why people don't. I mean, you look white. That's interesting because I person trying to say, oh, he shouldn't have you on. He's super anti-white, and I'm like, I don't care. You know, he treated me good. We can have an interesting discussion. I could hear why he feels these ways, but apparently that's not even true. You know, you get that a lot. Well, I get a lot because I've interviewed some white nationalists, hang out with some white nationalists. He's a white nationalist. He's a white nationalist. I'm not a white nationalist. I've made it very clear. I'm sympathetic to their causes or to their. After talking to them, maybe more sympathetic to their views, but I'm not a white nationalist because I have too many friends, really good friends from other races, you know. And I'm also one of the guys that's, you know, not anti-Islamic. In the situation, you know, I don't want to flood America with, you know, tons. If conversion happens naturally, fine. I don't want to flood America with tons of foreigners from anywhere. But it's like I'm not anti-Islamic.
Right.
I don't understand. Well, it's complicated. I feel like there's been actually a big push from the media to be anti-Islamic. You know, obviously starting with 9/11. I think I fell for it a little bit then. But then I was able to had some Muslim friends and some of the best people, some of my best friends, kindest, traveled to the countries, treated so well. Where do you think the anti-Islamic sentimentism comes from in America?
I think after 9/11, a lot of it was perpetrated by Zionists, like neocons and Zionists in terms of media, in terms of government, in terms of academia. There's a big push to demonize Muslims in order to generate support for the invasion of Iraq, invasion of Afghanistan, this continuous war on terror throughout the entire Middle East and the Muslim world generally, like putting out these policies, you know, countering violent extremism that was rolled out even in the Obama years and then continued with Trump, Biden, and up to this day. So to generate the public support for those kinds of policies, you have to demonize Muslims. You have to make it seem like Muslims are these barbarians, they're savages, they have no regard for human life, they don't have any redeemable characteristics at all. So that's why you have movies, you have TV shows like dedicated to like, oh, we have to get the sleeper cell, the Muslim sleeper cells that are going to blow up, you know, the White House or whatever, like those kinds of movies and TV shows. But it's not just in media, but in terms of academia as well.
I mean, 9/11 as well. Let's not forget that.
Well, you have so much academic material in universities that are contrary to Islam, portraying Islam as having very violent beliefs about jihad and things of this nature that are not fully explained in the context of the actual religion. So I'm someone who is seen as controversial because I engage in these debates with non-Muslims, people of different religions, Christians, atheists, Hindus, Jews.
Yeah.
And
I'm controversial. Someone will probably be mad at you for talking to me.
Yeah. So the way that I debate, a lot of Muslims when they debate, or even Christians and other religions, when they want to defend their beliefs, they try to make their values and beliefs more in line with the dominant culture, like the dominant liberal Western culture.
Yeah.
And I don't do that because I don't think that's genuine. I don't think that's authentic.
Yeah.
Islam does have contradictions or it's at variance with modern liberal culture because it's a 1400-year-old religion. And so there are these values within Islam. I consider them traditional values. I consider them good because I'm a believing Muslim. Like this is my way of life that I've adopted these beliefs, these values, and I'm going to defend them on the basis of I think that they make sense. But Islam as a whole has been demonized for not being liberal, being at odds with that culture. And I mean, there's so much that we can discuss about that, but it's ironic that a lot of this demonization has come from Zionists, specifically Zionist Jews, and they have these critiques about Islam when their religion has those exact elements. Like this, like if we talk about jihad, and jihad is this evil kind of violent thing. You know, this is something that is found in Judaism as well, and much more like in a much more violent way. Because in Islam, like you're not allowed to, for example, kill women and children. Like you have to have a regard for human life.
You can't rape prisoners.
You can't rape prisoners. But within Judaism, like not only in the Torah, but in just Jewish law overall, they have these kinds of principles of like harem warfare, where the land of Israel, the greater Israel, the Torah says that this is the inheritance of the people of Israel and the Jewish people, and they have a right to it. And they're commanded by God to cleanse the land, like to wipe it clean of all non-Jews. And this is an obligation.
That's what's happening. We're watching this happen today. They act like it's not, but it's very clear. You're seeing these, I had to stop going to the Telegram channels that much because it's so brutal. Because everyone knows about Gaza, right? But a lot of regular people don't understand what's happening in the West Bank. West Bank's where you obviously know where there's not Hamas and stuff, and people are being run out of their houses, chased, harassed. I get irritated because all these people on the right, like, I would defend my home with my Second Amendment. And these same guys are bashing Hamas for rising up. It's like, how can you sit there and say you would defend your homeland and then bash these guys? And it's also, a lot of the conservatives are bashing Muslims. And then, like you said, you guys are against a lot of the thing. You guys have a lot in line with the conservatives. Like, the anti-trans, you don't want the gay shit pushed. So the media's like push us against each other. And I also like to add, there's two groups that it's okay to vilify and attack in America: white people and Muslims.
Yeah.
I mean, you would agree on that probably, right? I know we don't have the same views on all the white things, but it is okay to attack white people in the media. There's been a major push against white people, and there's been a major push against Muslims.
Yeah, but it's coming from, why is that the case? It's because you have within liberalism, like liberalism, I don't mean like left wing. I mean like the philosophy of liberalism that came from the Enlightenment, came from European thinkers in Britain and France. And it's this idea that human life is at its best when we maximize human freedom and we maximize equality of all people. Like, this is an idea that came from atheist and deist thinkers in Europe, and the founding fathers of America actually were subscribed to this idea. This is what liberalism is. And it's an attack on religion. It's an attack on all kinds of identities, including Muslim, including Christian, including Jew, actually, including white identity, like an ethnic identity, any type of identity. Because if you have an identity, like I'm white and I prefer other whites over non-whites, that's contrary to equality, right? Or if you're Muslim, you have certain beliefs about like gender roles and like a hierarchy, like men and women, like a husband and is over his wife.
Should lead the house.
Should lead the house.
I guess that's considered sexist.
It's contrary to equality.
To me, that seems like common sense. And I don't agree with all the things of Islam, but stuff like that seems like basic common sense to me. And of course, there can be exceptions. But as a whole, a family is happier when the man's leading. A wife wants a strong man she can follow. She needs to trust him to make good decisions. But I think a lot of these men are being weakened where they can't lead. And they're being told they're not supposed to lead.
So people like you and people like me are contrary because we have this belief and we want to form our families in this kind of way. We want to form society in this way.
I mean, I do got to agree, though. There are similarities between Islam and Christianity. I mean, well, what was it? Jesus is the Messiah. I mean, shoot. I mean, they believe in the other prophets of Moses, Adam, and all that good stuff. So, yeah, there are some key beliefs in Islam that are also seen in Christianity. And, of course, conservatism. Now, where the hatred is sown, I mean, hopefully they're going to talk about that in this conversation.
That's contrary to liberalism, and we get attacked for being misogynist, for being homophobe, transphobe, for being racist and bigoted when it comes to ethno-nationalist identity, like, because the whole drive of liberalism is to erase identities and make everyone like an atomized individual. Like, this is the concept of individualism. We all are these individuals, and our primary allegiance and relationship should be with the state, like the liberal state who manages us. And
communist kind of.
Yeah, communism is like liberalism on steroids.
Eradicate God first with communism.
Yeah, and the original liberals wanted to do that, actually. The Enlightenment thinkers, people like Voltaire, people like John Stuart Mill, they wanted to eliminate religion because they see religion as a type of fairy tale thinking that hinders progress. If we want constant progress to advance society using science and technology, religion is holding people back because religion makes people want to stick to their traditions. And, oh, you believe in this book? Like, you believe in these, not even necessarily religion, even cultural values. Like, you.
Okay, I remember that. I remember those arguments. Like, what was it? I think it was this one atheist guy who was pretty much saying, oh, well, if you're too religious, like those religious Christians that don't believe taking, modern medicine, you could put yourself in danger and all that wild stuff. And I'm just like, yeah, but that's like a very small group of Christians who actually practice that. So to sit here and say that we just need to abolish all religious thinking just because of that alone, just because it could put a couple people's lives in danger, is crazy.
We want to stick to these cultural values. That's backwards, is preventing our progress. So we have to eliminate that. We have to actually get to a position where people are just like essentially robots. Like they're scientific robots who they don't have allegiance to a nation. They don't have allegiance to a race. They don't have allegiance to a god or any kind of traditions or cultures or heritage or blood. They just have allegiance to the state. And that's coming from Enlightenment European thinking. And it was white identitarian, actually. Why? Because these thinkers, people like John Stuart Mill, Jeremy Bentham, etc., even the founding fathers, they believe that whites are endowed with a higher IQ. They're able to do science. They're able to develop technology at a rate or at a level that other races are not able to because they don't have the intelligence. Therefore, it is a white man's burden to actually share this technology and civilize the savages and the barbarians, starting from the Native Americans, for example, the Aboriginals, the Africans, the Muslims. These are people who don't have the IQ to develop science and do technology. That's why the scientific revolution happened where? Happened in Europe. Where did the Renaissance happen? It happened in Europe. Where did the Enlightenment happen? It happened in Europe. Philosophy, art, history. You know, I was having a back and forth conversation with one prominent white identitarian, Keith Woods.
Oh yeah, I know Keith. I like Keith.
Yeah, so I like Keith too. And Keith was saying
you can debate someone and still like him.
Yeah, I had an actual formal debate with him, moderated by Sneeko.
This guy. I like Sneeko too. I like all these guys.
Yeah, so I like Keith, but we disagree obviously. And Keith was saying that if you look at the development of history as an academic discipline, history is a white invention. Like history, looking at the timeline of the world in a linear fashion and trying to analyze why this event happened because of political, economic factors, what have you. That's a white invention that comes with, you know, white enlightenment, modernity. And a lot of people were pushing back on that. A lot of people were saying that, no, well, look at the Chinese, look at Muslims. Like we have
culture around, had a good culture.
Yeah, we have histories as well. Like this is what people are pushing back on. And then Keith was forced to kind of clarify that, no. I mean like, I mean history as a kind of a analytic enterprise. That's not found in other cultures and religions of the past. Why? Because they like a Muslim history is going to talk about God. It's going to talk about like the creation of the world. It's going to talk about like it's going to have this kind of cultural religious element that with white history is not like that because of objectivity. The white historians are objective and they're able to see things in a kind of dispassionate way outside of a specific lens, like a religious or theological lens.
Yeah, how we practice
so
it
Keith
now.
was making that distinction. I was pointing out to Keith in my response to him that this is exactly what white identitarians are having a problem with. Like white people not having that kind of sense of white in-group identity, like whites as a heritage, as a group with our own like culture, with our own values and family structures and heritage. Like that's exactly what the white identitarian critique of white people is. That whites are too willing to disassociate from their identity and they don't see themselves as a collective, unlike Muslims or Jews or Hindus or Chinese. Like this is a problem for whites. And I think that this is like the tension, like this is the conflict with white identitarians like Keith, because on the one hand, they want to praise like white philosophy, white history, white technology, white science, white IQ, like white IQ being higher than other races. Like they want to tout that and praise that.
Pretty high, but
with Asians, but at the same time, they want to say that we have a big problem because we are losing our identity. We don't care about heritage, and these things are correlated.
This is all the first time hearing these arguments. So this is very complex and a lot to take in. I think I'm somewhere in the middle. So this is why it gets hard. Can't have a debate because I think you make some excellent points, but there is also some great stuff that came from. It is really complex. I mean, how you mentioned the God's important, but then being able to step back, but we don't want to lose God. And I don't quite know the answer. I think this is also, like you said, the rise of the white nationalist groups.
Hey guys. I mean, the way he's making it sound as like white people hasn't technologically advanced, they've stepped further away from God, is the way he's making it sound. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, if you want to super chat it in, I'll read all super chats out loud, any arguments, I love to engage with it. Just $2 and up, I'll read it out loud. But that's what I'm getting. It does seem like, well, he's more as more they stepped up their technological advancement and advanced their society, they stepped away from God. I mean, shit. I mean, you could damn near look at how Rome ended to be at the end of it. That's exactly what they were doing.
I think there's some partial truth to it. I think white people obviously have done some great stuff, but losing God isn't good. And I think there has been a push like against white. Like I said, it has been a push against the collectiveness. And that probably is why we're seeing the rise of these white nationalist groups. And I can sympathize with them. I'm not one of them, but I can sympathize. What's your thoughts of all the new, not necessarily Keith, but there's like Patriot Front. These groups have been rising up because they feel like they've been, pushed to self-hatred, and they want to try to get a white identity. They're trying to build community. They're trying to build a strong white community back. I think our churches fell apart in America. It's like the churches got weak. We used to have churches that bring us together for community, and that would pull us together. And with that dying, I think that's been a big problem in America. You have people, no friends, no community, no group, nothing. They're told to hate themselves on TV. Drug addiction's a massive problem with white people. Suicide's a massive problem. So these guys are trying to build these groups. I mean, I don't want them to push hatred towards other races, but you can see why they start feeling. And some of these guys aren't hateful, by the way. It's
like that's why I always disagree with the white identitarians. It's like, you guys can celebrate yourselves without having to shit on other cultures. It just makes y'all look insecure at the end of the day. And it makes y'all make your culture look fragile. If that's the case, if y'all need to put down other cultures to boost your own, then it makes y'all look insecure and your culture is very fragile. And I'm talking to the white identitarians and the FBA community.
Just prefer to be around white people.
No, I like I said, I sympathize, and it's because there is a common enemy. Like when it comes to, I mean, maybe they don't identify the enemy as being liberalism, but you mentioned like Christian identity or lack of belief in God. That's the first thing that really came to attack Europeans.
Yeah.
And historically, like the Enlightenment thinkers, their philosophy was adopted by some of these European thinkers who became like dictators in a way, like Napoleon Bonaparte, actually. And people don't know that Napoleon was responsible for the death of 7 million European Christians in Europe. What? And the reason for that is that he viewed Christians and Catholics specifically as extremists and people who were not going to assimilate to the new way of doing things, like the new scientific way of living, the new kind of scientific education, liberal values, like the new Enlightenment progress. Like Christians were the one, and the Catholic Church was the one that was really resisting that because they saw it as a threat. Like this is trying to eliminate God, eliminate the influence of the church, eliminate our families and our structures. They want to keep on being Catholic and Christian. They were viewed as the enemy, and 7 million of them were killed historically.
I've never heard of this.
Yeah, but that same project then extended to the rest of the world. It started in Europe, but eliminating religion extended to the Muslim world, like through Muslim colonialism, for example. And so Muslims became the victim of that as well. But the same idea of eliminating religion, it also wants to eliminate like your racial identity, your ethnic identity, because that's also a source of, like you're saying, community, like your values, your heritage, like your race. And that's the need that people have inherently. Everyone wants to have the need to belong to a.
All right, just to fill that one in. All right, so we all know during the Napoleon Wars, about millions of people died, about 3 million to 6 million total deaths across Europe and beyond. Now, this includes soldiers of all faith, Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, Muslims. Whoa, you can kind of put the Catholic, Protestant, and Orthodox guys under Christians. So basically, mainly Christians he did kill at that point. If we're pretty much framing it like that, he did kill mostly Christians. And what was it? Early in his career, he did oppose church politically, and the French Revolution had abolished church privileges. So yeah, he did have something against the church. But I'm be real with you, all kings back in that day kind of feared the church because they were gaining immense power.
You need some community, I think, is really important.
Yeah, you need to have a community and a sense of self, like where do I come from, like where do I belong, and these are people that I understand, and Muslims have that through Islam as a religion, religious identity. Christians have that through Christianity, but as Christianity has been attacked and really eroded,
it's been really eroded bad.
So now you have a lot of Americans and Europeans, they don't believe in God anymore. because the education system has basically made them into atheists. Like that's what the education system
didn't know
does.
that.
It turns people into atheists.
Yeah.
It presents itself as value neutral. Like
they say a fish turned
Different
into a man.
yeah, exactly. So evolutionary theory, like, oh, because the idea is that if any truth is a scientific truth.
Yeah.
That's what you learn in public school. That's what you learn in the universities.
Yeah.
The only truths that are that can be accepted have to be scientific and empirically verified. But if
And shout out Tovia, that's what he sounds like. But then for centuries, let's see here, technological advancements was seen as demonic by traditionalists. I mean, yeah, that's what he sounds like. Exactly. It sounds like, yo, like the more like advanced a society got, the more they stepped away from God, the more demonic things seem to have got. And I'm just like, I mean, there could be an argument made for that. I mean, on the other side, there were demonic rituals going on before technology. So I don't know. It is what it is. Unless these guys are working with some tech we didn't know about.
you accept that, then how can you believe in God? Because God is not a scientific truth.
Yeah.
How can you believe in certain morals? Like, for example, not cheating and stealing, for example, or your certain kind of sexual values, like sexual propriety. Like, why should you believe that? Those aren't scientifically proven. So does that mean that they're not truths?
That's how they're able to attack all this stuff, like transgenderism, sodomy. Like, no, it's very interesting. You would agree there's been some benefits from the science revolution, though, right?
Yeah, there are some benefits, but we have to look at the costs as well, like the damage that's caused as well, because part of the damage is loss of identity, loss of belief in God. And that's one of the critiques I have about white identitarians, is that if you don't actually address the core issue, which is liberal progressivism, like the whole everything that comes with the scientific revolution. If you don't address that, sure, you might have like a white nation, like a white society, but you'll still have homosexuality. You'll still have the destruction of family. You'll still have like transgenderism. You'll still have like elderly crisis, like that, like taking care of your elders.
White people, we abandon our families. This is like I actually say people. I get crap for this because I defend Muslims. Because I've been around my Muslim friends and I saw their massive family units, extended families, their grandmas, all their cousins. Obviously not all Muslims, but I've had many Muslim friends and they have these massive extended families. They're meeting together all the time. And I'm like, wow, we don't have this as white people. None of my white friends are constantly every weekend going and meeting with their family. And this isn't here in America. So this was very eye-opening to me to see this. And that's when I realized, like, white people, we have a lot of problems right now, and of course there's lots of factors, but I think the biggest part is that loss of community, large families, large church, large belief.
So how many like white parents kick out their kids at 18?
This may be a harsh critique, but I mean, I do say that, people want to complain about Dearborn, Michigan, and I hear it, but then I'm just like, well, what happened to the Christian community that was there before? What happened to all the white people that was there? Like, what happened to them? And he has a point. This liberal progressivism kind of let that take over, because we're talking about, I guess in his words, he's saying these liberal whites aren't as religious as the conservative whites. And we're talking about Minnesota. We're talking about, Michigan, Dearborn, Michigan. We're talking about Michigan, right? We're talking about a liberal area. So we're talking about white people who aren't really too keen on the whole crisis king thing. And they're more okay with, kind of letting go the identity of their area. Even though it has a history of being mainly white, they're okay with letting that go because they're liberal progressive. But the more conservative crowd is going to have a problem with that. And honestly, that seems to be what he's saying.
So many, it's crazy.
That's unheard of.
So it's almost like this. I mean, if you want Dearborn, Michigan to stop going, Muslim, well, it does seem like only these highly liberal areas is going to be the places that, kind of flip. I mean, they'll go from mainly white to Hispanic, mainly white to black, mainly white to Muslims. It is what it is.
I wasn't kicked out, but yeah, no Islamic, a lot of my friends would remove their moms back in and stuff. I have friends my age like, oh, I'm going to move my mom and sister in. And that's not looked at as that's totally normal.
Yeah. Or they don't give their in their will, they don't put their children in their own wills, like for inheritance. So all this.
Yeah. I remember talking to other people about that. Like, what was it? I think it was this it was an Arab guy I was talking to, and he was like, you know, there's like white billionaires I could never understand that they would not give all their money to their kids. Like, what do you mean you're just gonna give your money to other people? Why not give it to your kids? There's a lot of cultures that do not understand why. Like, I'm gonna be real with you, people in our culture do that. And then I'm not gonna lie, it is white people. I've not heard too many black people do that, but or Hispanic or Asians, but white people is like y'all are main culprit of doing that. And you know, God bless y'all. God bless y'all because y'all put it into, you know, charitable things, but it is a bit weird.
Wealth that you've accumulated, you're not passing it on to your own generation, like you're donating it to some other cause,
crazy,
like some immigrant organization.
I've worked so hard, so you know, hopefully my kids don't have to be raised in the poverty that I can.
At that point, you could damn near say white people are the most charitable people in the world. At that point, you could they could damn near claim that. I mean, either the most financially reckless or the most charitable.
And I just couldn't imagine, like, you know, and my parents were good people, don't get me wrong. This, you know, I had unfortunate situations, so you know, you grow up rough, but it's like I couldn't imagine not passing on. Hopefully, you know, hopefully I die with wealth, pass wealth on to them. It's just that's just sick.
Yeah, so it's not immigrants or non-white people that are causing those specific problems. So
yeah, I mean, I'm not sure we're in agreement on this one. What's your thoughts on the massive?
So it's the liberals that's okay with letting go of their white identity in the area and everything. That's the reason. I mean, I hear it. It makes sense.
Illegal immigration, because to me, I'm against it. I think it's ridiculous to be flooding people in. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that I sympathize with, again, white people, people in America, people in Europe, that they feel like their identity is under attack. They've lost their Christian identity, and there's nothing else that they can really hold on to except this white identity, and it's being deliberately attacked. Like, I think it's a deliberate like program. It's a deliberate project. And again, it's coming from liberalism. Like, that's just
lots of them happen to be Jews. I can't say 100%, but it seems like lots of the attack comes from Jews. Originally, I heard that was a conspiracy. Then you start digging, and you're like, okay.
Well, we can talk about that as well, because it's not something. It is seen amongst Jews, but it's also seen in other racial groups. And this is something that is written in a book called "World on Fire" by Amy Chua. Have you heard of the Tiger Mom? She's like more popular now because she's a professor at Yale Law School, and she was the one who brought together J.D. Vance with his wife Usha, the Hindu. So she was kind of their mentor at Yale Law School, and she wrote a book, and people don't really know her for this book, but it's called World on Fire, and she has this concept of the market dominant minority. And she talks about, for example, the Chinese in the Philippines, like ethnic Chinese in the Philippines or Indonesia or Malaysia. And they're just like 1 or 2% of the population, but they have like 60% of the private wealth or 70%, like a massive amount of wealth held by just 1 or 2% of the population. So like, why are the Chinese able to dominate the markets in Philippines or wherever? She also talks about like Indians in Africa or Lebanese in Africa. And so these different parts of the world where you have a market dominant minority. Interestingly, she doesn't talk about Jews in America.
Everyone kind of leaves that one out.
Yeah, she doesn't, for some reason, she doesn't consider them a market dominant minority. I don't know why. Her husband is Jewish, actually, another Yale Law School professor, but she doesn't include, even though that's the most obvious example. But it's interesting, she says that the market dominant minorities, they have certain policies that they pursue universally. Like, they universally like diversity. Why? Because they feel threatened by the majority population like rising up.
So you can play people against each other.
Yeah, so they want to diversify society. They want to like stand with other minorities so that they create a bigger minority bloc as a shield or as a defense against potentially the majority, right?
Yeah, not one. Okay, a minority bloc not bound by, well, I said race, but more bound by ideology.
Rising up and doing acts of violence or literally genocide.
Yeah.
So this is a kind of dynamic that she talks about that repeats itself like in different parts of the world. And it's interesting that the idea of inclusive nationalism, have you heard J.D. Vance like put this idea out of inclusive nationalism?
I haven't. Was it nationalism?
Because J.D. Vance is portraying himself like as vice president under Trump as a populist, like he's a right-wing populist. But in reality, he's an inclusive nationalist. And that's the asterisk by his populism is that he's still in favor of like minorities having a lot of power, but it's somehow still but at the same time advocating for nationalism. So he's getting that. J.D. Vance is getting that from Amy Chua, who is the Yale Law. She's Chinese herself.
Yeah.
the Tiger Mom, and this is what she writes about in World on Fire. And now that theory is, if J.D. Vance becomes president, that's going to be kind of the ideological position of J.D. Vance. I'm completely against J.D. Vance.
Me too.
I hate him a lot.
I really just get a really weird vibe from him. Something's off with him. I can't quite pinpoint it, but something's very off. And it was that Peter Thiel connection, and I just don't resonate with him.
Yeah, he's just not authentic.
No, he just seems so fake. Like he'll say anything. Like he was a never Trumper, then he switched over. So it's he's definitely a guy. So we can strongly agree on that.
Yeah. Strongly agree on that. But yeah, I just thought
I don't know. JD Cool is just that. I don't know. His connections to Peter Thiel and all that is a bit concerning. You know, the guy who knows about the Antichrist so much is a bit concerning. So I can't sit there and deny that his connection to Peter Thiel is shaky. But other than that, I would say this. He speaks real well. It does seem like he can hold himself in a debate, of course. Now, I haven't really heard too much of like a policy difference from JD Vance. I haven't heard him really stand on any policies like, oh, if I was president or if I was to have things my way. So I'm not really sure we can consider him like presidential material yet.
It's interesting that he has this connection to Amy Chua, and she specifically is talking about like minorities who are dominating, and her suggestion is like we need to make sure to protect the minorities
that are dominating.
That are dominating
she doesn't
because
mention Jews. Yeah.
So
that's interesting. You mentioned these other countries though, how like Chinese. Would you say the Philippines? Was it you said?
Yeah, the Chinese and the Philippines.
So yeah, you come to a foreign nation, and for me, I'm in a position where I want everyone to have equal rights in America, but I would like it to remain a majority white country. So it gets complicated. But also, white people, we need to have more fucking kids. So we have to take a little bit of
accountability,
responsibility on that end.
Yeah, I would do say that too. It's like white people, I need to have more white babies. Like you can't sit here and complain about all the immigrants coming in and having out. Like I would say this. Like white people, let's be real. Y'all like to complain about the Muslim takeover and all this wild stuff and how you don't want to become a minority, but you're not having enough kids. And these guys come over here and have 4 or 5, damn near up to 7 kids. And I understand that you guys want to complain about the community. I mean, not the community, but the economy. Well, they're not complaining about it, and they're having hella kids in this economy that you're complaining about. So you can't complain about these guys taking over while also making excuses for not wanting to, reproduce and make sure you guys have your numbers correct or have your numbers together.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the big issue. And Elon Musk always talks about this, like the demographic challenge, like the birth rate is too low for there to be like a Europe without immigration or for there to be America without immigration. Like if the dominant majority white doesn't.
Oh, white people never talk about taking over, but they want to stay the majority, right? So it's not really about taking over, but it is more about, all right, well, if you guys want to make sure it's majority white around you, then you got to make sure you guys have some kids. Because, I mean, let's be real. The other races outproduce us. I mean, and hey, this is for me too. I'm gonna be honest with you. Even my race is struggling in birth rates. So, yeah, we need more babies, like more white American babies and more black American babies across the board.
Reproduce then, and it's not something that can change with policies. So you have countries like South Korea or Japan that they have a lot of pro-family policies. Like they give subsidies, they give all kinds of benefits for you to have children, and they're still not able to get the birth rate up. So this is not something that can really change with policy. It has to be changed culturally.
Culturally, yeah, it's culturally.
And
I think it's a mix. I think there's something that's physically causing it, because I know lots of people struggling to have kids, but they're also having kids later. So I think we're also, it's like I had some kids really young, thankfully. But then I think a lot of people are encouraged to have kids like way later, and it can feel normal. Like I lived in big cities. Like sometimes none of your friends are having kids. It's like instead you're out like at brunch and partying. Oh, everyone's having fun. But compared to children, that's so meaningless.
Yeah, for sure. Anyone who has kids, like they can feel how life is so fulfilling when you share it with your children and someone that you love unconditionally. Because another person you can't love unconditionally
it's so
except
weird
your children.
Having a feeling. I don't think you understand. Someone goes, "You like a kid more than I love dogs." Like a kid more than dogs, and like it's not even like a question. It's like I love my dog. Don't get me wrong. I'm a big dog lover. I mean, you probably not, because a lot of Muslims don't like dogs.
I like dogs too. I just don't like them in the house.
Yeah, so it's just like the love for your child is unconditionally. I was in a situation where I got attacked. Quentin Rampage Jackson?
Yeah.
His kid did something awful,
his son, right?
But I was with Rampage and this happened, and people were attacking Rampage for defending his son, and he didn't fully defend him. He said it was wrong, and people were attacking Rampage, and I'm just like, what do you expect a father to do? And he wasn't saying what his kid was right, was justified. I was with him during that event happened. He was in a lot of pain, you know, like he was very upset, very, yeah, he was not happy at all because what his kid did was terrible. But people were attacking me just for being like, of course Rampage is going to like stand by his son.
Yeah.
He's going to have to spend $100,000 probably in legal fees. He might lose his son for a couple of years. So, of course, he's going to try to spin a semi.
My bad, guys. I was talking about Rampage Jackson on, you know, how he covered for his son, and everybody was, you know, on his ass about it. But then I was just like, I ain't gonna lie, what father wouldn't do that for their son? I mean, Lord knows mine would. But let's be real, they're gonna go ahead and say you effed up, but they're not gonna want you to go to jail for years and years. They're gonna get you the lawyer you need to and all that good stuff if they can afford to. So I mean, you can't really blame a man for defending his son.
My story of like, my son did it because of this, but of course he's pissed at him too.
Yeah, that was a very sad story, but yeah, so having kids like this demographic problem, I think the cause of it is actually something that, this is why I get called a misogynist. I think women's empowerment, like that's the problem. Like giving women rights, that's the issue. Like I'm smiling, but that actually it really is the problem.
I partially agree. No, it's like, they should have some rights, but also they need to be protected by men. Like, look what.
Hold on. Where is this going?
Like that's the problem. I think kids like this demographic problem, I think the cause of it is actually something that, this is why I get called a misogynist. I think women's empowerment, like that's the problem. Like giving women rights, that's the issue. Like I'm smiling, but that actually it really is the problem.
I partially agree. No, it's like they should have some rights, but also they need to be protected by men. Like, look what happens. You give them rights, all of a sudden they vote in trannies to come take over their sports and their locker rooms. And it's like, that's why I always laugh. These guys are like, oh, make sure to find a conservative, blah, blah, blah. And a woman should just take your politics, you know. Every girl I've dated, I don't worry about a girl's politics. There's some things I worry about, like girls' past, that type of stuff. Of course, that stuff matters. People try to be like, oh, the past stuff doesn't matter. Of course it does. But like their politics, to me, doesn't matter because they're going to take my politics. Like girls don't really.
That's you. Though. Yeah. That's like you.
But that's how all men
big, strong fighter. Like
they should
a lot of guys, unfortunately, they're not like that kind of. They don't have that kind of relationship.
Really?
With their spouse or their girlfriend. Like they're beta. Like they are.
I don't know. Usually, I mean, whatever girl I'm dating at the time is usually picking up on my politics or my belief system. It's just the way it works. It means they follow their man. It is what it is. But I mean, to find it, I don't know. I couldn't imagine debating with my woman like politics, especially on the terms of abortion or something like that. I couldn't imagine arguing that with my woman. Now, maybe somebody else's girl, sure. Maybe that's how they run things in their crib and they girls following their politics. But I mean, I would usually assume a woman and their man's politics align. But hey, that's just me.
Or in status than their wives or their girlfriends.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, I guess that's the problem.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. Like they're empowered. Like the women are.
I mean, that just sounds like a toxic relationship.
Powered so that they're in a position where they're outmatching the men. Like if you look at the income levels, the graduation from school, like on all those different metrics, men are falling further and further behind. And it's because you have this culture that tells women that, yeah, you need to be a boss babe. Like you need to pursue your education, get your advanced degree, go and, rise in the corporate ladder. Like that's the culture that is going to cause a situation where women don't have time to get married, let alone have kids, let alone take care of kids. Like they don't actually want that on a conscious level. Subconsciously they want that because it's biological.
Deeply biologically they do. You see sometimes they get older and they start really regretting it.
Yeah,
but they're also
depressed.
Wired and there's something wired with them where they don't like dating a guy making less than them. And I don't even think it's their gold digger. I think it's like deep biology.
No, Jed, that's what I'm saying. I'm just like, I don't know. I couldn't imagine disagreeing on that level. I feel like, boy, you about to be out on the couch for like a couple of weeks.
Like we have biology towards youth and stuff like that. We have attractions. Women
That's
have these
tough.
attractions that, so if they start making more than a man, it's not good. And a lot of women are making more than men now. So it's destroying the marriage rates.
Yeah. So
Damn.
women pursuing advancement actually harms their.
I mean, hey, that's crazy that they're having this conversation. Respect to it. But all right, guys, I'm gonna be real with you. Fox News actually came out and said the same thing. They said the marriages where the man is the breadwinner survive. Marriages where the women are the breadwinner have a 16% chance of survival. So as soon as your girl makes more money than you are now in the 16%, aka, bruh, I mean, your time is limited, and she probably already has your replacement, at the door. You never know.
Interests, like, and it's not just about women. Like, we're talking about all of society is being destroyed. Like, all countries are going to go extinct, entire ethnicities are going to go extinct because of the birth rate.
Women, though.
But even for women themselves, like, they are going to face lower satisfaction in marriage, like lower attraction to their husbands or their boyfriends because of hypergamy, because they want a man who's stronger than them, who's bigger than them, who's more wealthy than them, who has higher status than them. That's what biologically they want. But feminism and these cultural standards are telling them that no, you can't be under a man. Like, you have to be independent. You're a strong, independent woman. You have to pursue the career. So they are getting this kind of cognitive dissonance because one thing they feel biologically, another thing they're being programmed culturally, and that cognitive dissonance is causing a lot of psychological problems and depression. I think 50% of women over the age of 30 have to.
I don't know, girls. How y'all feeling about this? How y'all feel about what my man is saying? Because, I mean, in a way, he's damn near putting, like, you know what, man, because we gave women's rights, man, we kind of screwed society. Kind of screwed the birth rates when we gave women's rights. It's like, yo. That is, I mean, yeah, I mean, he's making some valid points. But let's get over to this little Fox segment that I was talking about.
Happy wife, happy life? Recent data reveals that
Nope. It's rich husband, happy house.
Marriages last when men bring home the money. A study shows that of the 16% of marriages in America with a female breadwinner, 42% end in divorce. But according to the Institute for Family Studies, marriages with the lowest chance of divorce are ones in which the husband earns at least $38,000 more than his wife.
Dang. You gotta be blowing your girl out the water, G. If she making 40, you better be making 80. If she makes 100, you gotta make 140. Oh man, like, woo. I mean, bro, 2,000, 3,000. No, that ain't mo. No, you need to make like double what she making at that point. 38,000 more than her wife. So, like I said, she making that 40, you gotta make 80. That is tough. Ooh, this is a tough man. It's a tough economy out here.
I have to tell you, Lydia, I actually make less than my wife for her because she's a neurophysiologist, very fancy doctor.
Wow.
But I'm happy. I'm very happy with her being in charge. Who's in charge in your marriage?
I would love to meet your wife one day.
I mean, well, bro, I'm gonna be real with you. It kind of sounds like you just said it. Your wife runs the marriage. You kind of just proved the statistic of, yeah, you're right. My wife makes more than me, but I'm happy though. I mean, thank you for telling us that your wife make more than you and that you're a debater in the relationship. We appreciate that, bro. We didn't think we were just going to come out and say it flat out, but I mean, hey. This guy.
Dr. Siegel. So I'd like to think that my husband and I are truly an equal partnership, and I'm so grateful. And, I think sometimes divorce is not what I strive for ever, but for some relationships, it's the only reality. So I'm not really sure about this study and whether it really actually relates to breadwinning or not, but I'm grateful.
I mean, of course it's going to be hard. I'm going to be real with you. It's going to be hard for this lady to take that in because it makes women look bad. I mean, let's be real. Like all this emotional bull crap that women like to talk, and then just for it to come down to, oh, you need to love your wife. You need to make sure you listen to her, take her out on dates and all this good stuff. You need to make sure that you hear all of her problems. You connect with her. No, really, you just need some money. You'll have a nice, long, happy marriage. You know what? She'll probably shut the fuck up about all those problems she's like to bitch you about. Okay, I'm just playing. No, she'll still talk to you about those problems. Regardless. But it does seem like, all that lovey-dovey stuff they like to talk about goes out the window when it comes to the... So, guys, you know what you got to do? Get your money up, and you can maintain your marriage. Most likely. Now, it's not a guaranteed, but it does raise your chances the more money you make over your wife. And if you only make 40K, then guess what? Make sure your wife makes less than that. Make sure your wife makes damn near no money at all. Like, she got to be broke damn near. Like, what? That's not fair. That's not fair to tell guys. Like, so if I'm making 50K, my wife better make like 10K a year, or I ain't keeping her. That's crazy.
For my marriage and my husband.
Yeah, Doc, I'll tell you, this is what I'll say. I'm not going to disparage how any two people make their marriage work, because it's hard. It's really hard. Money often is a problem in marriages, and you asked a different question. You said, who's in charge? You didn't say who makes the most money. You said who's in charge. Earning the most money doesn't always equate to being in charge. But I will say this. I think that the unspoken part of this is that a lot of these marriages where the husband earns.
I mean, come on now. I understand you guys are the Christian conservatives. You toting the line here, but no, it does. It does. Let's be brutally honest about it. I mean, whoever has the most money, low key can who low key swings the stick, like, for lack of better words. But yeah, that's just how it is. If the woman makes more money, she tends to be the leader of the relationship. If the man does, he tends to be the leader of the relationship or marriage. I don't know. It's just like, I guess the monetary might depend. I guess that decides who runs the marriage is off monetary might. I mean, not physical might, but monetary.
More. It's probably because the wife is
not like back in the days where, guys could get reckless with their wives, and thank God we're past those. But now, women have an even playing field, will be able to make their own money. And according to the Muslim homie over there, that's the reason why our marriage rates are low and our birth rates are low. So, I mean, come on now. Can't backtrack women's rights. We love women.
Raising kids at home and taking care of the home
to our detriment,
which is more work, more stressful, more difficult. And maybe it's just overall the family unit is happier, and the symptom is that the dad or the husband earns
That's
more.
an interesting point. Kaylee, what do you think about his point that maybe it's not about money, maybe it's about who's raising the children and then who's making more money?
Well, I think that's exactly right, because most women would actually prefer.
I mean, let's be real. Most women is going to sit there and look down on a guy who's taking care of the kids while she's out there working. It's like, it feels off. It don't sound right. Like a stay-at-home dad. Like, bro, look, this ain't Johnny Test, okay? This ain't Johnny Test where you could be a stay-at-home dad and the girl and the wife makes all the money and everything just works out. No. 9 times out of 10, dad's heading towards Divorce Alley. So, yeah, it's sadly the truth that men, I'm sorry, but you got to make more money than your wife. It is what it is. Now, not all the time. Maybe if it's in a reasonable margin, like, I don't know, maybe your wife makes like 2, 3, 5,000 more. I mean, that's not too much more, but 40,000? I mean, though, that's a whole lifestyle.
That they prefer to stay at home and to raise the kids, and that shouldn't be incorrect to say. It shouldn't be politically incorrect to say. I think it's funny. My husband and I have gone back and forth at various points in our career in terms of who makes the most money, and I don't see it necessarily as one person making more money than the other, because as Lydia said, I think it's an equal partnership, and I think that's the sort of mindset that you should go into marriage with, as a partnership, as a team, working together for the greater good.
I mean, like I said, it sounds cute on paper, but that's just not the reality of it. The man's always supposed to carry the bigger burden. So it's never going to be an equal relationship, because the man's always supposed to carry more, supposed to want to pay all the bills and all that good stuff. I mean, financially, is he like, come on now? So we think about it like that, but that's just not the reality of marriage. And I wish people would get out of that mindset, because it's kind of like misleading. But I think if we be honest to guys, that they're going to step it up. I mean, if when you're dishonest to them and try to make it about emotions, well, you just create softer dudes who ain't ready for the reality that's going to hit them when they realize that it's not about your feelings, but it's about that moolah, the money.
My husband's out in Times Square right now walking blocks to get the baby to go down, because that's the only way he can get him to sleep. And that's just what we do. We work with each other, and, it's great. 5 years married.
Everyone on this panel agrees that being in love helps.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's necessary. Yeah.
I mean, come on now. Yes, we all agree that love is a beautiful thing, that being in love with a woman is a beautiful thing. We all agree with that. And I'll sit here and I'll say I don't regret none of the women that I fell in love with, because it was a beautiful thing. But I mean, that doesn't neglect away from, how difficult marriage could be if, you're expected to if you're expected to make like 40K above your wife. Like, like, come on now. And then let's be real. If you're saying that the love of my wife depends on how much I make, man, God damn it sounds like I'm paying for the motherfucker. And that's that's all right. I mean, I guess as a man, I guess I got to accept the reality of things, but it sucks though. I ain't gonna lie. That's reality. There, that sucks.
See a
It is what it
psychologist, like
is,
see a
though.
therapist, they're on
It's absolutely
antidepressants.
insane. Yeah, they're all on drugs. I just got a little sympathetic there because sometimes I mock like the red pill guys, but it's just like maybe I'm in a different position and these guys are treated like shit by the women. And maybe I blame them too much, but maybe it's complicated. They need to step up, but it's also like these women have been programmed this way to treat these guys that are struggling like shit. And it is tough out there, like the price of things, inflation. So these guys, if they don't go to college and these girls are mocking them, treating them like shit. I guess I've seen a different reality, because I've been successful. The guys I'm around, like,
Yeah, I mean,
Dan
you're
and
the
stuff.
typical
to me, we see
prototypical Chad. Like,
so
you're
it's like, oh, girls treat us great. So this, and most of my friends that way. So maybe I'm a little out of touch.
like,
with
that
reality.
meme, right? The meme, like the incel meme, like
Yeah.
the Chad, like someone like you just
Yeah.
tells people like, oh, you just gotta be yourself. Like, you have trouble with women.
Yeah, you just gotta be yourself, have good character, be a gentleman, and have money. So make sure you carry all those qualities plus money.
Just be yourself, be confident. Like that's what the Chad thinks.
That's what I say.
Yeah.
Just go out there and be yourself. But that is what gets girls being funny and charismatic. But I guess you can't just step up and become.
Yeah, if they
that.
look like
If
you,
don't
like,
have the
if they
you
look-
have to have the confidence too. Because I've actually been times in my life where I didn't have confidence and stuff, and it's like then I struggle to get girls. But you get confidence, it's easy, and it's
Yeah, but you're downplaying your looks, like you're downplaying like your athleticism, like you have physical things that make you attractive to women. But someone who is just ugly, like that's the hand that they were dealt. It doesn't matter how confident they are, like they're going bald, they're fat, they're ugly. It doesn't
I don't know. They can be ugly and like tall as hell. That sometimes work out.
matter how confident they are, how funny they are.
there's
It doesn't-
exceptions. I know guys that aren't good looking but can still pull girls. But it's
Are they
way,
rich?
but it's way, in most cases,
Yeah.
yeah. So no, it's
Yeah,
way
not
more. It's
contact.
true. So maybe I've been a little too hard on the red pill guys. Maybe Maybe it is a little brutal out there. And these, like I said, girls treat me great. So it's like, oh, I don't see this, but it's like, it's not that simple. I'm like, oh, they always listen to me. So maybe it's not just they listen to me because I tell them to. It's because other things.
Yeah, you're a Chad, so they treat you like a Chad.
a little bit.
Yeah, but the thing is that, so think about your level. Like, I'm not just praising you. Like, I'm just talking objective facts. Like your level here as a man, and you're gonna have a lot of like distance between you and women, like a lot of attractive women, for example, just because of your status, your wealth, your looks, etc. But if women are empowered, like their status keeps going up, and that makes it harder for the average guy.
They don't want to date anyone with lower status.
Yeah, they don't want to date anyone who has lower money, even though they themselves, like, these are women who are just like 3s or 2s, and they're trying to, like, have you heard of the whole Tinder phenomenon, right?
Well, they'll sleep with a guy above them, and then they think they can date those guys. I don't know if that's what
They think that they can like get commitment from those guys.
Yeah, so that's what I'm not refer to. But these girls, because guys are usually
Yeah, but that's our fault.
I mean, I'm past this stage in my life.
Yeah, but I always do say that's our fault. That's guys' fault. It's like, guys that shoot at an easy target, hit that easy target, but now that target thinks that, oh, well, now I deserve guys at this level because, this guy one time gave me the one night stand. Yeah, he gave you the one night stand, sweetheart, not a relationship. But, girls, they don't understand that. Well, as they get older, they understand it, but not in their youth.
And something I'm proud of. But yeah, I've gone down that. That was the vice I had. But so maybe I would sleep with a girl that there'd be no chance that I would date. And these girls they don't understand that, because if a girl sleeps with a guy, they're at least at their status of dating. They're not like planning on dating unless, but it's at least someone they would date. Like if I slept with a girl, I could date her if I wanted to, pretty much.
Yeah. So these 3s and 4s, they are sleeping around with Chads. And they're just
maybe
doing
like 6s.
Yeah.
But again, that's levels above. You get like a 6, maybe sleeping, with like an 8 or a 9.
Right. So 20% of the top guys are getting 80% of the women. You see what I'm saying? 20, like if you think about like as a hierarchy, like the guys at the top, the 10%, the 20%, they're the Chads, they're the ones with money, they're the ones with the looks, athleticism. They're able to be with 80% of women. Now they aren't going to commit to 80% of women,
But
but
the girl will sit around waiting for him versus dating some guy.
And then she's gonna, in her mind, she thinks she deserves as a husband or a long-term boyfriend someone who's at that level, like who's a 10 or a 9 when she's just a 3, 4, 5, 6. So she's not going to want to match with someone who is a 3, 4, 5, 6 on the man side. And when she eventually has to settle down, like in her 30s or 40s, she has to settle down. she won't be able to get with the 8s or 9s or 10s. She'll have to be with this 3, 4, 5,
And she's gonna
6.
treat him like shit.
She's gonna and she's gonna be very dissatisfied. She's not gonna really be attracted to him. She's gonna like dominate him, boss him around, like, and that's going to lead to divorce. And then he's gonna get divorce raped because she's going to get child support, alimony.
I've seen these exact cases where these girls get a little older and they date a guy they don't like. And it's also why you see so many of these girls like in their 30s being like, oh, it's a pedophile that he's with a 21-year-old or a 20-year-old. It's like, that's not what a pedophile is. It's like, or 18. It's just like, you know, it's like, at least use your words right. I mean, even like 17 is called pedophile. That's not a pedophile. At least use your words correct.
Yeah. So the whole core of the problem is women's empowerment. Like women's empowerment and women's freedom. Like if you don't give women the freedom to just sleep around with whoever they want, like they don't have the choice to do that. Like let's go back to the time when the father is actually protecting his daughters and is not going to let them like be with a man who's not going to marry, like put a ring on it, right? Like let's go back to a time but feminists say that, oh, this is patriarchal. Like how can a father have control of his daughters? That's unacceptable. But we need to return to those.
I have daughters. I control my daughters.
That's
marry
good.
them off. You know, it's like that's what you should. I mean, not maybe it's strict to Islamic countries, but they better listen to me.
Yeah. So that's the kind.
It's really tough to sit there and be like, yeah, you know, I would marry my daughter off. Like, why? Because I know I'm going to marry her off to somebody responsible. Sure, she won't have too much of a say. She won't know the guy too well, but the guy's responsible. So F it, right? Right, guys? Like, girls, you okay with that? If your dad just married you off to a responsible guy who had his finances together, but you don't know him that much, but he's responsible and financially, you know, stable. And you know, he's a good guy. You know, your dad picked him out. You know, he wouldn't pick out no wife beater. So, you know, hey, if you love your dad, I mean, maybe you should, you know, love the guy your dad pick out for you, right?
Nope.
Yep, I thought so.
Of control that liberalism wants to destroy, liberal feminism wants to destroy. Like you as a father, you should treat your daughters are independent, like they're independent individuals, the atomized individuals, and they can make their own choices, and you shouldn't have the power to tell them not to. You shouldn't be restricting their freedom. That's coercive control.
Insane. It's my daughter. My daughter better listen to what I tell them. That's like,
yeah, well, they want to take away that control, and that's leading to what? It's leading to the destruction of marriage, the destruction of family, like the society, all of these incels, all these men who can't get married. It's because women are sleeping around. They're going and being able to enjoy like sleeping with the 9s and 10s and the chads, and then they fall into the situation where they get into dissatisfied marriages, and then they get divorced, and then they divorce rape their husbands. Like all of these problems, the lower birth rate is caused by this empowerment and freedom of women.
Hey guys, if you're opposed to genocide and support free speech, go to Fight Back Podcast.
I mean, all right, the city girl lifestyle have destroyed a lot of women. And it is part of this whole feminism movement, women liberation, all that good stuff. But yeah, at a certain point, I think even women got to start being responsible for their own and be like, yeah, sis, like I feel you, but you're going too far. Like, you know, you still gotta, you know, somehow get a husband. I mean, you know, you getting ran through by 15 guys, that's kind of gonna ruin your chances, huh? Yeah, don't you think you want to maybe, you know, come back home or go to some, I don't know, find a guy in college, go to some small town, find a guy. It's like, hey, there's something better in the city girl lifestyle that just dooms you to the cat lady lifestyle.
I agree with a lot of this because I remember back in my stage, you know, I could easily have, you know, 4 or 5 girls that you're dating, and they're all sitting around like waiting. That means these other guys are pulled out of the marketplace. These girls are wasting time waiting. It did hit me one day, like, oh, I would never lie to these girls. Don't get me wrong, tell my girlfriend, but it's just like with these. I could still realize that I was hurting these girls. They can't have like unattached sex the same way men do. Then you realize like, oh, by having this random, you're hurting these women, hurting society. You know, I didn't think about it, but I guess I'm hurting all society because I'm taking them off the marketplace for other men. They're just sitting around waiting until you get rid of them, and it's just like,
yeah, I mean, a girl with a lot of bodies, cooked. She's cooked. I mean, everybody knows that. I mean, her pair bonding ability is done for. I'm not sure what the number is. I think my number is like, yo. I mean, I think her pair bonding ability might be cooked when she's like in, I don't know, the teens or something like that. Like, I don't know, like something past 15 or something. Which is crazy, by the way, is absolutely crazy. If you get in somewhere around there, your pair bonding ability may be cooked and your ability to find a man, well, I wouldn't say find one, but be able to pair bond with that guy and stay to him, you know, for a while or so-called forever and all that, you know, BS they want to sell. But yeah, that kind of screws your chances up. And no, guys can have sex as much women as they want to and still be able to maintain the same girl with all the love in the world. But women, yeah, y'all can't do that. Y'all cannot do that for whatever reason. I do not know, but it has been scientifically proven.
It's kind of fucked up.
Well, a lot of blame goes to them as well.
Yeah,
Like,
I'll blame the girls more than me.
Yeah.
You could justify it, like, oh, these girls are always screwing over guys, but no, feminism. So that's probably the biggest problem, more than the white man.
Yeah, I mean, so if you have like a country with no immigration and it's like there's a pure white utopia, and you still have feminism, you still have women's empowerment, you're gonna have all these particular problems.
No, I agree on this. I think it would have to be, it would have to be changes, and I think I would like to see, some of these white groups and Muslims work more together. I don't know if you would like to, but I think a lot of these conservative white groups have very similar ideology to Muslims, but they don't realize it.
Yeah, there are a lot of shared values, and like I said, I have a lot of sympathy because I feel like just like Muslims, their identity is being erased, their religion, like liberalization in the Muslim world. Like there's this talk of white genocide, like genociding white people through immigration, mixed marriages, etc. But Muslims are genocided in a similar way. Our identity is also being taken through secularization, liberalization, forced atheism, like forced freedom of religion, or like the right to mock religion. Like this is something that I always get in trouble for with mainstream, because I defend the apostasy laws in Islam, like apostasy, blasphemy laws, because in Islam, if you insult God or his prophets, or you like burn the Quran or something like that in a way to insult, then that comes with a death penalty. Like it's capital punishment.
Well, it's their own cultures. Who are we to say what cultures are? Now, I'm not saying we should bring it to America. I don't.
That's why Islam just can never match up with freedom of speech.
I think we should insult religions here, but also, who are we to judge what another country does? If they
you would judge I don't take that kind of perspective, like a relativistic perspective, because if it was cannibalism, I'm not gonna say, it's their culture, they're cannibals, but I think there's a rational basis. Like I think it's something that we can defend beyond just relativism.
Yeah.
That we need to, like, if you care about God, like if you care about religion in society and the symbols of religion in society, then you can't allow it to be mocked. Like there has to be restrictions. Like maybe it's not going to be the death penalty.
Yeah,
in
real
all
quick,
cases.
I say I don't think it should be the death penalty. I wanted to clear that up. But I could understand your point. If you're in a country where it's almost all Islamic and stuff, to allow people to sit there and mock it. I mean, look what's happened. That's what happened to Christianity. It started getting mocked, and now it's like almost dead. Now there's trans flags on churches.
Yeah, and I mean, that's every society. It's not even religious, but every society wants to preserve its symbols and its identity. So the recent controversy with Trump wanting to ban burning of the American flag.
Our First Amendment allows that, I don't like burning the flag, but we do have the Constitution, so it makes it a little tricky. That's kind of the whole point.
But that destroys like identity, like that. If people are able to like burn the flag, mock identity, like mock like the sacred symbols of your, especially with religion, but even culture or nationalism, if you're able to mock those symbols, then that's going to degrade the awe or the respect for those symbols within society. And then maybe like you won't be affected, but your children will, and their children will. They won't even have this kind of concern for nation, or like we have to,
like, damn, we might lose out on the patriotism down the line because, well, we've let the flag get burned so many times. I mean, we say we love the country, but there's people who's wanting to burn the flag. And you're right. I mean, if a kid sees the flag get burned so many times, I mean, what respect for this country would the kid possibly have if it's seen the symbol of this country get burnt so many times? Even if those people meant it in a, symbolic, I guess, rejection of a policy, I hear what he's saying. Like down the line, that could affect the patriotism of the youth. Yeah, I'm honestly, it already has.
to be proud of who we are, or our heritage, because it's been mocked. Like, look at the amount of mockery of Jesus, for example, in Europe and Christian society.
It's
like that,
they just take it and allow it.
Yeah, that's true. Now people are completely comfortable with mocking Jesus in any way, shape, and form, and now people damn near see Jesus as a running joke to play anytime you want to make a joke about Christians. It's like, I don't know. Christians, I mean, hey, they don't like it, but of course, freedom of speech. You can say what you want to say. But I would say that you can definitely see it through the production of their children that there's a lack of respect for the religion, just because it's like, well, how could I respect it if y'all don't defend it?
Yeah, but that's like that has a massive effect on the kind of reverence or sacredness of Jesus in the eyes of people, right? And so that has a tangible effect on reducing religiosity or even like the character of society, because you allow that mockery of Jesus, or you allow like spitting on the flag or burning it, these national symbols. Like that has, like, if you just allow absolute freedom of speech, that can have a massive negative consequences for the character of your society. And so in Islam, we want to preserve belief in God. We want to preserve respect for religion, because that that's the future. That's the future of if we want our country to be Muslim, if we want our people to be Muslims, our children to be Muslims, we have to punish blasphemy. But then you have Western liberal rights organizations, human rights organizations, the UN saying that, oh, you have apostasy laws, you have blasphemy laws. This is contrary to freedom of religion. It's contrary to freedom of speech. We have to abolish those laws. You have to adopt like liberal democracies in these Muslim countries. You can't have Sharia law. You can't have like a hardcore Islamic law. That's okay. That's Muslim genocide. You're attacking the character and the heritage and the values of Muslims, and that's been happening for 300 years, like since the beginning of the colonial period, and even up to this day.
Yeah, I know all these recent wars I've been strongly against all these regime change wars because they run their country slightly different to us. Also, you got to realize America and Middle East is not the same place. Sometimes these places need leaders a little different. You can't run them the same. And as far as the church, I believe in God, but then it's been hard for me to jump to, to be a Christian when I see.
And here's the thing, like, I don't know, but shit, maybe the Christians do need to step up their level when protecting, Jesus's name, because he has a point. I mean, like, there's no respect for anything that won't be defended.
Trans flags flying. I saw,
and trust me, I have the utmost respect for Jesus in the Christian religion, but I hear what he's saying is like, how do you expect religion to get passed on to your children if you won't defend it?
Mocked, and in the comments, I saw Muslims more upset than Christians that Jesus was getting mocked. That was a moment that was very interesting, because I didn't realize Jesus was loved by Muslims too.
Yeah, Jesus is the Messiah. So Muslims believe that Jesus is the Messiah, one of the greatest. We believe he's a prophet. He's a prophet of God in a long line of prophets, starting from Adam, Abraham, Moses, John the Baptist, Jesus, and then Muhammad, peace be upon them all, as the final prophet. So a long line of prophets, all preaching the same message of God is one, God is all powerful, all knowing creator, the loving, most just creator. So and we should worship him. Like that's the central teaching of Islam, and Jesus has a special role. Like different prophets have special things about them. Like Muhammad was the last prophet, for example, but Jesus is, what's special about him is that he was born of a virgin, and he is the Messiah, meaning that he is specifically chosen for what he's going to return. Like he's going to return God. So the Muslim belief is that Jesus was not crucified. God saved him from crucifixion, because as mentioned in the New Testament, Jews were plotting to execute him. And then God saved him from their plot and raised him to heaven, and then he will return in bodily form as a human at the same age that he was when he was lifted to heaven, which was about 33 years old. And he's going to kill the Antichrist and basically establish God's kingdom on earth. And that's the first time, the only time that's going to happen. So
I mean, it's crazy. I know a lot of people never heard that, but yeah, Muslims believe the same thing that you guys believe, that yes, Jesus will rise again, he'll come back and he'll reclaim the earth in the name of God and all this wild stuff. And so it's kind of crazy how Muslims and Christian beef, but I'm like, you guys believe in the same ending.
That's why he's the Messiah. Like
the only difference between you guys is like, y'all, what you guys think about Jesus? Now, you do believe that Jesus is the Messiah. You also believe that he's God as well. Like he has a certain amount of divinity, and they just see them as the Messiah and a prophet. So I don't know. It just like, is it really that? But never mind. No, when asking Christians that question, I mean, is it really that deep? Considering that you have different forms of Christians over small differentiations of how y'all tell the story. Actually, that goes right along with the characteristics of Christians. Sadly, have the small differences, and you guys just cut off into different branches of Christianity. I mean, let's be real, guys. Can we at least admit that?
he's the anointed one. He has that very significant role in Islam. And Muslims believe in this to such an extent that, like, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he was buried in Medina, in Arabia. And there's a big mosque there, the Prophet's Mosque, and he's buried there. And there's a grave that's been buried in advance. It's empty right next to his. And that's the grave that's reserved for Jesus.
They really want to put him right next to Muhammad. I don't think most Christians know this stuff. Do you?
Yeah, they don't. They think that Muslims hate Christians, hate Jesus.
But meanwhile, Jews think he's burning in hell and
and a vat of feces. Yeah,
it was wild. So what? I mean, you're probably gonna agree with me. What's your thought of all these foreign wars against, Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran? It's just been like, I've been against them from the beginning. It just seems like a nonstop push of our country to fight these pointless wars. Not all of it, but a lot of it seems to be being pushed by Israel.
Yeah, I'm definitely against these forever wars in the Middle East, all for the protection of Israel. Like, none of these wars actually benefit the American people
at all.
And they cost a lot of money. Like the lower estimates are like $8 trillion for the war on terror. So
yeah, I think it is like that.
The U.S. has suffered. Like, I grew up, I was born in the 80s, but I grew up in the 90s. I was born in the U.S., obviously, but like the
were your parents from Iran?
Yeah, they immigrated from Iran, like in the 60s and 70s.
My dad was stationed over there as a Green Beret, and unfortunately, his dad
in Iran.
I know he wasn't happy with some of the stuff the Americans were doing. Unfortunately, I don't know the details, but he was over there doing some stuff that I don't know. He didn't think was so great.
Well, my dad immigrated for education.
Look, man, every time we operate in the Middle East is under some shady conditions.
So he came for a master's degree, and he's been an engineer
before the revolution.
Yeah, he came before the revolution. Yeah, and then he married my mom, and that was around the same time as the revolution. But it was because he was already here. Like, it wasn't because of anything that was happening in Iran necessarily. But so I think that that's a big problem that's causing a lot of immigration, and Muslims would prefer to have their own countries. Muslims would prefer to have countries where they can be Muslim and not be attacked by like international human rights law, through sanctions, through invasions. Like, you have to establish freedom and democracy and women's rights, and like freedom of religion and freedom, like all of those values being imposed. Like, Muslims would love to have our own countries that we can be in safely without the threat of being attacked or being economically boycotted, etc. But obviously, Israel has its purposes, and maybe your audience is more familiar, like, with what Israel does with its lobby to get America to fight its wars for its own geopolitical interests, trying to establish itself as a hegemony in the Middle East, like where it's the sole superpower surrounded by these vassal states, these Arab countries that are just vassal states. And Israel has this kind of agenda to secularize Muslims because they view religious Muslims as the biggest threat. Like, arguably, like Christian white identitarians, they view as a big threat, and then also religious Muslim.
That's why we're the two groups that's allowed to be attacked.
Exactly.
Who's attacking it? It's like, the same people.
It's the same people. But I also want to put things in a larger historical perspective, because it's not just with Israel, like with the Balfour Declaration in 1917 or the creation of Israel in 1948, that these kinds of domination of the Middle East happened. Like, it predates that because of colonialism.
Yeah.
And you had like the Algerian genocide, for example, where some estimates put at 7 million Muslims were killed. And then other genocides that happened, like to other people, and Muslims included. And that comes from, again, this kind of liberal Enlightenment philosophy, not Christianity per se. Like, there's Christian colonialism, but liberal colonialism is much, much worse than Christian colonialism, because Christianity, like, at least they had a concept of converting the natives. Like,
try converting them.
True. Try converting
them.
Treat
them great, but they tried to convert them.
Yeah. That's way worse than liberal Enlightenment colonialism, starting with, the invasion of Egypt and North Africa. That kind of colonialism is more like a scorched earth, like, because it's not on a religious basis.
Yeah, it's on an ideology basis. Like, accept Jesus. I'm like, everybody can get down with that, but accept homosexuality and transgenderism and women's rights. And now you're like, no, hold on, bro. Hold on. Now you're going too far. Now that's where these African countries and Muslim countries start pushing back on us. Like, all right, I can see that.
it's like, okay, like an atheistic basis.
I mean, shout out, man. It's easier to accept Jesus than homosexuality, transgenderism, and oh wow, that's so crazy. Forgot the third one though.
So if we want like a future utopia throughout the world, and you have all of these people, these savages, if they leave their religions and become atheists and become civilized like us, great. And then we'll like educate them and get them civilized so they accept European values. But if they don't, we're gonna kill them. Like we're gonna wipe them out and like genocide them, and that's justified because the the ends justify the means. You have a future utopia, future generations.
Well, they believe it at least. I'm not gonna say it's justified, but at least they maybe believed in it,
Yeah, but that's the kind of attitude that led to these genocides starting from 300 years ago and this kind of colonial project in the Muslim world. And a lot of that is something that I don't see white identitarians pay as much attention to. And I think that's really the missing piece. I know that you acknowledge it because you
acknowledge it. I haven't done a deep dive historically. I don't know as much about it as I should.
Because if you look at immigration, like why do people immigrate to the West from Muslim countries or South America or wherever?
Well,
it's economic, right?
Well, let me give a perfect example. Libya. It was doing, I'm not saying Gaddafi was great, but it seemed like he has country pretty in line. For whatever reason, we bomb his trucks, they come in, and then they kill him. Now look at Libya, complete shithole. That's where they jump. Most of the people are coming from Africa, not just Muslims. Some people are coming from Africa through Libya. That's where they're flooding Europe now.
Yeah.
Like we have to take some responsibility. I'm not saying we still should let them come in, but like obviously we have to take some responsibility for that too.
I don't hold you or any white people responsible for things that you didn't like actually support.
Yeah.
So I'm not, when I bring up colonialism, like a lot of people get really angry and pissed at me because they're like, oh, you're blaming all white people for colonialism.
That's why I told you we're anti-white. It doesn't feel like you're anti-white to me. That's what it seems like we're just,
so I'm not blaming whites, but like that's the history like needs to be acknowledged because even though like Libya is also a more recent example, but the economic inequality, like these people around the world are just economically destitute. They have no power. They're powerless, and they're being dominated by a global system that's still in power. Like colonialism was, abolished, but that kind of imperial control still exists. The structure, the structural inequality. Like I know that's kind of a woke term, but I think there's a reality to it. There is a structural inequality between the Western countries and the rest. And that's something that really has to be addressed before immigration can be solved or addressed.
No, I agree. It doesn't mean I want to bring people over, but I agree we want to try to solve those problems.
But the solution, I think, is going
to be honest, I mean, I agree with him too. I don't believe that we can help people by bringing them into our country. We need to help them where they're at, stabilize their country so they don't want to flee it and come over into, the Western nations and cause, these high immigrations problems. Well, causing high immigration, also causing problems that come with high immigration that the Dems don't like to talk about.
It's like a very extreme solution. That's the issue.
What would the solution be?
Because the advantage that they have, like that the Western nations have, is science and technology. And that science and technology is what's creating like the economic gap. And as long as you have that gap, then there's going to be domination of these other places. And they're going to want to travel to the West. They want to immigrate to the West. And then if you just like close the borders, then you create a colonial situation, like even like a fascist situation where, okay, the global South, the entire non-white world is being dominated. And then you have these white countries, they're all living together, all the white people together in these wealthy countries that are able to take advantage of the rest of the world. Like that's the kind of, so a lot of white identitarians, like they won't draw out the implication of what their policy will result in, which is this mass inequality. And people, when they hear it, they'll be, no, I'm against that. I don't want structural inequality. I just want like on the basis of equality, like Japanese people can have Japan, Indian people can have India, Lebanese people can have Lebanon. Why can't whites have Europe or America? And so it just seems like fair. Like this is just basic fairness.
It does seem fair there should be some white countries, and the fact that there isn't really any white countries left, it's a little concerning to me being pro-white. Like I said, I don't consider myself racist, but it would be nice to have a few white countries left. And there's things that are so complex, like India, for example. There's like over 1 billion people there. It's so poor. We can't flood Indians across all of Europe. So what do you do with a place like that? but they're not going to catch up with us for decades, if ever.
Yeah, I mean, these are big problems, but the structural inequality like that, how can you address that? Because I'm actually like, I think when it comes to IQ and the ability to develop technology, like, I think there is an argument to be made that there is like a race basis for IQ levels, like a genetic basis. I'm just not an IQ fetishist in the way that I don't think that IQ just means like the ability to do math and logic and think analytically. Like that's what IQ measures. And I do think that there is a racial basis to that. Like certain races are higher on that measure than others. I'm just not IQ fetishist in the sense that I don't say that's the end all be all of human value. Like producing technology and producing like high levels of being able to develop AI, for example, or satellites. Like I don't think that's the end all be all of what it means to be human and like what it means to live a good human life. Like other races are good in other areas. So having high IQ has a lot of downsides actually, because it's associated with atheism. It's associated actually with a lot of perversions. Because like we're talking about homosexuality, for example, like homosexuality is something that human beings have like an intuitive disgust reaction.
Yeah.
Have you heard of?
No, it's crazy. I definitely did look up those IQ studies that they were doing based on race. And I couldn't find out one IQ study that wasn't sponsored by a eugenics foundation. People that just already believe in racial, superiority. Yeah. Couldn't find out one that didn't have a skewed statistic on IQ that heavily leaned towards white people.
This experiment where they show
like
people.
I tried, guys. I literally tried.
Like a picture of maggots, like eating meat, and like you have a disgust reaction.
That was a college class. They put gay porn on it. It was just, I mean, I should have got it walked out and sit down, but just this feeling of just absolute disgust.
Yeah, it's a biological
people act
thing.
like you're imagining it, but it's not. No, it's absolutely biologically like. I don't have spiders don't bother me, but if I see a snake, I revolt. I see the same way. I feel like this disgust. Yeah. It's in my biology. It's in my DNA. It's not like just I've been programmed to feel that way. I can feel it.
Yeah. So higher IQ people are able to like tone down or like downplay or bury that kind of disgust reaction. And so high IQ is associated with things like homosexuality, incest, like non-traditional or non-biological forms of sexuality is actually associated with higher IQs. Atheism is associated with higher IQ. Having smaller families, like smaller family sizes, that's associated with higher IQ. So higher IQ is not like this end all be all good. A lot of white identitarians, like they point out like, oh yeah, we're race realists and we're higher IQ, we're white, etc. But they don't recognize that a lot of the problems that you're suffering from, it actually it is related to IQ. So the ability to develop science and technology, like putting the perversion stuff aside, like that will give you power, that will give you economic wealth, and then that will allow you to become atheists and become more and more like liberal. Like liberalism is also associated with high IQ. And autism is actually associated with like higher analytic ability and being more and more like liberal in the sense of thinking that freedom and equality is the end all be all. Like this is, so just to bring it all together, like human thinking is divided into two different modes. So you have like analytic thinking and you have intuitive thinking. So when you were talking about like, oh, there's gay porn or like you see a certain thing or a snake and you have a visceral reaction, like that's like intuitive cognition. Like it's an intuitive thing that happens in your mind and then you have a disgust reaction. There are many things that fall under the intuitive way of thinking. Belief in God is another one. Like when a lot of people just.
I'm not even gonna lie. This man making high IQ a very controversial thing. He's like, they're less like they can hide their disgust. So hiding their disgust means that they can like things that'll usually make, I guess, a lower IQ person get emotional or gag. They can kind of hide that or find acceptance in it. Like, because they don't really see what the big deal is. Because I guess they're like someone they're thinking above their emotions, which is hard for a lot of people to do. And shout out Cache, my memory says Jesus said, I love everyone. The world needs more of that. I mean, yes, we do. I mean, we definitely do. We need more of that. I'm trying to love and understand like Jesus instead of I'm trying to hate and condemn like Satan wants you to do. But, some of our brothers have fallen into it.
have, like the majority of people have a biological instinct that they believe in God. Like they think that there is a creator, like an all-powerful first cause creator of everything that exists, who knows, all kinds of details, like who I am personally and what is happening in my life, and cares about that, has these, like, all those are all instincts and intuitions that come biologically. And that's why, like, monotheism is something that is very universal. Even if you're not, like, and they've done experiments like this, like where they look at Japanese children, and in Japan they don't have like monotheism, they don't have like the belief in a creator God.
Really?
But their children, like at a very young age, when they're asked by psychologists, they do have some kind of belief in a creator God. So where did they get that from?
In us.
It's something natural, but that comes under like intuition. A lot of our moral beliefs are also intuitive, like, oh, it's not good to like hurt someone like for no reason, like, or it's not a good thing to like just steal something or just lie for no reason. Like sometimes there might be a reason to like do a white lie, but in general,
could be exceptions, but
so that's all intuitive thinking. Then there's analytic thinking. Analytic thinking is not a gut thing. It's more like processing, putting two and two together, like extended reasoning. Like that's analytic thinking, and humans do both. And some people are better at one as opposed to the other. And high IQ people do a lot more analytic thinking. But analytic thinking, if it's too dominant, then it starts like canceling out the intuitive side. And I'll give you an example. Like the kind of calculated thinking is like utilitarianism. Utilitarianism is like the morality of something is based on weighing the pros and the cons. Like we want to maximize people's pleasure and people's happiness, and we want.
I don't like that. I mean, if there's enough pros and cons, I'm gonna do it. I mean, that means you can kind of greenlight a lot of BS. You can greenlight a lot of BS with that type of thinking.
Minimize their pain and their suffering. So whatever maximizes happiness, that's good. That's morally good. Whatever minimizes it is morally bad. That's all that morality is. So that's a very calculated, like 1 + 1 is 2. We have to like measure and decide, like, and that's why the Enlightenment thinkers, they were all utilitarians. But if you have that kind of mentality, if you think morality is just about weighing utility, pros and cons, then how can you say that homosexuality is a bad thing, for example? Or how can you say incest is a bad thing? Like if there's no harm, like for example, a brother and sister, they use like contraception, or a father and a son, like why can't they be in a sexual relationship? If they both choose, like they have the freedom to choose that, and they just want to pursue pleasure, they're going to gain pleasure from that, their happiness is going to increase, then actually incest between a father and son is a great thing. Like it's a moral good.
I think intuition can tell us it's bad.
Yeah, the intuition, this is like extremely disgusting. But if you have like a very high IQ and you're like more analytic in your thinking, you can't really understand why would incest be a bad thing? Like why would homosexuality be a bad thing? And that's why we see it spread. Like the reason that homosexuality, LGBT spreads in the West,
so heavy.
It's like it originates in the Western academia, like at these universities, and they are coming from a very high IQ analytic perspective. Like, what can we find that's wrong about it?
You can do this. Why can't I do this? So they go, I think you're partially right. And for me, I try to follow both. So I try to break things down analytically, but I also listen to my feelings. Like they say, gut feeling. I think there's something real to that, just about people.
Morality is more than just weighing
all
pros
kinds
and
of
cons.
things. I think just like listen to intuition. I think a lot of people just don't like listen to their like feelings about things. And you really should. If your body's kind of telling you something, if you're getting a weird feeling about someone, you probably should fucking listen to it.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of intuitive thinking is very important, very valuable, and that's the basis for a lot of moral systems, a lot of religion, a lot of culture. But it's being erased. Like it gets erased because of a emphasis on high IQ, analytic thinking, and the education system, the public education system, reinforces that. It makes us more and more analytic.
Just to follow the rules.
Like have this kind of reasoning process, science. So that's the kind of dominant cognitive mode that's promoted in the West by and historically it's associated with like white identitarians, like white supremacists. And that does, like, it has the benefit of what? Like you get a highly technological advanced society. Like you get AI, you get planes.
It's probably gonna be a bad thing. It's useful, but
It's useful, but you have to recognize like the other side of the coin is what I'm saying.
No, these very complex debates because I think, I'm pro-white. I think white people have done a lot of great things, but I also agree with the points if you're making about the homosexuality, the atheism. But we've also pushed that. So it gets
destruction
complex.
of family, like
Destruction
the
of family.
feminism.
That's probably the biggest one, the feminism. Yeah, that's huge. That like I really noticed that, like I said, being around my Muslim friends, Chinese friends, they have these giant families still. Not all of them, but lots of them. Like that's one of the biggest problems. Like, how did our families start collapsing? It's like, I don't know. It's happened like quick.
Yeah, it's a combination of a philosophical system, an ideology that was imposed politically like 300 years ago. And then I do think there's a racial basis. Like there's a racial component to the analysis as well. I don't think everything is race. I don't think race is destiny. But I mean, this is what, like, I've debated a lot of white nationalists, and they can't really pin me down because they expect me.
Saying you're anti-white. I don't think you're anti-white, but you're making some good points. Like as a white person, I'm still pro-white, but we do need to look at where we're making our faults.
Yeah,
so
like
usually, if you can't analyze and you can't take it on an honest discussion, we're like, hey, you guys have some faults here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a fault of white people personally, but just like, because this is I've debated 3 different white nationalists over the past 5 years. And I don't like have an animosity towards white identity or to them personally. In fact, they seem to be the most pro-Palestinian and the anti-intervention in the Middle East. And so from that basis, like, why should I hate you?
I mean, a lot of the pro-white identitarians, I mean, look, a good amount of them are cool, but there is some of them that like to like down talk other cultures, and it kind of ruins the entire like group. Like, we get it, the Groypers and all that good stuff. We get it, you guys own country, you guys want to have your culture respected. I mean, that's good and all that, but you don't got to shit on other cultures to have your culture respected. I just hope y'all know that.
Like, more than I hate, like, Barack Obama, who is calling for more invasions and bombing, literally responsible for thousands of Muslim deaths. So I have to love Barack Obama more because why than like the random white identitarian. But, you know, the thing that I'm pushing back with white identitarians is like, let's look at the bigger context. Like, and this is not just, I'm saying, look at the bigger context for the benefit of me as a Muslim, but for the benefit of your cause. Like, I think everyone benefits when we identify really what is at issue, like what is the core problem. And it's not just immigration. Like, immigration is a symptom of a bigger issue. And it's not just wars in the Middle East in the past, 75 years. That's not the only reason. Like, there's a bigger component to it that I think it would be beneficial to like recognize. Otherwise, you're going to perpetuate the same problems. Like, if you keep emphasizing
fix a few things, then fall back into the same holes. So
yeah,
okay, we stop wars, get someone in, but then if you re-loop into the same problems, then you're not really fixing it. You don't want your kid. You don't want to fix something, and your kids loop right back into the same problem, or your grandkids.
Yeah, it's like you want like
reflect on
really.
Yeah, like an OnlyFans problem. Like, just imagine that. Like, we didn't even touch on that. Like, that's a huge, again, it's women's empowerment. Like, you can sell your body. Like, you own your body and you can sell it however you want. That's a disaster.
I don't know. It's like, I get it, but here's the problem with OnlyFans. I mean, women say, oh, we don't want to be pimped out or extorted, or I don't know. And pimped out and extorted. But I mean, you're willing to let the CEOs at OnlyFans do it. I mean, your OF manager is doing it. So I don't know. It does kind of seem like women are just going into prostitution and they're having digital pimps.
So not only for the women themselves or the girls, but also all of society, like this kind of porn addiction, this kind of degeneracy of society.
Yeah.
So,
I used to not feel this way, but now I feel like porn should be banned. It's just like, there's so many, like when I was young, I didn't really have any access to it. But now all these young kids talking to people like 11 years old, they're getting porn addictions.
9 years old.
9 years old. Like, that's, grab your phone and pull up the most hardcore pornography imaginable and you just pour up. If I would have had that as a kid, that'd have been terrible. I had to get like a Sears catalog magazine. It's like, I didn't realize people really watch porn that much. Because I mean, I watched porn a few times, but it was like so rare. I didn't think it was really that big of a deal. Then I realized like, oh, people are watching porn like all the time.
Yeah.
They're not having sex. They're just like frying their brains on porn. Like, how does this benefit in our society in any way? And a lot of these it's blocked in a lot of Islamic countries.
Yeah, and those Islamic countries are criticized for
not allowing porn.
It's not free speech.
Israel uses porn as warfare. They played porn to the Palestinian peoples. They forced it on their TVs.
Yeah, they took over the TV station in Ramallah in the West Bank, and then as a way to shock the Palestinian population, like
hardcore pornography.
Yeah, but I mean, look who is associated, like who owns the major porn companies in
mostly Jewish people. Yeah,
literally a rabbi owns the biggest It has a partial ownership in one of the biggest porn conglomerates.
What do you call it? And what do you call it in Islam? What would you call like not the rabbi and imam? What would be like
imam?
Is that what you call it? Like yeah. Imagine them owning a porn company. It's no way, right?
Yeah. But Judaism is a very interesting religion. I've had to study a lot because I've been debating Jews. Yeah. And I've just tried to turn the tables because, as I were saying earlier in the podcast, that they directed so much negative criticism against Islam, like, and the details of Islam, like, okay, this is what this verse of the Quran says, this is violent, or this is anti-woman, look at the hijab, like making women wear hijab. These practices, like, there's been so much media scrutiny and even in movies and academia, but there's been little that's been said or researched about, well, what do Jews believe? Like, what's in the Talmud? Like, and that's why a lot of Christians get surprised. Like, did you know that in the Talmud, they're saying that Jesus is in hell? Like, he's boiling in hell in a vat of feces? Like,
I'm sorry. This is what took me out the game. I'm like, bro, what? Nah, G. Nah, I'm sorry. That's just not how it works, dog.
Stupid.
Like, bro.
Stupid.
He said Trump, however, went over that and simply started creating new illegal immigrants without telling his base what that even means. We know what illegal immigrants mean, bro. You don't got to be a condescending dick. It's like, just because people don't agree with you on how illegal immigrants should be processed doesn't mean we don't know what illegal immigrants are. Like, we don't need Trump to tell us what illegal immigrants are.
Like, did you know that? And they say that they're proud of like killing Jesus because he was a sorcerer, like he was a pagan, and he's the son of a adulteress, like his mom, like Mary.
Called her a whore.
Yeah, all of this is in the Talmud, and the Talmud is their most important religious book. Like, that's the cornerstone of Judaism. Rabbinic Judaism is the Talmud. I guess even more important than the Bible. And there are a lot of Jews that will be apologetic about that and say, no, it's actually more complicated. But no, actually, the Talmud, they believe that it was revealed to Moses on Mount Sinai. Is the oral Torah. There's the written Torah and the oral Torah. And within the Talmud, it was only like, it was transmitted orally. Like, that's their belief. Moses transmitted these teachings orally, but eventually it was written down around 400 to 600 AD. But within the Talmud, you have all these crazy teachings that make, like, if we want to judge on the basis of what is more liberal or more like modern, like Judaism, like the teachings of the Talmud are so extreme. Yeah. Like there's like
anti-3-year-olds.
Yeah, and like overt racism, like blacks are cursed, like for their skin color is a curse from God, like anti-Arab, like outright racism, like kill the best of Gentiles, smash the head of the best of snakes. Like, they have this kind of racial supremacism within their religion. Now, obviously, not all Jews subscribe to that, but that is what your book teaches.
So
what your most holy book, that is what it teaches. So can we be honest about that? So how can you have like this massive campaign against Islam and Muslims and looking at the Quran, looking at the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, as a figure, like, oh, he's this and he's that, but we're not even looking at your books. And they also directed towards Christianity as well.
Yeah, Christianity,
like the new atheist movement.
Majorly, as a teenager, I read several atheist books. And later on, I realized they were all written by Jews. They all attacked Islam, Christianity, and left off Judaism. That was like a wow.
Yeah, like who was the head of the new atheist movement, like starting around 2004?
Harris, maybe
Sam Harris, Christopher Hitchens, Bill Maher.
Yep.
Bill Maher like made documentaries like attacking which religions.
They never attacked Judaism.
Yeah, he had like very little to say about Judaism, first of all. And then like his whole thing, like Sam Harris and Christopher Hitchens, well, Christopher Hitchens died, but also Bill Maher, they say that religion brings violence and intolerance. Like, where's the most violent, intolerant place in the world right now? Israel.
And they're mostly atheists. It was atheists that came in and, well, some of them are religious, but it was a lot of these atheist Jews that came in and took over Israel in the 40s.
I mean, shout out Tove, the last two brain cells competing for third place in that one. Yeah. And that guy, I don't know why he thought that was a smart thing to say. I was a bit confused. Like, so you're telling me, like, the condescendingness of some of these liberals is crazy. It's like, wow, we need Trump to tell us what an illegal immigrant is. I mean, dog, Obama was telling us what an illegal immigrant was in 2008. So, I mean, that is crazy for anybody to say that.
For 30s and 40s.
Yeah, I even forget about like the atheist Jews, like even the religious Jews. Like, if they were consistent, if Sam Harris were consistent, he would call out the religious Jews who are pushing for ethnic cleansing and genocide, like very overtly, like people like Itamar Ben-Gvir, like the defense minister in Israel, or Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister, who are literally saying we need to starve to death. Yeah, so if you and they're religious, so Sam Harris at least like fine, he doesn't want to call out the atheist Zionists who are calling for genocide, but how about calling out the religious ones? That seems to be a major blind spot. You claim that so you're yeah, so this is like it's all a psyop. Like the whole new atheist movement was a psyop against Christianity and Islam.
And they leave out the most extreme religious
you leave out the most extreme example, and so they're all frauds.
You can see videos of like in the West Bank, and these guys look like they're demonic possessed. They're coming in just harassing women, killing people with sheep. They're going through. I just couldn't imagine
poisoning wells.
Yeah,
like literally
poisoning wells. It has an anti-Semitic trope, but there's multiple cases, both for sure in the 40s and to current day. They're poisoning their wells. Just how they treat them is just so sick and humane. It's like, of course, people are going to rise up and fight back. Something that I've been disappointed in is the Islamic countries like Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, all the countries around there. Lebanon's fought a little bit, but Jordan not at all. But these people just sitting back doing nothing as they take U.S. dollars.
Yeah, it's a disaster. Like it's so humiliating and demotivating because these like the real reason for it is that all of them are controlled. Like there's two ways to control a country. Like, and I mean, a lot of Americans have awareness of this nowadays. They understand that, well, our government is controlled by an Israeli lobby. Like our government is doing much more to fight anti-Semitism than, for example, like lower the price of eggs and milk. So that's so Americans understand the idea of their country and their government being controlled, and that's America. Imagine like some of these other countries that are poor, they're economically like they've been war torn, so they have like very dysfunctional infrastructure. They don't really have these major institutions. How much easier it's to control those governments for a particular ideology or agenda, and that's what is happening. Like all of these Muslim countries, by design, like they are put in a position where they can either be easily bought off. Like those are the two ways to control a country. Like you can buy them off, or you can threaten them.
And they're probably getting a little bit of both.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of both.
We give Jordan billions. I think Saudi Arabia has so much work to do with us and so much money, so they look at it. Oh, we'll just take the money, but it's still disgusting. I imagine. The average Muslim of these countries probably aren't happy with their governments, right? I saw in Egypt they were arresting protesters.
They're deeply unpopular for the most part. Like, well, it depends on the country because unfortunately there is also a cult of personality. So if you have like a charismatic like dictator type, then there is unfortunately a lot of public support. But it's like people have been brainwashed through like media campaigns to think that this like dictator is actually serving their interests when in reality he's just serving the interests of Tel Aviv or Washington, as the case may be.
Because Washington's paying them so much money to not do anything against Tel Aviv. That's a lot of it.
Yeah, that's all these countries have become like a buffer zone for Israel. And to just like the main thing that a country like Jordan does, the government of Jordan does, King Abdullah, is to prevent Jordanians from like attacking attacking Israel.
Yeah,
that's like that's his main job. And the weapons that he has, these countries get weapons, like because of their oil wealth or whatever resources they have, they spend billions to buy weapons technology from the United States or even sometimes from Israeli companies. But that weapons technology is like downgraded so that it can never be used against Israel.
Interesting.
It can never be
not quite good enough to do anything.
So because they literally are installed with kill switches. So as soon as
they can shut them down. That's insane.
Yeah, they can shut them down remotely and anytime that they want. So if they even think about like directing a tank towards Tel Aviv, it gets remotely shut down. So those weapons and fighter jets and helicopters and tanks, those are all for the native population to make sure that they don't rise up. And
interesting. So they have them controlled through bribery. Plus the weapons, probably blackmail. They do blackmail operations in the Middle East too. I know there was one.
Epstein was photographed with.
They have I can't remember the name. It was something Cohen back in Syria. This was like a long time ago, but I was reading. Eli Cohen. Yeah, he ran a massive both spy and blackmail operation in Syria. I can't remember the year. So this is nothing new. They had it. Roy Cohen, who was Trump's mentor, he ran blackmail operations in the U.S. back in. For like Meyer Lansky, who was the head of the Jewish mafia. So allegedly, they had photos of J. J. Edgar Hoover, who's the head of the FBI for a lot of years, I don't know, 30, 40 years, he was like homosexual. So they had blackmailed
really?
him.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, no,
because
yeah.
I knew he was trying to blackmail MLK.
Yeah, they blackmail on like all kinds. So this is like nothing new. They've been doing these blackmail, so between bribery, blackmail, but people are seeing it now and they're fed up. And I don't know what the solution is going to be because they have such deep control of our government, but they're losing the population so quick. So it's going to be a very interesting few years.
Yeah, if it were maybe like 50 years ago, the progression is usually that people get more and more radicalized. Like people start noticing and they get increasingly angry. And this is like Amy Chua that I mentioned before, like World on Fire. Like she talks about the market dominant minorities. Like it often leads to genocide. Like the majority rises up and is very violent against the minority. And obviously we're not advocating for that here, but like that's just the social dynamics that are bigger than one particular country or one particular minority. So, I mean, that's the danger. But the other side of it is that the minority, now they have the technology where they can control the majority population because of mass surveillance, because of different kinds of remote technologies, because of AI. So all of us, with Palantir, for example, like Palantir being increasingly embedded.
All of information.
They're collecting all of our information. We are all put on like a dissident scale. Like if you're higher up on the
kill list.
Yeah, you could be put on a kill list, and then you have drones that can just take you out. Or like you have fewer rights. Like you're going to get restricted. Like you're going to get banned from traveling, banned from flying. Like you might even be restricted on where you can shop, like where you can buy. Like because we're transitioning to a cashless society. So you will be you can only shop at this particular grocery store. You can't order anything online. Like there are a lot of restrictions that they can bring to shut down the population and make sure that the majority, like, oh, you think that you're a majority, but you're not going to act like a majority and you're not going to have any power to change the system. Like that's the new phase of humanity that unfortunately we're entering into because of technology. Whereas if it were 50 years ago, even 20 years ago, like there might have been more of a shot to like overthrow the powers that be. Now I think it's a situation.
It's scary because
we're
pretty close to it being too late. I look at this, the technology. You look at everyone rising up, and instead of these people changing behavior, they're doubling and tripling down like there's nothing we could do. Because you think they would be like, oh shit, we better like pull back a little bit, but they
never pull back.
No, it's always just
they just double down. They make it more extreme. Like think about it, like when it comes to noticing, or people have been noticing Jewish power, for example, and the Israeli lobby and global Jewry for many examples of this. Do you think that they would say, okay, well, maybe we need to make some concessions, like maybe we need to tone it back? No, they just double down and they bring Trump. They put their weight behind Trump and basically get him elected, whereas before he had no chance. Like it was no chance that he would get elected after being defeated by Biden. Like whether you think that election was legitimate or not, I think it was stolen. But point being, like, why would they let Trump back into office as president when they forcibly removed him essentially back in 2020? So they put him in place. Why? To push a fight against anti-Semitism so that he would give Israel whatever it wants.
He's doing that.
And he's going so overboard. Like the whole controversy where FEMA is saying that we're not going to give any kind of supplies or aid to Americans
it's just
unless if they have to promise not to boycott Israel. Like that's crazy, right? Yeah. So that kind of overstepping, like overreaching and doubling down, that's only going to radicalize more people.
Exactly. So it's weird.
So it's like a death spiral.
They're going so extreme. And with Trump, I noticed all of a sudden all these billionaires that hated him before, the worst people, all started endorsing him. The media stopped attacking him before the election. So I'm like, okay, he's clearly not on the right side anymore.
Yeah. I mean, this is the whole scorpion and the frog analogy. Have you heard this?
What's the scorpion and frog analogy?
So there's like a...
And all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and call it a night on this. Well, call it a morning on this one. All right, guys, I appreciate y'all for tuning in. I'm going to go ahead and leave out.